Chapter 1032. The manager spoke tirelessly. His tone was filled with respect and admiration for this mysterious Blue Dragon King. In this age of geniuses, Xiao Qin's experiences were like legends, living out a legend. Even in the Cloud Sea domain, people of the upper echelon like them had heard of the Blue Dragon King. Mu Qinghan revealed a look of yearning in his eyes. Then, he said with some disappointment, "Such a person is not someone we can come into contact with. However, after this matter is over, if I can leave this Cloud Sea domain, I might be able to make it to the center of the heavenly starry ocean." The Cloud Sea domain was not very eye-catching on the sea maps of the heavenly starry ocean. There were 10 more such sea domains between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. It was indeed a small place, extremely ordinary. Mu Qinghan was right. Few people would notice this place. In the end, Mu Qinghan revealed an extremely resolute expression. He asked seriously, "How is the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion doing? Do you know that they are looking for a few elite disciples from Zodiac Hall?" The manager shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure. They kept it a secret very well. It looks like they do know how to enter the Firely Sect's 10,000 Treasure Pavilion from the Treasure Mountain." The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was the treasury that the Firely Sect used to store secret treasures. There were many secret treasures refined by the Firely Sect. These were all excellent king-grade secret treasures, and there was a horrifying number of them. Many of them were powerful secret treasures that could not be refined with current refining methods. However, after so many years, the trip to the Treasure Mountain had attracted countless experts. No one could find the location of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Whether such a place even existed was a mystery. Without the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, the attraction of the Treasure Mountain to Emperor Wu decreased significantly. However, to experts below Emperor Wu, it still held a strong attraction. Not to mention the various treasures, secret manuals, and ancient cultivation techniques in the Firely Sect remnant. Just the various natural treasures and natural treasures growing on the Treasure Mountain were enough to attract many cultivators to risk their lives. The Treasure Mountain did not appear normally. It was in the heart of the ocean, deep in the ocean. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter that place. The heart of the ocean was the most mysterious place in the entire ocean world. Even Emperor Wu could only sneak around the edges. However, the spiritual qi in that place was extremely abundant, so much so that even time could be changed inside. It was rumored that 100 years inside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the outside world. Although it was just a rumor, looking at the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs on the Treasure Mountain, there would always be other 10,000-year-old spirit herbs appearing the next time. This added a lot of credibility to the rumor. 100 years was 10,000 years. A year was 100 years, and a month was 10 years. Mu Qinghan revealed a sullen expression. After a while, he said, "Never mind. It looks like they know the importance of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion and know that the news cannot be leaked. Otherwise, if the city lords found out, we would not even have any scraps to drink. Then, should I inform Wenzaira now? After all, we still don't know if he will go with us and cooperate with us." The head shopkeeper asked. Mu Qinghan waved his hand and said, "There is no need for now. He will definitely agree. He cannot resist the temptation of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. If not for the fact that the 10,000 Treasure Tower invited an expert from Zodiac Hall, I really would not be willing to share with him. With one more person working together, he would definitely obtain fewer treasures. Fortunately, there were plenty of treasures in the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. With another person, the benefits would be significant as well." In 2 days, Xiao Chun and Mo Chen's injuries had mostly recovered. Now that Mo Chen's injuries had healed, Xiao Chun naturally thought about refining the Heavenly Origin Pill. He looked for the head shopkeeper to borrow the Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron from the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion and started to make preparations. "I'll leave the ingredients here. The rest is up to you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." After spending 1 million black astral coins, Xiao Chun placed the 10 sets of ingredients for refining the Heavenly Origin Pill on the table. Mo Chun smiled faintly and said, "With a nouveau riche like you around, how can there be any pressure? You should go first." It will take at least 2 days before there are results. I won't be of much help here. Oh, right. Is there really no need to worry about the MO clan's Starry Cloud Island? Many thanks for your concern. It's fine. I already expected today's situation, so I made preparations in advance. The MO clan's people will scatter. If the city lord wants to take revenge on the MO clan, he will definitely be disappointed. Mo Chun controlled the flames as she familiarized herself with the heavenly phoenix medicine cauldron. At the same time, she answered Xiaoqian's question. In the future, if I have the ability to deal with the 8 city lords, I will naturally have a way to gather them. Xiaoqian nodded to himself. This girl really took care of everything. Unfortunately, she was too unyielding. It was hard to imagine that for the sake of blocking the thoughts of others, she would even do something to her own appearance. Actually, with her talent, she could easily join a large sect. She would not have to shoulder everything by herself. The reason the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association saved you this time is likely for the upcoming trip to the Treasure Mountain. Mo Chun changed the topic, voicing her own guess. I know, there must be some hidden reasons. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association should not lack experts. Xiaoqian nodded, agreeing with Mo Chen's guess. It is good to work with them. Compared to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's reputation are much better. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was the merchant association behind the Liu clan. Xiaoqian had heard Mo Chen mention it before. This merchant association was rather tyrannical, wanting to swallow up the Mo clan several times. Mo Chen ignored it and supported the Liu clan to suppress the Mo clan. Mo Chen did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion at all. Xiaoqian raised his eyebrows. In the Cloud Sea domain, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion were about equal. This time, Mu Qinghan tried to rope him and might have something to do with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Seeing that Mo Chen had already started refining the Heavenly Origin Pill, Xiaoqian said his goodbyes and prepared to leave. When refining medicinal pills, one needed absolute silence. Xiaoqian did not like having others around when he refined medicinal pills. Just as he was about to close the door, he thought of something and stopped. Your Solar True Flame imprint is still in my hands. I'll give it to you now. There's no need. You can keep it. Mo Chan focused on refining medicinal pills, not even turning her head as she said, Are you leaving or not? If not, I will chase you out. Xiaoqian smiled helplessly and gently closed the door. Then, he turned around and said, I cannot just take the Solar True Flame from you for nothing. The innate beauty nourishing pill in the Compendium of Cultivation should be able to help you. Mo Chen's wound had already existed for too long. Furthermore, it was intentional. The wound merged with the skin and flesh. Regular beauty nourishing pills would find it hard to have any effect. Only the innate beauty nourishing pill could help the other party. There was another way to help the other party. One day, when Mo Chun reached Emperor Wu's strength, she could remove all the scars during the process of reconstructing the golden body. Aside from spending some time and a lot of precious materials, refining the innate beauty nourishing pill was not very difficult. The only thing Xiaoqian worried about was whether the other party would be willing to use it or not. While the two of them were refining medicine, undercurrents were surging in Shattered Cloud City. The news of the 8 young city lords' deaths seemed to grow wings, spreading throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain and causing a huge commotion. As the situation changed, the 7 city lords of Broken Cloud City, Wind Cloud City, Heavenly Cloud City, Fog Cloud City, Chaotic Cloud City, and Frost Cloud City arrived. 7 major characters with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor, people who could stir up winds and clouds with just a raise of their hands, worked together and arrived at Shattered Cloud City. All of them had sullen expressions, and the killing chi in their eyes was withdrawn. In the city lord's residence, these people looked coldly at the Shattered Cloud City's city lord, demanding an explanation. Why were the 7 young city lords of Shattered Cloud City killed like pigs and dogs in the city lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City? Even now, the culprit had not been caught. Just as the treasure mountain was about to surface, the 8 young city lords all died in Shattered Cloud City. This news could not help but make one's imagination run wild. Did the other factions do this on purpose? Within the Cloud Sea domain, the 8 city lords ruled over the area. However, they were not in a situation where they could cover the sky with one hand. Not only were there strong factions like the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the 9 Calder Merchant Association, but they were not much weaker than the city lords' residents. There were also several peak, great grandmaster-level loose cultivators who did not fear the city lords' residents. If they worked together, even the blue-robed emperor would have a headache. Furthermore, the name of the main character of this incident, Wuxia, spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea domain like a whirlwind. What kind of person dared to kill the 8 young city lords and the city lords' residents, offending the 8 blue-robed emperors in one go? Who gave him the confidence to kill in a fit of rage without the slightest scruple? However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find much information. They only knew that this person had never appeared in the Cloud Sea domain before. They had not heard of this name in the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea either. Wuxia. This person was like a meteor that suddenly appeared, descending from the sky with resplendent light and arriving in the Cloud Sea domain. The moment he appeared, he immediately stirred up the winds and clouds, and undercurrents surged, and shattered Cloud City's city lords' residence. In merely 2 days, the other 7 city lords put down their important matters and traveled 5,000 kilometers under the starry night sky. At this moment, in a hall of an even higher standard in shattered Cloud City's city lords' residence, 7 people expressionlessly looked coldly at shattered Cloud City's city lord, Wuxia, who sat in the middle. Little brother Wang, this time, the scions of our clans all died in your residence. You have to give us an explanation. If this drags on, we will not have much patience. Xianxia, the separated Cloud City's city lord, spoke first coldly. His son, Feng, had his head exploded with a small saber strike from Xiaochun. He did not even have a complete corpse. Frost Cloud City's city lord said, "You did not even catch the murderer. Little brother Wang, how can you be his city lord?" Xianxia's son, Meng Xingwen, was in an even worse state. He had been struck by Xiaochun's punch. 5 dragon force, 25,000 tons of force, smashed to smithereens, not even leaving a corpse behind. The other city lords spoke up one after another, putting pressure on Wuxia. Wuxia had been in the city lord's position for the shortest time. Among the 8, he was considered the youngest. When they lectured him, they did not hold back at all. Seeing that Wuxia did not say anything, Xianxia said angrily, "Humph, Wuxia, we can't be bothered to speak nonsense with you. Hand over the murderer within 3 days and compensate each of us with 5 million black astral coins and 3 islands. Otherwise, just wait to get out of the Cloud Sea domain." Clearly, the 7 had discussed this beforehand. With Xianxia taking the lead, they all stood up and left with a flick of their sleeves. "Huh, isn't it just a dead son? Do you think I did not know how many concubines you have? You want to use this to threaten me and divide my territory? Your excuse is too lousy." Chapter 1033. Wuxia, who had been silent all this time, picked up his teacup just as the group was about to leave. Xianxia turned his head and said angrily, "Although I have many descendants, not all of them are qualified to be the junior city lord. Wuxia, are you really forcing us to fall out with you now?" "Fall out?" Wuxia put down his teacup and smiled. "Do you really have the guts to fall out with me? Even if I have to risk my life, I can still drag one of you down with me." When a few people with surging auras heard this, they felt stifled. If Wuxia was determined to die together with them, no one would be able to stop him. The culprit can be caught, and the compensation can be discussed. I was in the wrong in this matter, so I admit defeat. But if you want to extort me, don't even think about it. I, Wuxia, am not one to be frightened. Wuxia retracted the smile on his face, not showing the slightest bit of fear. Being able to reach this step and obtain his current status, Wuxia was indeed not a coward. "Murderer? Humph, it's already been 2 days, and you still haven't even seen the shadow of others, right?" Stone Brave mocked. "He is hiding in the backyard of the Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion. If you have the guts, you can rush in at any time," Wuxia said indifferently. Medicinal Cauldron Pavilion, the 9-tripod commerce's medicinal cauldron pavilion. When the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange when Wang Zhan mentioned the medicinal cauldron pavilion. What's going on? The 9-cauldron pavilion is preparing to enter the Cloud Sea domain. A small place like the Cloud Sea domain would not catch their eye, right? Heavenly Cloud City Lord said uncertainly. Others might not know, but these people knew that the two great merchant associations of the Cloud Sea domain, the 9-cauldron merchant association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, had huge factions that spanned the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean behind them. If they really wanted to interfere in the Cloud Sea domain, it would not be their turn to be kings here. If Xiao Chun was really hiding in the medicinal cauldron pavilion, they would have to think twice before making a move. As soon as the City Lord of Heavenly Cloud City spoke, the other City Lords couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry on their faces. Wang Zhan mocked. How can that be? How can a small place like the Cloud Sea domain be worth mobilizing Emperor Wu? The Heavenly Starry Ocean is huge. What's going on then? Why would the 9-cauldron merchant association suddenly make a move and save that person? Wang Zhan waved his hand. Don't ask me. I don't know either. However, if there's nothing fishy about this, if there is no profit to be gained, there is no way the 9-cauldron pavilion would do something so strenuous and unrewarding. I've also received news that the young master of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion has mysteriously lured over a group of young, outstanding talents from the Southern Sea region. The Treasure Mountain has been peaceful for so many years. I'm afraid that some people have received some news that a great opportunity is about to appear. In the end, Wang Zhan pointed out his own guess. Such a strange movement definitely had something to do with the Treasure Mountain that was about to appear. However, we've all been to the Treasure Mountain before. Aside from finding some 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, the secret treasures in a remnant are of no use to people of our cultivation bases. Could it be the legendary book of heavenly works? They got the news? Or perhaps the entrance to the 10,000 treasure pavilion was discovered. It might even be the burial grounds of the fiery sect's past sect masters. Perhaps it has something to do with the heart of the ocean. When the 7 city lords heard the last piece of news that Wang Zhan mentioned, they forgot about the pain of losing their sons. All of them started discussing the discovery in the Treasure Mountain for the 2 merchant associations to make such a move. When Wang Zhan saw this, he smiled coldly in his heart. He knew that this group of people were not here purely because of the loss of their sons. Now that they received news of the Treasure Mountain, their expressions immediately changed. No matter what the news is, without sufficient benefits, the 9-cauldron merchant association will definitely not save Wenziren. If the few of you want to kill him, you can go over now. However, if you alert the enemy, you can forget about getting a share of the benefits in the Treasure Mountain. Seeing that the 7 were almost done, Wang Zhan interjected indifferently. Shi Yong said sullenly, "We can let him live for a few more days first. A few more days does not matter." Wang Zhan stood up, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Good. That way we can talk. We need to kill him. Otherwise, the 8 of us will lose all our face. We need to take revenge for our sons' deaths. There is no need to rush. Whether there is anything in the Treasure Mountain or not, we just need to send people to follow. If there is nothing, we will not lose anything. After the matter is over, I will naturally give everyone a share of compensation. There is no need for us to damage our relationship. Little brother Wang, these words are pleasing to the ears. Let's do that. We will each send a great Grandmaster-level martial sage to lead the team and follow the 2 young masters from afar. We will know what they discovered with one look." In next to no time, the situation where swords were drawn became harmonious and harmonious. Needless to say, it was a great irony. At the same time, in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters, the young master was discussing with the 2 people from Zodiac Hall. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's young master in the Cloud Sea domain was called Chen Wenjun. His aura was similar to Mu Qinghan's. However, his eyes had an additional tyranny and coldness, making others wary with one look. However, at this moment, Chun Wenjun did not dare to show any of his tyranny in his words. The reason was none other than the two people speaking to him having a very high status. Everyone in the entire Southern Sea knew about them. At such a young age, they were already peak Grandmaster-level martial sages, only one step shy of great Grandmaster-level martial sages. In this age of geniuses, these people were undoubtedly outstanding talents. Everywhere they went, they could be called geniuses. Brother Chun, don't lie to us. We came all the way here for the 10,000 treasure pavilion that you mentioned. At that time, we will only pick up a pile of spirit herbs and sage-grade secret treasures. Chun Wenjun quickly said, don't worry. The news about the 10,000 treasure pavilion is absolutely true. I also have a map of the entrance. Unfortunately, the 9 Cauldron Merchant Associations, Mu Qinghan, also obtained a map. Furthermore, he found a demonic genius youth to help him. When Xiran, we heard that he only killed 8 superior grade martial sages, and he dares to call himself a demonic genius? Any elite disciple of our Sun Palace can do that easily. The Zodiac Hall disciple on the right said with disdain. At this moment, Xiaoqin naturally did not know what kind of waves his cooperation with Mu Qinghan would cause. Furthermore, the 8 blue-robed emperors already had their eyes on him. No matter what the result was, it seemed to be a dead end. I finally succeeded. Currently, Xiao Chun was anxiously refining the innate beauty nourishing pill. He had not refined medicinal pills for a long time, so his skills were rusty. After he bought the ingredients from the manager, he failed close to 7 or 8 times. Only then did he manage to refine this incredibly precious innate beauty nourishing pill that could restore one's body to that of 20-odd years old. Actually, it was not just because Xiao Chen's skills were rusty, resulting in such a low success rate. The greater reason was that the innate beauty-nourishing pill was extremely difficult to refine in the first place. It was already very difficult to maintain one's skin and appearance. Furthermore, it had to restore one's skin and flesh from the inside out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was heaven-defying. Simply put, it could restore an old woman's appearance to that of her youth. Compared to the effects of the beauty-nourishing pill, there was a qualitative difference. Fortunately, Xiao Chun used the Immortal Epic's alchemy techniques. If it were the Martial Epic's alchemy techniques, the success rate would be several times higher. 2 days have passed already. I wonder how Mo Chun is doing. Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he placed the innate beauty nourishing pill into the jade bottle. As long as he could refine 1 heavenly origin pill out of 10 sets of ingredients, he would be able to recoup half of the 1 million black astral coins he invested. If he could refine 2, he would be able to break even. If he could refine 3, he could consume 1 and auction the remaining 2. Then, he would be able to recoup the 1 million black astral coins he spent. Of course, this was the best outcome. There was also a tragic one. If he failed all 10 refinements, not only would he lose everything, but he would also have to delay his recovery of strength. This was how alchemy was. Even the strongest alchemist could guarantee a 100% success rate. Once the refinement failed, the alchemist would not bear responsibility. The person requesting the alchemy pill would be responsible for the losses. Xiao Chun prayed for a while. Then, he walked over to Mo Chen's room anxiously. He could not help his nervousness. Right now, he had already reached a bottleneck. If he could not reform his law energy, he would find it hard to improve his strength. He would waste a lot of time. If he could reform his law energy, his strength would improve greatly, and he would be reborn. Xiaoqin knocked on the door and stated his purpose. Come in, young Master One. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mo Chen's tone was not relaxed. She waited for me for a long time and finished so early. Could it be that they all failed? Xiao Chun pushed the door open and entered. The Heavenly Phoenix Medicine Cauldron was no longer there. The manager must have taken it away. There were 10 jade bottles on the table. They were all sealed, so Xiao Chun could not see what was inside. How was it? Did you succeed? Xiao Chun asked anxiously. Mo Chun stared at Xiao Chun with guilt in her eyes. Xiao Chen's heart instantly turned cold. 10 sets of ingredients. I prepared 10 sets of ingredients, but I still failed. It looks like I have to find a grandmaster alchemist. However, Xiaoqin's mental state had already reached a certain level. This setback would not make him too depressed. Furthermore, he had the alchemic recipe. There was no need to worry about not recovering his strength. Smiling bitterly, Xiao Chun consoled him. "Oh, Chun, it's fine. 1,000,000 black astral coins is nothing. If you failed, so be it." Imochen lowered her head and said softly, "Sorry, I overestimated my ability. 10 sets of ingredients, and I only succeeded in refining 5 heavenly origin pills." It's fine, it's fine." "What? You succeeded in refining 5 heavenly origin pills?" This startled Xiao Chun. However, Imo Chun had already raised her head, and a crafty smile flashed in her eyes. Xiao Chun was speechless. This girl played him. Bang! 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 Imo Chun giggled and flicked her fingers, shattering 5 of the 10 jade bottles on the table. "Take them. 5 heavenly origin pills and 1,000,000 black astral coins are more than enough for you to recoup your capital. You'll even make a profit." Xiao Qin smiled. He had not expected Imo Chen's luck to be so heaven-defying. Based on his estimations, Imo Chan would only succeed in refining 3 heavenly origin pills at most. Who could have imagined that she would succeed in refining 5? This time, Xiao Qin would not just make a profit, but a huge profit. It would not be exaggerated to sell 4 heavenly origin pills for 2,000,000 black astral coins. Chapter 1034. I also have a medicinal pill that I just refined for you. Wait for a while. Xiao Chun carefully put away the heavenly origin pill. Then, before Imo Chen's suspicious expression, he took out the jade bottle and smiled. This is an innate beauty nourishing pill. It can rejuvenate one, preventing one's appearance from aging. It can also remove the scars on your face. Shock flashed in Imo Chen's eyes. After being stunned for a while, she looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. "Many thanks." However, Xiao Qin saw something else in Imo Chen's eyes. He said, "You probably won't use this medicinal pill, right?" Imo Chen nodded. "I personally destroyed my appearance. Naturally, I have to personally take it back. When I reach the state of Emperor Wu, I can reconstruct my golden body and completely restore my appearance." Xiao Chun felt tempted. He saw a shadow of himself in this girl. However, to a girl, being too firm was easy to break. Only the gentle could not be defeated. Xiao Chun did not know how to persuade her. After thinking for a while, he decided not to. He smiled and said, "Do your best. I'll wait for you to become Emperor Wu. I'll personally see you remove your veil." Imo Chun smiled faintly. "You speak as though you will definitely advance to martial emperor before me. Right now, you're only a martial monarch. If you want to rely on your physical body to advance to martial emperor, you will need at least 100 years. The Book of Heavenly Works does not only contain refining techniques. It also contains the Firely sect's unique fire controlling techniques and a set of cultivation techniques. Given my talent, as long as I can obtain it, I will be able to become blue-robed emperor within 10 years. The emperor's door will be within reach." There was a flash of absolute confidence in her eyes, which had a different kind of charm to it. Xiao Chun did not argue. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right. At that time, I might even want you to be my bodyguard." "Oh, 1 year is too little. I want you to be my bodyguard for 10 years. Imo Chen's eyes lit up. She said seriously, "Good, it is settled then. When I become blue-robed emperor, I will be your bodyguard for 10 years. Xiao Chun smiled and did not take her seriously. After exchanging a few words, he took his leave. Now that his strength had recovered, he would be able to fight against the blue-robed emperor. Why would he need Imo Chen's protection? After that, Xiao Chun would be free and never come back to the Cloud Sea domain again. There should not be any interaction between Xiao Chun and Imo Chun. The two of them would brush past each other, leaving behind only memories. Xiao Chun was the Blue Dragon King. He still had a long way to go in his life. The Cloud Sea domain was destined to be just an interlude. But what he didn't know was that there were some people who, like him, kept their promises. "Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will still chase after you." When her hair reaches her waist, I will protect you for 10 years. After returning to his room, Xianxia took out the heavenly origin pill and swallowed it without any hesitation after Jiao reminded him of the things he needed to pay attention to. As the medicinal energy spread out, the dantian shattered into countless origin source laws, slowly merging together. The process was extremely smooth. An expression of joy appeared on Xiaoqian's face. He quietly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, drawing in the scattered origin source laws. A spot of light appeared outside the dark, chaotic, and lightless dantian. Then, the light grew brighter and brighter. Xiaoqian's entire body started to release light from the inside out. Xiaoqian's fine black hair and clothes all looked crystalline and translucent. In this beautiful light, Xiaoqian's delicate face looked like an ancient deity walking out of a painting, looking extraordinarily handsome. After 15 minutes, when the medicinal energy was completely digested, the origin source laws completely formed. Xiaoqian broke through and reformed, advancing to martial sage once more. Rings of purple heavenly sage laws appeared behind him. There were only 100 of them. Xiaoqian was still an inferior grade martial sage. However, the circular heavenly sage laws that only grandmaster-level martial sages had already appeared behind him. He had reached that level. As long as Xiaoqian swallowed 10 more peak spirit veins, his cultivation would recover completely, returning to its peak and advancing further. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoqian decided not to recover for now. A peak great grandmaster level martial sage with a peak rank 4 sage body and 5 dragon force. Such strength would definitely scare Mu Qinghan away from working with him. Xiaoqian might as well wait for a while. There was no rush for 1 or 2 days. After all, as long as he wanted to, he could return his peak at any time. Just as Xiaoqian prepared to stop and recuperate, the 100 rings of purple light behind him started to change. The blue dragon Yuanying in Xiaoqian's dantian moved quickly. The heavenly sage laws behind him seemed to be attracted, spinning along. The heavenly sage laws started to transform. In a situation that Xiaoqian had not expected, the heavenly sage laws started to take form. The heavenly sage laws turned into ferocious dragons that exuded might and the air of a ruler. Amid the sparks of electricity, they were born. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Is this what Elder Qin meant by, when the conditions are right, success will follow? Somewhere in the shattered clouds sea, a small boat floated quietly on the sea. A white-haired old man, wearing a conical bamboo hat, sat at the bow of the boat. He wore a thick black cloak and held a fishing rod made of metal, calmly casting fish into the sea. There was no wind or waves. The boat continued to float on the water, not moving at all. If a cultivator of the Cloud Sea domain happened to pass by, he would definitely know this old man's identity. He was a famous loose cultivator of the Cloud Sea domain, known as the Old Fish Eccentric. He was a peak great grandmaster level martial sage. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air rang out. In the distance, a beautiful middle-aged woman, wearing an enchanting red dress, was walking on the water as she approached. She looked like a blooming peony, bright red and glistening, giving off a floral fragrance. Old Fish Eccentric, you did not even put any bait on your fishing rod. Can you even cast fish? The beautiful middle-aged woman asked with a smile as she approached. She looked very charming. She did not feel any fear or embarrassment at this infamous loose cultivator who killed people like scything flax. That was right. This beautiful middle-aged woman was also a loose cultivator. Her cultivation and reputation were no weaker than the Old Fish Eccentrics. In fact, it was even worse. Those who were killed by it would all turn into red bones. It was extremely strange. Madam Flower, I am not fishing. I am waiting for the fish to jump out on its own, the Old Fish Eccentric said indifferently with a strange smile. This fish is indeed big enough. If it jumps out, can you finish it alone? The beautiful middle-aged woman addressed as Madam Flower had a smile in her phoenix eyes. Her voice had a bewitching charm to it. The old fish eccentric smiled and said, "Aren't my old friends here already?" A gentle breeze blew, and the seawater rippled gently. The surrounding clouds moved. 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages of different ages and auras rushed over from the distance. One of them was 2 meters tall and had a thick waist and broad shoulders. His skin was exposed, and his bulging muscles looked like small hills, looking very sturdy. This person carried a broadsword on his back that was as thick as a door. It weighed several tens of thousands of kilograms. This man was known as the Iron Sword Maniac. When he erupted with his full power, even an ordinary blue-robed emperor would not dare to clash head-on. The other person was a youth with a head full of silver hair. He gave off a ferocious killing chi. His appearance was delicate, but his eyes were scarlet. It looked like a demonic beast that was walking on 2 legs. In reality, this was indeed the case. The silver-haired youth was a member of the fiend race from the sea. He was a silver shark that had gained sentience and taken human form. In the Cloud Sea domain, he was even more infamous than the old fish eccentric. His killing methods were the cruelest. The last person was an old man whose face was covered with wrinkles. He wore a sackcloth garment, and although he looked very ordinary, his cultivation base was the highest among the 5. This old man had already touched the vast chasm between great Grandmaster-level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor. He was only a step away from forging a bridge. This old man's name was Gao Yangyu. He was the leader of the 5 great loose cultivators here. The 5 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain normally went their separate ways. Now, they were strangely gathered together. If they did not have a motive, no one would believe it. Gao Yangyu said, "Old fish eccentric, you have been to the treasure mountain 5 times in total. Are you really confident that the treasure mountain will appear here this time?" The old fish eccentric did not put away his fishing rod. He said calmly, "Everyone is not here yet. I will tell you when everyone is here." Right after the old fish eccentric spoke, huge waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The small boat drifted with the waves, rising and falling, looking very startling. Amid the strong winds and huge waves, an extremely young-looking man emerged from the waves. There was a wound on this young man's shoulder. Clearly, he had just undergone a huge battle. Blood flowed out, but his expression did not change, like he did not feel anything. The moment the young man stepped on the waves and passed through them, everything was calm and tranquil. He was like the king of the sea. Everywhere he went, no one dared to defy him. This will of a king could make everyone submit with just a raise of his hand. Xianxia. The gazes of the 5 people were all focused on this person. Their faces were solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. The youth before them was only a Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, he gave these great Grandmaster-level martial sages great pressure. Even Gao Yangyu frowned slightly, revealing a cautious expression. This youth before them had come to the Cloud Sea domain 4 years ago. Who knew what fortuitous encounter he had? In merely 2 years, he had killed his way to his current position among the loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain, becoming the 6th strongest outside of the 5 great loose cultivators. Now that everyone is here, we can speak. If nothing unexpected happens, the treasure mountain will appear in the sea in front after another incense stick's worth of time. The 5 looked in the direction that the old fish eccentric pointed. It was an extremely ordinary sea region. There was nothing strange about it on the surface. Xianxia frowned and said, "There does not seem to be anything special about this place. How do you know that the treasure mountain will appear here?" The old fish eccentric smiled and said, "The fish at the bottom of the sea told me. Whether you believe me or not, we will know after 1 incense stick's worth of time." The others were dubious. If they did not believe him at all, they would not have come all the way to the shattered Cloud Sea just because of 1 sentence from the old fish eccentric. After all, the other party was someone who had been to the treasure mountain 5 times. Time slowly approached. Soon, the time for 1 incense stick to burn could only be counted in seconds. Everyone stared at the sea that the old fish eccentric pointed at. Boom! After they finished counting in their hearts, a sharp horn suddenly shot up from the sea. In the next moment, the horn soared into the sky, bringing up a tall mountain that pierced the clouds. The surroundings of the tall mountain were shrouded in fog. They could vaguely make out a dilapidated palace, a remnant with a dense ancient aura, and the occasional flash of treasure light and colorful spirit herbs. The 6 great loose cultivators of the cloud, sea domain, all revealed expressions of joy in their eyes. The treasure mountain was indeed a bona fide treasure mountain. The old fish eccentric was right. Chapter 1035. Damn, did I see wrong? It looks like a treasure mountain. 5 kilometers away, a large ship passed by. When the cultivators on the bow saw the mountain rising out of nowhere, they all cried out in shock. The old fish devil narrowed his eyes and suddenly swung his fishing rod. The fishing hook carried a fishing line that was the same color as the air as it spun around and shot out. Before the person who spoke first could understand what was going on, the fishing line silently wrapped around his neck. The old fish devil revealed a cruel smile. He gently raised his wrist, and the head of the man 5 kilometers away flew into the air. A pillar of blood spurted out from his neck. Quick, run. It's the old fish devil of the 6 great loose cultivators. The cultivators on the ship cried out in horror, their faces filled with horror. The silver-haired man's lips curled up as he executed double kill. He threw a palm strike, and a huge, realistic silver shark leaped out of the water and swallowed up half of the ship. The silver shark even chewed on the cultivators who could not escape in time. When the silver shark sank into the water, blood spurted out, dyeing the surface of the sea red. Bang! Tai Jinquang drew his broadsword and chopped at the air. A pure scarlet sword chi surged out and shattered the remaining half of the ship. Naturally, the people on the ship were crushed as well, dying without a complete corpse. Madame Flower smiled sweetly and blew out a pinkish gas. It looked like pollen as it drifted with the wind. Many of the cultivators that came in contact with the pollen immediately rotted. Soon, they lost all signs of life, leaving only red bones that sank to the bottom of the sea. Gao Yangyu pointed at the air, and the cultivators flying in the air felt a vast law energy surging over. Heaven and earth were locked down, and the 10-odd corpses turned into powder and scattered with the wind. Xinyuan Zhantian did not make a move. As such, a few cultivators managed to survive the exchange and continued to flee into the distance. The silver-haired youth said coldly, "Xinyuan Zhantian, why did you not make a move? If you did, those people would not have been able to escape. The news of the treasure mountain would not have spread so quickly." Xinyuan Zhantian looked at the treasure mountain and said calmly, "There is no need. The sea route here is not remote. There are at least 10 ships passing by every day. Even if we kill all of them, the news of the treasure mountain appearing will quickly spread." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was not right, the old fish devil smiled and said, It's fine. At the very least, we have the initiative now. No one can get ahead of us. We will definitely be able to collect all those 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. Although there were many secret treasures in the treasure mountain, only those 10,000-year-old spirit herbs could attract a few rogue cultivators. Of course, if they also knew about the Million Treasure Pavilion, their attention would definitely not stop there. Gao Yangyu's eyes flashed with a trace of passion. He took the lead and flew towards the misty treasure mountain. The others followed closely behind and disappeared into the mist. After Xiao Chun consumed the heavenly origin pill and his heavenly laws took form, Mu Qinghan told him about the treasure mountain appearing in advance. Mu Qinghan looked straight at Xiao Chun and spoke directly, expressing his intentions. "Young Master One, I do not like to beat around the bush. There are some things that you can guess. No one will be a good person for no reason. I believe you're already guessing why I saved you. I can tell you now. I control the entrance to the Firely Sect's 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Similarly, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Chun Wenjun controls it. If you're willing, you can come with us and collect the treasures in there together." Then, Mu Qinghan gave Xiao Chun a detailed explanation of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's origins. Simply put, the 10,000 treasure pavilion was where the fiery sect stored its precious treasures. Not only were their secret treasures refined, but there were also other spoils of war, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, natural treasures, and all sorts of wondrous items. As long as they reached a certain value, they would all be stored in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Mu Qinghan observed Xiao Chen's expression, but did not discover much surprise on Xiao Chen's face. Indeed, Xiao Chen was not surprised. After all, Imo Chen mentioned to him 2 days ago that Mu Qinghan's cooperation had something to do with the treasure mountain. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I cannot make a decision on this for now. Go and ask Miss Imo. I'm now her bodyguard. I will go wherever she goes." Depression flashed in Mu Qinghan's eyes. One more person meant one more person to split the treasures. He would get even less. However, Imo Chen's relationship with Xiao Chen did not seem to be false. If he were not Imo Chen's bodyguard, how could he have killed someone in the city lord's residence in a rage? However, Imo Chen was pretty strong. In a one-on-one fight, she could defeat a superior grade martial sage by relying on the power of the 9 flames. Mu Qinghan quickly adjusted himself. He smiled and said, "In that case, many thanks, Brother Wen. I will go and discuss this with Miss Imo Chen. If Miss Imo agrees, I hope Brother Wen will not reject her." Mu Qinghan had seen Xiao Chen's strength for himself. He had fought against 8 superior grade martial sages alone and killed them easily. Even several Grandmaster-level martial sages could not do that. Wait, just as Mu Qinghan was about to turn around, his expression changed slightly. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Brother Wen, have you recovered your strength?" When Mu Qinghan entered earlier, he had not noticed it. However, now that he paid attention, he discovered that Xiao Chen's strength had already reached martial sage. Such a scene proved that Xiao Chen was not lying. He had indeed been injured, which resulted in his cultivation falling. Now that his cultivation had recovered to martial sage, his strength had improved. Furthermore, Mu Qinghan vaguely felt that Xiao Chen's strength was not limited to this. As Xiao Chen recovered his cultivation, he might even reach Grandmaster-level martial sage. With this thought, Mu Qinghan became even more determined to bring Xiao Chen along. Even if Imo Chen was not willing to enter the treasure mountain, he had to think of a way to get her in. "Yes, I have recovered somewhat," Xiao Chen said with a faint smile. Mu Qinghan smiled and said, "In that case, congratulations to Brother Wen. I will take my leave first." After saying that, Mu Qinghan left in a rush. Time waited for no man. Right now, Mu Qinghan's heart was already on the treasure mountain. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He definitely wanted to go to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Fortuitous encounters were hard to come by. This was a great fortuitous encounter. It would be a pity to give it up. However, everything had to go according to Imo Chen's wishes. If the trip to the 10,000 treasure pavilion conflicted with Mo Chen obtaining the Book of Heavenly Works, he could only give up on the former. Imo Chen had given Xiao Chen his solar true flame and helped him refine the Heavenly Origin Pill, as well as the Grief Pendant, which she would definitely give up on. Logically or emotionally, Imo Chen was in charge. After a while, Imo Chen arrived at Xiao Chen's room. Her expression appeared rather calm as she said, "I agree to Mu Qinghan's suggestion." Xiao Chen raised his head and said, "You seem to have known about it long ago." Imo Chen smiled mysteriously. The 10,000 treasure pavilion has existed on the treasure mountain for thousands of years without anyone discovering it. Have you ever wondered why someone suddenly found out about it? Furthermore, it just so happens that 2 merchant associations at odds with each other found out. Are you saying that someone deliberately leaked the news? Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows as he looked at Imo Chen. Could it be that you were the one who leaked the news? Imo Chen smiled softly and replied, "Naturally, it was me. The 10,000 treasure pavilion has ancient combat puppets refined by the fiery sect. If no one cleared the obstacles in front of me, how could I enter and obtain the Book of Heavenly Works? However, I did not expect that the 9 Calder Merchant Association would take a liking to you. You helped us in secret. The matter was not complicated. However, before Imo Chen met Xiao Chen, She had made some arrangements in advance. After thinking about it, Xianxia understood. Xianxia smiled and said, "That's fine. I am rather interested in the 10,000 treasure pavilion as well." Immortal nodded and said, "We do not have any conflict with Wuxia. He is interested in the treasures in there and does not know that the Book of Heavenly Works is in there. Someone is coming. Let's go." Xiaoqian's spiritual sense was sharp. He immediately stopped talking and went out with Immortal. The person who came was the manager. He led Xiaoqian and Immortal into the inner courtyard. There was another strong team there, consisting of 5 superior grade martial sages, 2 grandmaster-level martial sages, and 1 great grandmaster-level martial sage. As usual, this team entered the treasure mountain to deceive others. The other team was much smaller, consisting of the manager, Wuxia, Xiaoqian, and Immortal. 1 in the open and 1 in the dark. The team on the surface acted as cover and support. The team that truly entered the 10,000 treasure pavilion was led by Wuxia. The fewer people they could, the better. Ensuring that the news did not leak out was the biggest goal. The 10,000 treasure pavilion would probably do the same. As long as the news leaked out, they would face a lot of competition and chaos. What did I need to think to know? After the team on the surface left, Wuxia said sullenly, "We will leave through the secret path." Inside the 10,000 treasure pavilion, Chan Wenjun's arrangements were nearly the same as Wuxia's. After the team on the surface left, he led 2 Zodiac Hall disciples out of Shattered Cloud City through the secret path. In the City Lord's residence of Shattered Cloud City, the 7 City Lords all looked at Wang Zhan nervously. Wang Zhan, who sat in the middle, took a note from the leg of a messenger bird and read it. A sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. "How is it, Brother Wang? Are there any strange movements from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion?" Wang Zhan put away the note and smiled. "Like before, they send out their strongest cultivators. I did not see Wenziren in the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's team. That can't be. Doesn't that mean we miscalculated? It's over. This time, Wenziren probably ran far away and is no longer in the Cloud Sea domain." Wang Zhan said unhurriedly, "I have not finished speaking yet. There is no need to be in such a rush. Indeed, there are no strange movements on the surface. However, the 2 clans sent out another team in secret. I saw Wenziren in the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's team. I saw 2 elite disciples of Zodiac Hall's strongest astral palace, the Sun Palace, in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's team." The moment Wang Zhan said that, the other city lords immediately revealed expressions of joy. They had not waited in vain. Indeed, there was a big movement. Wang Zhan said coldly, "If not for me operating in the city for so many years and keeping an eye out for them, we might have been tricked by them this time. Send our people out as well. Just follow them from afar. This time, we will let them take the lead first. Then, we will personally make a move at the end. We will make them lose all their efforts for nothing." The treasure mountain appeared once every 100 years. It could affect all the cultivators, clans, sects, and loose cultivators in the entire Cloud Sea domain. Chapter 1036. When Xiaoqian's group arrived at the treasure mountain, more than 1,000 cultivators had already gathered in the surrounding sea regions. There were even more who entered the treasure mountain. Xiaoqian looked up at the treasure mountain. Just the part that floated above the water was more than 10 kilometers long. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg of the treasure mountain. Below the water, there was an even vaster main body, extending all the way to the legendary heart of the ocean. The bottom was even more mysterious and alluring. However, even with Emperor Wu's cultivation, he did not dare to casually dive in. As for the deepest part, to the heart of the ocean, even sovereign martial emperors had to be careful. Most of the martial artists would only search and explore the mountains that were floating above the water. Even though they knew that no one visited the depths of the ocean, that the remnant was still intact, and that the harvest would be even greater, no one would take the risk. This was because all those who took the risk died. The crowd surged, and lights of various colors flickered. The manager said, "There are really a lot of people. If we go to search for spirit herbs and try our luck outside, we will not be able to obtain any great benefits. This went without saying. Aside from the 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain who arrived first, there were too many people who arrived later. All the good things had already been snatched away. For example, if one person monopolized a herb field, the harvest would be startlingly vast. However, with tens of thousands of people fighting for it, even if it was split evenly among more than 1,000 people, its value would be greatly reduced. Mu Qinghan smiled and said, "Hence, I have never been interested in treasure mountains. If I had not obtained the news of the 10,000 treasure pavilion by coincidence, I would not have come to join in the excitement." Coincidence? Xiao Chan smiled silently in his heart. If Mu Qinghan knew that the so-called coincidence was just something arranged by Mo Chun, how would he feel? However, there was no harm in knowing. The two of them had different goals, so there would not be any conflict. At most, they would feel somewhat unhappy. Mu Qinghan turned around and said to Xiao Chun, "Brother Wen, our opponents this time are only those people from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. They invited 2 people from the Zodiac Hall. If I guess correctly, they should be the elite disciples of the Sun Palace, the top palace of the Zodiac Hall. At that time, we will have to rely on you. If we appear too weak, the other party will definitely not mind chasing us out." Xiao Chun said, "What if the opponent's performance is too weak?" Mu Qinghan shook his head and said, "The possibility is not high. If there were only one Sun Palace disciple, I might be able to make some moves. But since 2 of them have come, I only hope that they understand the big picture. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone if the fish dies and the net splits." It was clear that Mu Qinghan still doubted Xiao Chen's strength. After all, Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial sage. As for the Zodiac Hall's outstanding talents, they were all geniuses and had the ability to fight above their cultivation level. Even at the Grandmaster level, they could defeat existences at the Grandmaster level. In Mu Qinghan's opinion, as the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's personal disciple, Xiao Chun had a 60% chance of victory if he was not injured when fighting against the 2 Sun Palace elites. But now that he was injured and his strength had yet to fully recover, his chances of winning should only be 50%. It was more than enough to deter the other party and prevent the other party from getting any ideas. However, suppressing the other party would be a little difficult. In reality, Mu Qinghan's guess was not wrong. However, Xiao Chun was not Wenziren. Mu Qinghan had an even greater background than Wenziren. Xiao Chun smiled and did not argue. "Let's go." Mu Qinghan led the way, passing through the heavy fog. Then he gently drifted down and landed on the treasure mountain. The group moved away from the crowd and took a remote path. The mountain path was riddled with potholes. Several spirit herbs had been uprooted, not leaving anything behind. All sorts of fiery sect palaces and remnants could be seen on both sides of the path. As one walked, one could clearly feel the weight of history that time brought. Clearly, Mu Qinghan wanted to avoid the crowd, not going to the popular herb fields or the relatively intact palaces. However, it seemed like things did not go as he wished. Halfway down the path, the 4 ran into a silver-haired youth radiating fiendish qi. The silver-haired youth had an extremely relaxed expression. It looked like he had obtained a bountiful harvest before everyone else. At this moment, he was casually strolling around, trying to see if his luck was good enough to find some spirit herbs and hidden passages. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association?" The silver-haired youth's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Mu Qinghan. Tai Jinquang swept his gaze over the 4 of them. When he saw that there were no strong enemies, he revealed a malicious expression. Mu Qinghan frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, this silver-haired youth was one of the 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain, the Silver Shark Swordsman. "Go further away. I will pretend that I did not see you," Mu Qinghan said coldly. He couldn't be polite to these loose cultivators. The more polite he was, the more it would seem that he didn't have any trump cards up his sleeves. Instead, it would cause the other party to be even more fearless. The Silver Shark Swordsman swept his gaze over the 4 and felt confident. Mu Qinghan and the manager were Grandmaster-level martial sages. The veiled girl was only a medial grade martial sage. The remaining youth was even more ordinary, only an inferior grade martial sage. The two grandmasters were a little troublesome, but if he could get rid of the two small fries and no one bothered him, he would be able to deal with the two of them within 100 moves silently and without attracting any trouble. As the silver-haired youth thought to himself, he smiled and said, "Well said. Since young Master Mu has spoken, I will just leave." Mu Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of loose cultivator did not fear anything. He even dared to speak to the city lord's residence's people. If not for the fact that Mu Qinghan had more people on his side, the other party would not have been able to deal with him so quickly. Wuxia, however, in the time it took for a spark to fly, a strong wind blew and clouds churned. The silver-haired youth turned around and attacked at lightning speed. He flew over and turned into a huge silver shark. Then he opened his mouth wide and charged at Xianxia, who had the lowest cultivation. The silver-haired youth was incredibly fast. It was hard to imagine that he would suddenly attack with a killing move before his smile faded. Xiaoqian's lips curled up. Such a move might be effective against cultivators who had just left their sections. However, it was useless against him. From the moment this person appeared, he had never let down his guard. "Do you think I'm a pushover that you can bully as you please?" Kuan Peng fist, hating the heavens for being too low. A huge shadow suddenly appeared, covering the sky. Xiao Chan radiated a lofty aspiration and the aura of a ruler, hating the heavens for being too low. The instant the Kuan Peng spread its wings, Xiao Chun soared into the air. He spread his arms and kicked up a strong wind in the surroundings, causing the clouds to shatter. Not only did Xiao Chun not retreat, but he even took a step forward. Despite moving later, he suppressed the other party with his aura and punched. Bang! When the fist and palm met, cracks appeared on the ground. Rubble flew everywhere, and the entire mountain shook. The silver-haired youth could not stand steadily and retreated 10 steps. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. This was the result of him underestimating his opponent. Xiao Chun spun around 3 times and landed firmly on the ground. The instant his feet touched the ground, the shaking mountain stopped shaking. "Huh, I was just joking. Little friend, you are pretty strong. Your vital qi is astonishing. I will take my leave first." The silver-haired youth had suffered a loss. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be a hidden expert, so he moved back, wanting to leave. However, the silver-haired youth's thoughts were as quick as lightning. He was cunning and full of schemes. After suffering a significant loss, he immediately calmed down and stopped attacking. Instead, he started plotting something else. Xiao Chun watched coldly as this person left, not saying anything. "Young Master One, I did not expect you to know such a martial technique." This fist technique, which is close to a profound technique, actually managed to force back the silver shark swordsman. Seeing Xiao Chun force back the silver-haired youth with one punch, Mu Qinghan felt both startled and happy. The silver-haired youth was one of the 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain. He was infamous. Now, Xiao Chun forced him back with one punch. This time, Mu Qinghan had unintentionally picked up a treasure. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm. He shook his head and said, "This person only underestimated his opponent. He was not severely injured." "Huh, no matter what, I'm even more confident in this trip to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion," Mu Qinghan said with a smile, his face filled with joy. The group continued forward. Xiao Chun kept an eye out and extended out his spiritual sense. Indeed, Xiao Chun saw that the silver-haired youth had not left yet. A messaging talisman flew out of his hand, like he was summoning someone. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense. It looked like the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's plan of splitting the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion equally was impossible. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun told Mu Qinghan everything he saw. After all, Xiao Chun was indebted to the other party. If they continued according to the original plan and waited for the Silver Shark Swordsman to gather people, not only would they not obtain the treasures, but they might even lose their lives. When Mu Qinghan heard that, his expression changed greatly. Then he asked to confirm, "Brother Wen, are you sure you did not see it?" Knowing that the other party would definitely suspect him, Xiao Chun said calmly, "I guarantee that what I saw was real. There is no benefit in lying to you. You know that. Damn it, that Silver Shark swordsman must be gathering the other 5 great loose cultivators. He thinks that my 9 Calder Merchant Association still has experts that have not arrived, and that he is not a match for them alone," Mu Qinghan said hatefully. His expression was extremely depressed. Xiao Chun could only blame his bad luck for running into the Silver Shark swordsman, one of the 6 great loose cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain. If he could kill the others to silence them, the news would not leak. Then, he would not have to go through so much trouble. What should we do? If we continue, we will definitely expose the location of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. At that time, the 6 great loose cultivators will benefit for nothing. Mu Qinghan could not think of a solution. Anxiety appeared on his face. Emo-chan said softly, "How about this? Let's spread the news of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's location and let all the cultivators in the Treasure Mountain rush in. Young Master Mu, you can call back the other team. With a great Grandmaster-level martial sage holding down the fort, we should be able to gain something." Amid the chaos, the 6 great loose cultivators' deterrence will be much weaker. Furthermore, these loose cultivators are all unruly, unwilling to submit to anyone else. When they see the treasures that interest them, they will definitely attack each other and become scattered. You will have plenty of opportunities. How can this do? My clan's young master put in a lot of effort to obtain the entrance to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. How can we give it to others for no reason? The moment the manager said that, he immediately rejected Mo Chen's suggestion. Chapter 1037. Mo Chen smiled faintly and said, "It is just a suggestion. Whether you agree or not naturally depends on young Master Mu's opinion." Mu Qinghan thought for a while. Then, determination flashed in his eyes. "Let's do that, then. Manager, go and call back Elder Lu's team. After that, spread the news of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's entrance. No matter what, we cannot let those bastards loose cultivators benefit." Indeed, Mu Qinghan was right. If they followed the original plan, the ones who would benefit the most would be the 5 great loose cultivators. However, the premise of all this was that the 4 did not know that the 8 blue-robed emperors in Shattered Cloud City were already stealthily heading for the Treasure Mountain. They had already stealthily set off for the Treasure Mountain. In a situation that no one expected, a bona fide quasi-emperor was interested in a mere Treasure Mountain. Furthermore, there were 8 of them traveling together. After 15 minutes, a piece of exciting news spread throughout the Treasure Mountain. Do you know? The location of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was discovered. It is at the Sage Cliff. The 9 Calder Merchant Association leaked the news. Is it true? It is. I heard that the 6 great loose cultivators all headed there. It is definitely true. Who cares if it is true or not? We will know once we go and take a look. The Sage Cliff is not far away. If it is true, we will have made a huge profit. The news of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's entrance at the Sage Cliff spread like wildfire. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100. Soon, all the cultivators in the Treasure Mountain were excited. Cultivators of various cultivations all rushed to the Sage Cliff. The Sage Cliff was a cliff on the vast Treasure Mountain. It had carvings of the fiery sect masters and divine grade refiners. This place was barren, and there were no palaces. Cultivators rarely came here, as there were no spirit herbs or secret treasures. However, no one expected that the entrance to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was behind the Sage Cliff that no one expected. When the countless cultivators arrived, they saw that a dark hole had already appeared in the cliff. They all rushed in excitedly. Not far away, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Shun Wenjun's group showed extremely sullen expressions. They had not expected the 9 Calder Merchant Association's people to expose the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's entrance. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Feng, sorry. I did not expect such a result, Chun Wenjun said to the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples in a low voice. The 2 Sun Palace elite disciples were called Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying. They were among the top 10 of the Sun Palace's younger generation. Lu Xiaoyu wore the golden battle robes of the Sun Palace, embroidered with the majestic scene of a golden crow sun. He waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. As long as the location of the 10,000 treasure pavilion is real, it's fine. As for the trash in front, I'll kill as many as I can. Chun Wenjun said carefully, but I heard that the 6 great itinerant cultivators are also preparing to enter. When the time comes, Feng, Chun Wenjun said carefully, Chun Wenjun and said, Chun Wenjun and Wenjun, I heard that the 6 great loose cultivators preparing to enter. Chun Wenjun smiled and said, What are you saying? Both of you are peerless geniuses and have the ability to fight above your cultivation level. Why would I look down on you? Lu Xiaoyu was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, Never mind. Junior brother Feng, junior brother Chun is an outer sect disciple of the cyclic astral palace. Finding the entrance to the 10,000 treasure pavilion is already a great merit. If we can obtain a few true treasures, we will definitely shine in the Four Seas Hero Gathering in half a year. When Feng Xing heard about the Four Seas Hero Gathering, he revealed an expression of hope. He said heroically, Let's go. The Cloud Sea domain is just a small place. If the blue-robed emperor does not come out, who can stop us? On the other side, the instigator of this matter, the Silver Shark Swordsman, was caught off guard when he saw this dramatic turn of events. The old fish devil looked at the people rushing around and smiled. Silver Shark Swordsman, your unique information does not seem to be unique at all. Now, everyone in the entire treasure mountain knows about it. The Iron Sword Kwong said sullenly, I'll go first. After saying that, he took a big step forward and turned into a blazing meteor, flying towards the sage cliff. Madame Hua laughed tenderly. This concubine will go first as well. Silver Shark Swordsman, it looks like I have to thank you for this. Xianyuan Zhantian did not say anything. He only glanced at the Silver Shark Swordsman before withdrawing his aura and silently heading for the sage cliff. The old fish devil laughed loudly and said, This old man will be leaving as well. Silver Shark Swordsman, it looks like it was not you this time, but the people from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. They will definitely not expose the location of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. This is a good deed. Soon, only Gao Yangyu and the silver-haired youth remained. Gao Yangyu smiled gently and said, Silver Shark Swordsman, how about we travel together? The Silver Shark Swordsman's lips twitched. Then he smiled and said, I'd better go alone. What a joke. This Gao Yangyu's cultivation was originally only a step away from the blue-robed emperors. Earlier, when he charged into the treasure mountain, half of the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs ended up in his hands. If Gao Yangyu consumed a 10,000-year-old spirit herb that could increase his law energy, he would be able to break through to the blue-robed emperor in one go. No matter who he traveled with, the Silver Shark Swordsman would not travel with this Gao Yangyu. At that time, Gao Yangyu might swallow him up until not even his bones remained. Gao Yangyu looked at the sage cliff in the distance, and his expression changed. He muttered, Regular king-grade secret treasures are not very useful to me. In the 10,000 treasure pavilion, only the profound cultivation techniques are suitable for me. As for the Book of Heavenly Works and the legendary divine weapon, the Emperor Shooting Sun Bow, they are too vague. Right, in that case, I will target the profound martial techniques. I will kill whoever tries to compete with me. Gao Yangyu's tone was cold, but it contained an unparalleled tyranny and confidence. It was like all the profound martial techniques in the Sage Cliff were already his. Then, he raised his leg and casually took a step forward, disappearing from where he was. No one noticed that the instant Gao Yangyu raised his foot, the winds and clouds in the surroundings changed, creating a myriad of phenomena. When he raised his hand and stomped his foot, he stirred up the winds and clouds. Young Master One, we will part ways here for now. We will meet again in the future if we are fated. Mu Qinghan gathered another team. Now, there was an additional great Grandmaster-level martial sage, a Grandmaster-level martial sage, and several superior-grade martial sages. Their strength soared significantly. With the change of plans, Xiao Qin's value decreased significantly. Naturally, Mu Qinghan was no longer willing to travel with Xiao Chun. It was not worth it to continue offending the 8 blue-robed emperors. Between the gains and losses, Mu Qinghan made his decision. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. We will meet again if we are fated. Given Xiao Chen's meticulous thoughts, he naturally guessed what Mu Qinghan was thinking. However, this was fine as well. This suited Xiao Chun. He already knew about the entrance to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. If not for the other party's kindness, he would not have traveled with him. Emo Chan said softly, "This young Master Mu is really decisive." Once he changed his plans, he instantly stirred up this mess even more. When he felt that he was at a disadvantage, he immediately abandoned his original partners without hesitation. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "He did not do anything wrong. After all, he is a businessman and needs to consider his gains and losses. However, there are some things that cannot be measured by the value of business alone. Between gains and losses, sometimes suffering a loss is the best thing to gain." Emo Chun entered deep thought, mulling over Xiao Chen's words. After a while, she said, "Come, let's go in as well." Following Emo Chen's footsteps, the two entered the Sage Cliff together. The cave in the Sage Cliff was a passageway. Illumination stones were embedded in the ceiling, giving off a weak light. The entire passageway was dark. When Xiao Chun and Emo Chun entered, most of the cultivators had already entered impatiently. Only a sparse number of cultivators walked forward in groups of 2 or 3 excitedly. Emo Chen's attire had already changed slightly, and Xiao Chen's attire was extremely ordinary. At this moment, no one would pay special attention to the two. Soon, the two reached the end of the passageway. A pair of bronze doors appeared before them. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on the doors, chasing one another. This showed the Tao of Yin and Yang. It seemed to contain some of the Firely sect's refinement methods. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of reminiscence. This door was very familiar. He was once in the Sky Dome realm, in the underground forest, in the Firely sect branch ruins. All sorts of scenes appeared in Xiao Chen's mind like it was yesterday, vivid in his mind. Those outstanding talents were no longer around. Only he was still walking alone. Sky Dome Realm, Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Qingyan Peak. Is elder sister Ruyue doing well? Xiao Chen once thought that he was a cold-blooded person. He could leave his thoughts in the depths of his heart, in the corner of his heart. If he did not think about it, he would temporarily forget about it. However, when he saw the real thing and saw it, several things appeared uncontrollably in his mind. Trashy master, don't overthink. Seeing Xiao Chen reminiscing about the past, appearing confused, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, immediately reminded him. Ao Jiao has always been around. Xiao Chun smiled to himself. Little Ao Jiao, thank you. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Mo Chun beside him. He wondered if he could see this girl again after this matter. Mo Chun was very observant. She noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Chun. She asked out of concern, "What's wrong with you? Did you go to the Firely sect branch in the past and remember the past?" Xiao Chun was startled. Was my expression that obvious? Haha, I guessed right. The Firely sect branches are spread all over the world. This place is said to be the main hall. I wonder if that is true or not. There is such a thing? Xiao Chun asked. Is there news of the Book of Heavenly Works? Don't worry, it is definitely true. My Mo clan's ancestors were once the masters of many small sea domains between the Southern Sea and the Northern Sea. The Cloud Sea domain is just one of them. The news came from my ancestors, so it can't be wrong, Mo Chun said confidently. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that he once obtained a mysterious sword hilt from a mountain flame giant outside the Firely sect remnant in the Sky Dome realm. Back then, the situation was urgent. Although he obtained it, he had not gone to take a look. Now that he was back at the Firely sect, he remembered this. After some effort, he found the sword hilt in the somewhat chaotic universe ring. Xiao Chun exerted some force, and the sword hilt shattered, revealing a golden, phoenix-shaped jade pendant that looked like a burning flame. However, when Xiao Chun placed it on his palm, it felt cold, looking extremely strange. Hey, this is the key to the secret path. Why do you have one as well? Imo Chun immediately recognized this item. At the same time, she took out a phoenix-shaped jade pendant. Although the jade pendants were all heavenly phoenixes, their movements were very different. Chapter 1038. Xiao asked out of curiosity, "What is this?" Imo Chun explained, "This jade pendant of mine was passed down from my ancestors. Whether we can obtain the Book of Heavenly Works or not depends on it. This piece of yours should be the key to some secret room. However, if we cannot find the corresponding secret room, this key is useless." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian's interest diminished significantly. He put away the jade pendant and said, "Let's go. We have to help you obtain the Book of Heavenly Works quickly. If we delay, something might happen." Imo Chun nodded, and the unlatched doors opened once more. Then, the two formally entered the 10,000 treasure pavilion. The instant the doors opened, an unpleasant smell of blood wafted out. The shelves and the boxes on the stone pillars were all opened. The ground was littered with recently dead corpses. The blood had not dried yet. Aside from dying at the hands of cultivators, most of them died to the restrictions of the treasures. Every box and treasure here had restrictions and ancient mechanisms that could not be casually touched. The first floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion was already incomparably complicated. The pathways extended in all directions. If one walked around carelessly, they might not even know the way to the second floor. Imo Chun took out a rough map and glanced at it. Then, she advanced unhurriedly. Along the way, she did not even glance at the stone rooms or the treasures on the shelves. Soon, they arrived at the passageway to the second floor. There was a thin barrier there, blocking several cultivators from entering. Bang! 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 Two inferior-grade martial sages attacked the barrier. However, the barrier did not budge at all. Instead, it reflected their attacks. The two vomited blood. Unexpectedly, the last strike had shaken them to death. The other cultivators who were preparing to test the barrier paled in fright. They no longer dared to make a move. They all hoped that when an expert broke the barrier, they could take the opportunity to pass through. Xiao Chun felt startled in his heart. The rebound force of this barrier might not be half of what he sent back. It might be double or even triple. Of course, there was definitely a limit. It could not go on indefinitely. As long as one passed that threshold, it could be easily broken. There were many cultivators here. Xiao Chun did not want to attract attention. He hugged Imo Chun, not allowing her to struggle. Then, he pushed off the ground and soared into the air, turning into a saber. Buzz! A resplendent saber light came from Xiao Chen's body, shining like the sun. Everyone's vision blurred as they heard the hum of a saber ring out beside their ears. When they opened their eyes again, the crack in the barrier was slowly mending. Damn, where did this expert come from? In the time it took for a spark to fly, someone instantly broke through the barrier. The waiting cultivators all cried out in alarm. There were also quite a few people who were secretly cursing. Since they were going to go, it would be good to bring two people along. Get lost. Just at this moment, a rough shout resounded, and two strong auras surged over. The bodies of the cultivators were tossed into the walls like sandbags. They were badly mutilated and died on the spot. Everyone turned around and saw two rays of light as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the hall as if it was daytime. It's Zodiac Hall, a disciple of Sun Palace. Run! The remaining people were greatly startled. Zodiac Hall was a huge place in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, these are the elite Sun Palace disciples. How could they dare to remain here? They are indeed trash. Before the two of us made a move, the Sun Astral might smash them to death. Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Xing said indifferently as they put away the solar astral banners above their heads and looked at the mangled corpses on the ground. The mouths of Chun Wenjun and the great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association twitched. They could not bear to watch. Most of the cultivators on the first floor were only martial monarchs. How could they block the solar astral banners that the two had refined with tens of thousands of kilograms of divine materials? Lu Xiaoyu played with a mysterious black metal in his hand, a faint smile on his face. Feng Xing smiled and said, "Senior brother, your luck is pretty good. You managed to obtain an ancient iron heart on the first floor. Even if you melt it down, you can exchange it for 100 tons of divine materials." Lu Xiaoyu said indifferently, "This iron heart is the core component of the Firely Sect's combat puppets. If we can comprehend its secrets and forge combat puppets that can learn martial techniques, they will be worth far more than 100 tons of divine materials." A dim look flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes as he said, "Unfortunately, even the rare divine-grade refiners cannot comprehend its secrets. Without the Book of Heavenly Works, everything is for naught." Chun Wenjun whispered, "Senior brothers, that saber light earlier seemed to be from Wenziren. The person he brought with him was Mo Chun." Feng Xing exclaimed softly, "What's wrong? Do you have a grudge with him? This Wenziren humiliated a subordinate clan of mine. That Mo Chun also grasps the unique refining techniques of the Mo clan. I have always wanted to annex this clan." Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. After some thought, he said, "Mo Chun, this girl is quite famous. Unfortunately, she is disfigured." Feng Xing said casually, "Let's give chase and take a look. After all, this place is very big. We won't be able to cover it in a short time. We can just find something to do." When Chen Wenjun heard this, he rejoiced. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, senior brothers. I'll go and tear open the barrier." Feng Xing's lips curled up as he said, "It is just a small barrier. There's no need to go over personally. Watch me." With a flip of his hand, the solar astral banner appeared in his palm. The banner fluttered, and a beam of flame shot out, burning the entire barrier. Disdain flashed in the eyes of the two as they flew over. Chun Wenjun recovered his wits and quickly gave chase. He was horrified at the strength of the Sun Palace disciples. The 10,000 treasure pavilion had a total of 5 floors. With each floor, the might of the barrier would double. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he found it somewhat strenuous to break the barrier in the end. At the start, Chun Wenjun's group easily broke the barrier. In the end, Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Xing had to work together to break it. All the peak experts of this treasure hunt were gathered on the 5th floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Xiao Chun and Feng Xing walked very carefully. Mo Chun chose the path with great care. However, this place restricted the use of spiritual sense. Xiao Chun did not notice that the people of the Sun Palace were following him from a distance. On the 5th floor, every stone room contained a high-ranked king-grade secret treasure, a divine weapon from the ancient era, all sorts of natural treasures, or even ancient divine materials. Of course, it was not that easy to obtain them. The stone rooms had strong restrictions and traps. If one was not careful, they might fail to find the treasure and end up losing their lives. All sorts of miserable cries rang out on the 5th floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion. From the moment Xiao Chun and Feng Xing arrived, they had not stopped. Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Xing, who were following behind them, showed grave expressions from their initial carelessness. Even a fool would know that something was wrong with Xiao Chun and Mo Chun, who were following them, not even glancing at the various stone rooms and secret treasures. Excitement flashed in Feng Xing's eyes as he muttered, "Interesting. We were just looking for something to do. Unexpectedly, we caught a big fish." Chun Wenjun smiled gently and said, 5,000 years ago, the Mo clan was the master of this sea region. The treasure they are searching for is definitely not simple. It is either the legendary Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao or the even more mysterious Book of Heavenly Works. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao is one of the top 5 divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking. Is it really in the headquarters of the Firely Sect? Shock flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Lu Xiaoyu did not find it strange that the Book of Heavenly Works was in the Firely Sect. After all, this divine canon was the foundation of the Firely Sect. However, no one had heard of the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao being in this treasure mountain. That was a divine weapon that had been missing for tens of thousands of years. If not for the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao's name being on the divine weapon ranking, many people would have thought that this divine weapon was damaged and disappeared. Chun Wenjun smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "It is just a rumor. In the past, when the treasure mountain appeared, someone once saw it shoot out an arrow and kill a golden crow descendant that flew by. That golden crow descendant was the black dragon eagle, a spirit beast comparable to the blue-robed emperor. However, it was killed by this arrow light. Hence, this rumor appeared in the Cloud Sea domain. As for whether it is true or not, there is no way to verify it. Feng Xing did not believe it. The rumor is somewhat false. However, this Imo Chun has been very cautious along the way. She has already made 3 detours. Even if it is not the Book of Heavenly Works or the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao, it is definitely a valuable treasure." Lu Xiaoyu nodded, and a fervent look flashed in his eyes. "We really did not come for nothing this time. We 2 senior brothers will definitely shine brightly in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. At that time, even the outstanding talents of the Sun Palace will be inferior to us. At the same time, in the 5th floor of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, some people rejoiced, some people cried out miserably, and some people felt depressed after obtaining a treasure. The Silver Shark King youth carefully broke a restriction in a stone room and obtained a king-grade battle armor that contained 89 formations. He was overjoyed. With this secret treasure, my defense will double." The silver-haired youth pondered for a moment before saying, "The restrictions in this place are a little strange. Even I cannot break through some of them, and some of them strengthen according to my strength. I should spend some time refining this secret treasure first." Xianyuan Zhantian vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at the pile of shattered combat puppets on the ground with lingering fear. He said sullenly, "This combat puppet is very powerful. It clearly only has the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, but it even knows a profound martial technique. I nearly died here." Xianyuan Zhantian glanced at the treasure chest on the stone platform in front. Then, he took a step back and smashed the treasure chest with a palm strike from a distance. A poisonous fog quickly spread out. Xianyuan Zhantian had been prepared for this long ago. He sent out a palm wind and quickly scattered the poisonous fog, not staining it at all. When the poisonous fog scattered, a yellowed secret manual was revealed. Xianyuan Zhantian put on a pair of gloves and waved his hand to pull the secret manual over. There was a bloody word "forbidden" on the cover. Xianyuan Zhantian carefully flipped through it and revealed an expression of joy. Although it is not a profound cultivation technique or martial technique, this forbidden art can instantly increase my combat prowess tenfold. It would be great if it did not reduce my lifespan. This forbidden art was called the Wheel of Life and Death. Once it was executed, it would reduce a cultivator's lifespan by 1 year. Chapter 1039. Even after becoming the blue-robed emperor and having 1,000 years of lifespan, Xiao Chun did not dare to use it casually. Only when he became Emperor Wu and reached 2,000 years of lifespan would he dare to do as he pleased. Compared to Xiao Chen's deities descending, there was a huge disadvantage. However, the advantage was clear. Xiao Chen's tenfold combat prowess could only erupt for an instant. The Wheel of Life and Death could last for several breaths. The strongest of the 6 great loose cultivators, Gao Yangyu, felt extremely upset at this moment. He had barged into 3 stone rooms with martial techniques in a row. In the end, all of them were heaven-ranked martial techniques. There was not a single profound martial technique or cultivation technique. Right now, I only know one profound martial technique. I have to find another one. Otherwise, even one of the 8 city lords would not be confident of victory. Gao Yangyu's eyes flickered with great ambition. Based on what he said, it seemed like he could fight with the blue-robed Emperor City Lord now and have a 50-50 chance of victory. Mu Qinghan's group was rather lucky. On the 5th floor, they had already broken 3 restrictions and obtained 3 king-grade secret treasures. However, the rather miserable thing was that only Mu Qinghan, the manager, and that great Grandmaster-level martial sage remained. The value of the 3 king-grade secret treasures was definitely not worth the deaths of so many people. Mu Qinghan showed a sullen expression as he clenched his teeth and prepared to continue breaking restrictions. Otherwise, Not only would he not gain anything from this trip to the treasure mountain, but he would also suffer a great loss. Given his character, he would not agree to this. After making 8 detours, Imo Chun and Xiao Chun did not fear trouble. They went back a few more times to avoid being followed. This made Chun Wenjun's group very careful. If not for Lu Xiaoyo's sharp eyes and quick hands, they would have been exposed a few times. Young Master One, is there a need to go to so much trouble? Imo Chun asked, finding it strange. Along the way, Xiao Chun had been overly cautious. Since the second floor, I have felt that something is wrong. Xiao Chun looked around and said, forget it. Maybe I'm overthinking things. I have turned back a few times, but I have not seen them. Come, let's go to the 6th floor of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. If he could still use his divine sense, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Unfortunately, the walls of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion contained a special array and restriction. Not only could it absorb the energy of the aftermath of the battle, but could also restrain the existence of divine sense and mental power. The two of them weaved through the corridors, making many turns before stopping in front of a dead end. Xiao Chun went forward and knocked on it. The wall was solid, and there was no hidden compartment behind it. Imo Chun moved her fingers, and a red light flickered on her fingertips. Then, wondrous formations appeared on both sides of her. This was a strange, secret technique derived from the supreme magic skill of the immortal epic, the Great Divination Technique. Of course, by the time it had been passed down, it had already weakened quite a bit and could no longer be called a divine ability. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this Imo Chun is really talented. She has all kinds of talents. Refining medicinal pills, refining treasures, brewing wine, designing wine cups, and now she even dabbled in the nearly lost secret techniques. Based on the many layers of talisman formations around her, it was clear that she had very high attainments in these secret techniques. She did not just have a superficial understanding of them. As Imo Chun made her divination, clumps of white light started moving around the walls on both sides. After a while, the clumps of light stopped. Then, Imo Chun sent out a palm wind and struck that brick. Huang dang. The wall at the end of the corridor suddenly parted, and a long passageway appeared before the two. Imo Chun took the lead and walked in. So that was the case. The wall in front was indeed solid. However, she needed to make some divination before she could find the secret compartment. Without this divination technique, no matter how powerful her magic skill was, she would not be able to find the secret compartment. When the two reached the end of the passageway, a staircase appeared in front. If they followed the staircase, they would reach the mysterious 6th floor. When the two arrived at the upper floor, a 1-kilometer-long stone room appeared before their eyes. Simple, life-size combat puppets with a strong metallic texture floated on the ground. Xiao Chun counted the number of these combat puppets. There were about 100 of them. They stood in 10 groups in the stone room. Each group had a jade strip giving off a bright light floating above them. These jade strips are all profound martial techniques or cultivation techniques. Every time you use a jade strip, you will have to face the attacks of 10 combat puppets. Imo Chun explained softly, the combat puppets will adjust their combat prowess according to the challenger's cultivation. They can adjust their combat prowess up to Emperor Wu's level. Xiao Chun was startled. To think that the ancient Firely sect was so strong. They could even refine combat puppets of Emperor Wu's level. The fact that the combat puppets could adjust their combat prowess should be to test their disciples. They would not let the genius disciples easily obtain profound martial techniques or cultivation techniques. They would also not let the disciples with weaker talent fail to obtain profound martial techniques because the difficulty was too high. They did their best to create a fair environment. Xiao Chun felt excited. Right now, he was only an inferior grade martial sage. However, his combat prowess was more than enough to defeat a great grandmaster level martial sage. That was to say, even if he used all 10 jade strips, he would only have to face 100 combat puppets with the combat prowess of an inferior grade martial sage. Joy appeared on Xiao Chun's face. He thought to himself, I wonder if this counts as cheating? Probably not. After all, a special existence like me can only appear because of many coincidences. Since ancient times, I am probably the only one. Young Master One, I will go and take out the book of heavenly works first. Given your strength, it should not be a problem for you to subdue 1 or 2 jade strips. Mo-chan took out her fiery phoenix pendant and headed for a stone platform in the center of the stone room. Xianxia nodded. Then, he opened his hand and collected all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. Whoosh! The previously lifeless, statue-like combat puppets suddenly began to move in unison. The dust on their bodies exploded in an instant, creating deafening booms. Mo-chan, who was at the side, was stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao-chun took the risk and collected all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. However, what shocked Mo-chan even more was yet to come. These combat puppets, the strongest of which was as strong as Emperor Wu, exploded with one punch from Xiao-chun. The 5 heaven dragons behind Xiao-chun surged up and down, roaring ferociously in unison. Xiao-chun's punch contained 25,000 tons of force. When combined with the Dragon Claw Fist, which burned his vital qi, he was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Occasionally, Xiao-chun executed the Kuan Peng Fist, sweeping through a large area. A strong wind blew, the heaven dragon roared, and the great rock spread its wings, hating the sky for being too low. Mo-chan gaped slightly, her eyes filled with incredulity. She even forgot what she was doing as she watched. When Xiao-chun finished off the 100 combat puppets, he waved his hand and sucked all the steel hearts into his universe ring. Only then did Mo-chan recover her wits. Mo-chan smiled bitterly. She really could not compare herself to others. There was a groove on the surface of the stone pillar. It happened to fit the fiery phoenix pendant in her hand. Without much thought, Mo-chan inserted the jade pendant. In that instant, a fierce flame burned on the stone pillar. An ancient book carved from bamboo soared up from the flame. The words Book of Heavenly Works were carved on the frontmost bamboo leaf, looking very eye-catching in the flame. Mo-chan looked at Xiao-chun joyfully. She said somewhat excitedly, "Young Master One, it really is the Book of Heavenly Works. I obtained it." Xiao-chun smiled faintly, feeling happy for Mo-chan. He understood Mo-chan's current feelings. He said softly, "Congratulations, Miss Mo. You got what you wanted." Mo-chan smiled warmly and said, "Many thanks, young Master One." Along the way, there were many combat puppets and barriers at the gates. If not for you, Mo-chan would not have obtained the Book of Heavenly Works so easily. While Mo-chan felt happy, she also felt somewhat disappointed. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, there was no need for Xiao-chun to remain by her side. Although Xiao-chun did not know the other party's identity, he was not someone she could make stay in the insignificant Cloud Sea domain. They had met by chance at the seaside. He had suddenly appeared and killed people in a rage in the city lord's residence. When he saw her face, he was willing to extend his cold hand to give her one last bit of warmth. However, in the end, he did not belong to the Cloud Sea domain. He did not belong to this insignificant sky. Xiao-chun felt somewhat sorrowful. In the end, he had to leave. There were not many people in this world that could be considered friends. Girls that could make him look at them in a new light were even rarer. Without a doubt, zither, go, calligraphy, painting, the mystical arts, and the medical arts. Mo-chan was proficient in all of them. However, she had a different kind of stubbornness. She was such a girl. The atmosphere was somewhat strange. The two did not say anything. Mo-chan smiled bitterly and said, "After obtaining the Book of Heavenly Works, I will be able to become the blue-robed emperor in less than 10 years. At that time, I will be your bodyguard and protect you for 10 years. Blue-robed emperor. As long as Xiao-chun was willing, he could absorb another 10 peak spirit veins and return his cultivation to its peak. Together with Neptune's crown, he would be able to defeat the blue-robed emperor without Mo-chan's protection. However, at this moment, he would just treat it as a white lie." Xiao-chun smiled and said, "Good. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to become the blue-robed emperor. I'll wait for you to knock on the Emperor's door and personally see you remove the veil on your face." Dong, dong, dong. Urgent footsteps rang out. Chun Wenjun led the Sun Palace's Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Xing, as well as the great Grandmaster-level martial sage of his clan, to the 6th floor of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. The Book of Heavenly Works. When the group saw the eye-catching words in the blazing flame, they immediately became excited. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Good. It was not in vain for us to hide here and there and follow Miss Emo-chan for so long. Many thanks, Miss Emo-chan. Without you, even if Emperor Wu came, he would not have been able to find the Book of Heavenly Works. You have worked hard. Now scram immediately. I'm in a good mood and can spare one of you." Xiao Chan frowned slightly. Then he smiled and said, "So, you are disciples of the Zodiac Hall's Sun Palace. No wonder I did not discover you on the way back." Feng Xing smiled coldly and said, "It's good that you know our origins. Quickly scram. Don't think that after killing 8 pieces of trash, you are some powerful demonic genius, not knowing how high the heavens are." The smile on Xiao Chen's face did not fade. "Is that so? I'll return those words to the two of you. Don't think that just because you are an elite disciple of the Sun Palace, the heavens are only so high and the earth is only so thick. You are seeking death." The killing intent on Feng Xing's body immediately burst forth. Chapter 1040. A baleful wind swept over. Combined with Xiao Chen's strong aura of kingship, it felt like an enraged marquis roaring in the cold wind amid 5,000 kilometers of dry bones. The Sun Star was the most tyrannical and kingly star among the millions of stars. The Sun Palace disciples were like the Sun Star, filled with the aura of kingship, unparalleled and tyrannical. For the sake of nurturing the tyranny of the Sun Palace disciples and cultivating the Sun Scripture, the Zodiac Hall gave every disciple great authority, establishing their authority and reputation. It affected the mental state of these disciples invisibly, causing their king's Tao to be everlasting, like the eternal sun, their arrogance soaring into the heavens. When fighting with ordinary cultivators, this king's chi used the might of the solar star. Sometimes, with a ferocious roar, it could frighten the opponent, making them tremble in fear. However, the other party had found the wrong person. Showing off the tyrannical aura of kingship before the Emperor True Dragon, the Blue Dragon King, was no different from showing off before Guan Yu. It was just a naive joke. Xiao Chun took 2 steps to the left without leaving a trace. Then he stretched out his hand and shielded Emo-chun behind him. Then he glanced back. It seemed like a pair of invisible eyes suddenly opened in the world. The other party's tyrannical and horrifying aura silently vanished without a trace when Xiao Chun glanced at it. Feng Xing and Lu Xiaoyu exchanged glances and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. How could a surging aura vanish without a trace just because of a glance? Chun Wenjun observed their expressions and smiled. "Senior brothers, there is no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Let our first elder make a move." Lu Xiaoyu thought to himself, although this great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Treasure Heaven Pavilion was not worth mentioning to him, and he could defeat the other party within 100 moves, Xiao Chen's earlier glance felt strange. However, Xiao Chen's earlier glance gave him a strange feeling. It would be good for a great Grandmaster-level martial sage to test him out. Lu Xiaoyu slowly nodded in agreement. "Sorry for the offense." Without needing to say anything more, the old man behind Chun Wenjun narrowed his eyes and leaped forward. He unleashed his aura and formed hand seals with both hands. The undulating mountain ranges merged into one, like a huge dragon raising its head. 50 kilometers of mountains and rivers, the aura of a true dragon raising its head, all appeared in this seal. That's right. Even I wouldn't dare to be careless against this dragon head seal. Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Xing secretly nodded. Xiao Chun faintly smiled. He spread his arms, displaying the stance of a Kuan Peng spreading its wings. With a tap of his feet, his body soared into the sky like a Kuan Peng, traversing 8,000 miles in a single breath. I hate the heavens for being too low. not allowing me to travel freely. That was not enough. A divine light descended. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, executed tenfold combat prowess. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, like the sound of the sky shattering. The moment the divine light entered his body, Xiao Chun punched out. Before the Azure Dragon King, a mere little dragon like you dares to raise your head? Kneel! He shouted angrily. Cracking sounds echoed out as the mountains formed by the old man's palm strike shattered one after another. Eventually, all of the mountains were destroyed. When all the mountains shattered, the old man vomited blood, along with his shattered internal organs. Plop! The old man's lifeless corpse was forced to kneel by Xiao Chen's might, no longer able to raise his head. This scene startled Lu Xiaoyu and Feng Ziying. With a flip of their palms, the solar astral banner slowly rose up, giving off a dazzling golden light. All the light in the world gathered over, looking like a blazing sun rising from the two's palms. As the sun rose, it displayed its grand ambitions. The overwhelming might of the kingship Tao was like a gushing waterfall about to pour down for 500 kilometers, ready to erupt. How can the light of a grain of rice dare to compete with the bright moon? Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes, and a bright moon rose up behind him. The moon was like fire, filled with thousands of kilograms of hot-bloodedness. The fire would not extinguish, not extinguishing even after 1,000 years. Back then, when Xiao Chun drank the 1,000-year flame that Imo Chun brewed, he had comprehended something. However, he had not been able to figure it out. Today, when he saw these two, the blazing sun between his palms immediately merged. All his comprehensions and gains were contained in this 1 month. This move was called 1,000-year flame. Under the suppression of the bright moon, the rising solar astral banners between the two's palms were forced back. Eventually, they returned to their palms, no longer giving off any light. The fierce flame continued to burn. The wine of the 1,000-year flame was an intoxicating shade of red, bright and glistening. However, the flame was made of hot-bloodedness. In that instant of lofty aspirations, that unbridled lofty sentiments and unruliness. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, Xiao Chun laughed loudly and stretched out his palm. All the hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments of the Blue Dragon King, all the unruliness and unruliness, all the loneliness and solitude. The instant Xiao Chun stretched out his palm, he displayed it vividly. The joys and sorrows of partings, laughter, anger, and curses, all the lofty aspirations were in this one palm strike. Boom! The two insufferably arrogant, elite disciples of the Sun Palace were instantly crushed to dust. Chun Wenjun, who was pushed to the side, vomited a mouthful of blood and crashed into the wall, fainting. Flawless Bright Moon was as red as wine and as blazing as fire. This was the 1,000-year flame. This palm strike contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness, blasting out a lofty aspiration. Under the bright moon, Imo-chan was somewhat engrossed in that frozen figure. It was like she saw Xiao Chen's sorrow, loneliness, lofty sentiments, and hot-bloodedness. There were also many things that she was familiar with. The 1,000-year flame, the intoxicating red, the hot-bloodedness. This palm strike used the comprehensions from the wine cups to infuse all of her emotions into it. Imo-chan had never seen or heard of such a palm technique before, finding it incredible. When the bright moon vanished, Xiao Chun slowly landed on the ground. Imo-chan stepped forward and asked softly, "Is this palm strike the 1,000-year flame?" Xiao Chun turned around and smiled faintly. "Indeed, you're the only one who can understand this palm strike. However, it is not perfected yet. There are still many areas that need to be improved and refined. Its might should be stronger." Imo-chan shook her head and said with great certainty, "I feel that this palm strike does not have to be the strongest. Why does a martial technique have to focus solely on offensive power? This palm strike of yours is carefree and unrestrained. The joys and sorrows of partings, joy, anger, sorrow, joy, lofty sentiments, hot-bloodedness, and lofty aspiration are all in this palm strike. If you focus only on its might and offensive power, that would be too unfortunate. Perhaps in the future, you will no longer be able to display the momentum and sentiments you had today. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Mo Chen's words confused him for a moment, causing him to sink into deep thought. Of course, this is just my opinion as a woman, a small opinion of someone standing at the side. Perhaps it is wrong. Don't mind it, Mo Chan said with a faint smile. Xiao Chen smiled warmly and said, "How can that be? You are right. Perhaps the 1,000-year flame is really as you said. Let's not talk about this anymore. Quickly go and get the Book of Heavenly Works, lest something bad happens." Mo Chen nodded. Then she stretched out her hand into the blazing fire and grabbed the Book of Heavenly Works, which was strung together with bamboo leaves. When the fire extinguished, Mo Chen looked down, and a strange expression appeared on her face. "Hey, my jade pendant is missing. There is such a thing?" Xiao Chun went forward to take a look out of curiosity. Indeed, that was the case. Mo Chen's Heavenly Phoenix jade pendant had disappeared from the groove in the middle of the stone pillar carved with all sorts of formation lines. This jade pendant should be some kind of energy that can activate the formation lines. When the formation lines are activated, the energy is exhausted, and the jade pendant disappears. Ao Jiao analyzed rationally for the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen thought for a while and concluded that this should be the case. He raised his head and said, "Let's go. This has nothing to do with us." Mo Chen's gaze turned grave, but she did not move. "Wait a moment." The shape of the groove changed. "Take out your jade pendant and compare it." Xiao Chun took out the fiery Heavenly Phoenix jade pendant and compared it. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that it matched perfectly, not at all different. Mo Chan said excitedly, "Quickly put it in, then." My Heavenly Phoenix jade pendant obtained the Book of Heavenly Works. Logically speaking, your jade pendant should be able to obtain something no worse than mine. Xiao Chun could not help feeling excited. Unexpectedly, the sword hilt that the Sky Dome Realm's Firely sect had kept for almost 10 years actually found a home in the Firely sect's headquarters. Wait a moment. Don't act rashly, Ao Jiao reminded from the immortal spirit ring. Ao Jiao's horizons were broader than Mo Chen's. She felt that there was something wrong with the formation lines on the stone pillar. They seemed to be connected to an extremely destructive ceiling formation. You decide for yourself. If there is a harvest, there will definitely be a harvest. However, the commotion you cause will be rather big. Xiao Chun thought for a while. Naturally, Ao Jiao's words were most likely correct. However, if he gave up on this fortuitous encounter, it would be too much of a pity. The fortuitous encounter was right before him. If he did not grasp it, he would regret it 100 years later. To gamble or not to gamble? I'll gamble. Xiao Chun steeled his heart and waved his hand. Mo Chun, stand behind me. Mo Chun vaguely felt that the formation lines on the stone pillar's surface might be connected to something very destructive. So, she obediently stood behind Xiao Chun. After calming his emotions, Xiao Chun carefully and solemnly inserted the Heavenly Phoenix jade pendant into the stone pillar. The instant the Heavenly Phoenix jade pendant was inserted, the formation lines on the stone pillar's surface started to light up. A liquid that looked like lava flowed on the pillar. Finally, it burst into flames and burned fiercely. However, it was somewhat surprising. Nothing came out of the flames. This disappointed the nervous and expectant Xiao Chun and Mo Chun. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, nothing changed. As the flames burned, no treasure appeared. It was not like earlier, where the Book of Heavenly Works was summoned out after being placed in. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "It looks like I was overthinking. Perhaps someone already took the treasure away, or it has been too long, so the formation lines lost their effect." These were the only two possibilities. However, it did not matter. This was something unexpected in the first place. If there was, it would be a pleasant surprise. If there was none, there was no need to be too disappointed. Ka! 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 Just at this moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the stone pillar. As the cracks spread, the entire 10,000 treasure pavilion started shaking violently. The shaking intensified. Rocks fell from the ceiling of every floor. Some unlucky cultivators were injured by the rocks. Cracks appeared on the walls everywhere, and they were accompanied by the incessant shaking. All the signs pointed to one fact. The 10,000 treasure pavilion was about to collapse. Quickly run! Quickly run! The 10,000 treasure pavilion is going to collapse. Immediately, panicked footsteps resounded. No matter which floor the cultivators were on, they all started running for their lives. Chapter 1041. However, that was not the extent of the collapse. The cultivators who came out of the 10,000 treasure pavilion were shocked to discover that the treasure mountain that floated out of the water started to shake violently. Cracks spread everywhere. The seawater in the surroundings churned intensely. Waves surged up, rising and falling with horrifying waves. Even the sky had turned dark at some point in time. Heavy clouds covered the sky, and a line connected it to the sky. What's going on? What's going on? The treasure mountain seems like it is going to explode. Why is the treasure mountain reacting so strangely? The treasure mountain has appeared several times before, but such a thing never happened. A valuable treasure must be appearing soon. Otherwise, it would not cause such a huge commotion. Tens of thousands of cultivators fled the treasure mountain in panic, making wild guesses all over the place. These people stood in the distance, feeling nervous as they watched the treasure mountain on the verge of exploding. There were also some bold and skilled people who remained quietly in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Even if the treasure mountain exploded, great Grandmaster-level martial sages would be able to protect themselves from harm. None of the 6 great loose cultivators on the 5th floor had left. This was especially so for Gao Yangyu. Unexpectedly, he even had an excited expression on his face. I wonder which unlucky fellow activated the restriction. Based on the situation, a valuable treasure must be appearing. I lucked out. A sinister look flashed in Gao Yangyu's eyes. His law energy flowed continuously, forming a firm protective barrier to protect himself. A careful look would reveal that his law energy had already broken away from heavenly sage laws and turned into the higher-level heavenly laws. It contained the power of an Empyrean, faintly merging with heaven and earth, possessing a mysterious Tao. However, this profound Tao did not seem very stable, appearing and disappearing at times. It was unknown whether it was done on purpose or for some other reason. Inside the stone room, Xiao Chun and Mo Chun showed extremely grave expressions. They had not expected the commotion to be so great. The stone pillar in front of Xiao Chun was slowly peeling off. What was sealed beneath, it would be revealed very soon. Boom! When the stone pillar completely collapsed, the treasure mountain that had risen to the surface of the water suddenly exploded, causing a huge explosion that shook the heavens and shook the earth. Countless towering waves rose one after another, forming a magnificent spectacle. The seawater flowed backward. Primal chaos shock waves radiated out. Several cultivators who were standing too close bore the brunt of the shock waves and were crushed into powder. A beam of light soared into the skies. A powerful pressure radiated out in all directions. Caught off guard, tens of thousands of martial artists fell into the water, their laws and veritable essence in chaos. He looked up carefully and saw a simple and imposing divine Bao floating quietly in the treasure light. This was the king of the Bao, able to comprehend the profound and transform into a deity, able to shoot down the sun in the sky, able to pierce through the bright moon in the sea. Emperor, shooting sun Bao, someone exclaimed in a low voice. The legend was true. The Emperor shooting sun Bao was really in this treasure mountain. The Emperor shooting sun Bao was a divine weapon ranked within the top 5 of the divine weapon ranking. It was comparable to a primordial emperor treasure, the peak of spirit weapons. After being lost for more than 10,000 years, it reappeared in the world today. All along, the rumors of the Emperor shooting sun Bao on the treasure mountain had never stopped. At this moment, they finally verified the reliability of the rumors. The divine weapon shooting sun Bao was indeed in the treasure mountain. The way it appeared was extremely tyrannical. The entire peak of the treasure mountain that floated above the water was blasted away. The surrounding cultivators felt excited, their blood surging. However, no one dared to move. None of them flew towards the treasure light soaring into the sky. If it were a king-grade secret treasure, there would definitely be a huge crowd of people rushing over. However, a treasure that far surpassed their strength actually calmed them down. Everyone knew that if they were not strong enough, even if they managed to snatch such a treasure, they would not be able to leave this sea alive. Quick, look! There are still people around the treasure light. When the crowd squinted, they saw 6 people in the vicinity of the treasure light, some near and some far away. Under the illumination of the treasure light, the appearances of these 6 people could be seen clearly even from several kilometers away. These 6 people were the 6 great loose cultivators that remained in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Damn, it's the 6 great loose cultivators. It's over this time. They will definitely snatch away the Emperor, shooting Sunbow. Those city lords have already lost confidence in the treasure mountain. Without the blue-robed Emperor, no one can stop these 6 great loose cultivators. How unfortunate! To think that the divine bow is going to end up in the hands of a few evil loose cultivators. No matter who it was, the 6 great loose cultivators were infamous in the Cloud Sea domain. When they killed people, they were unreasonable and temperamental. Seeing that the divine bow was about to end up in the hands of these loose cultivators, the loose cultivators naturally felt indignant. Although they were angry and upset, no one dared to take a step forward. I'll go first. This little lady will be taking this bow. Madame Hua laughed. Her graceful figure looked very charming under the light. She smiled gently and blocked the might of the treasure light as she flew towards the pillar of light, soaring into the sky. Go away. Someone was even faster than Madame Hua. An unparalleled king's aura surged over as the heavenly war halberd in her hand chopped down. It was like the wrath of a king caused blood to splatter for 500 kilometers around. With a gentle chop, everyone submitted. It carried a boundless might as it forced Madame Hua back. On the other side, the old fish devil, the silver shark swordsman, and the iron sword maniac fought a chaotic battle. Their killing chi was boundless. No one was willing to submit to the other. Only Gao Yangyu stood in the distance with a cold smile on his face. He stood upright with his hands behind his back as he looked at the divine bow floating in the air. He did not move a single step as if he did not intend to make a move. The 5 great loose cultivators fought fiercely. This was truly shocking. It was unexpected, but it was reasonable. However, no one dared to make a move. This was because Gao Yangyu's gaze swept through the surroundings, intentionally or otherwise. He was like a towering king, deterring people from taking even half a step forward. Old friends, stop fighting. I want the bow. In the future, when I unify the Cloud Sea domain, I will definitely repay everyone for their kind intentions. After thinking for a while, Gao Yangyu, who had not made a move all this while, suddenly made a move. A huge suction came from his palm, pulling the sun shooting bow over to him with a buzz. I just knew that you would not be able to keep your composure. Wishful thinking. It would be strange if this old lady agreed. If you unify the Cloud Sea domain, how can we survive? Stop dreaming, Gao Yangyu. Immediately, the 5 people fighting stopped at the same time. Then, they each sent out a suction, pulling the sun shooting bow over to them. This bow was an ownerless item. Furthermore, it had been asleep for 10,000 years. Its item spirit was already dead, and most of its magic abilities were gone. Despite its strong might, it was being pulled over by a few minor characters who were not even Emperor Wu. This was a kind of tragedy for a divine weapon. Even for a divine weapon that was not on the divine weapon ranking, the competitors were at least at the level of the blue-robed emperor. Gao Yangyu frowned slightly. Just as his patience reached its limit, a figure suddenly appeared under the sea. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Before everyone's eyes, the figure grasped the Emperor shooting sun bow tightly in his hand. The treasure light that filled the sky immediately vanished, and the dark clouds that connected the sky moved in all directions, slowly disappearing. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and sunlight shone down, sweeping away the dark space. Naturally, the one holding the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow was the one closest to the divine bow. After the treasure mountain exploded, Xianxia had been hiding in the water without moving. When the sunlight shone on the face of the person holding the bow, several people immediately exclaimed. This name had recently appeared like a meteor in the Cloud Sea domain, attracting attention. In Shattered Cloud City, when Xiran had killed 8 young city lords in a fit of rage, 8 blue-robed emperors were searching for him everywhere. Unexpectedly, he had appeared in the treasure mountain. Furthermore, he had forcefully made a move before the eyes of 6 great loose cultivators, forcefully grasping the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow. Xianxia held the bow in his hand and fiddled with it like there was no one around. He praised, "Not bad. Even if the item spirit no longer exists and most of its divine might is lost, this bow should still rank as the top bow in the world. Right, I can give it to first senior sister." Shui Lingling had helped Xianxia countless times, from the moment he arrived in the Kunlun realm until now. However, Xianxia did not have anything he could take out to repay this favor. Today, he coincidentally obtained this divine bow. It seemed like the will of heaven. Suddenly, Xianxia looked around and happened to meet Xianyuan Zhantian's gaze. The two of them felt this was strange. They had not expected to meet each other here. Unexpectedly, they ran into an old friend from the Sky Dome realm in this insignificant Cloud Sea domain. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled helplessly as he sent a voice projection. "It looks like I have no more chances. I will not make a move. Be careful of this Gao Yangyu." After sending the voice projection, Xianyuan Zhantian silently withdrew while everyone focused their attention on Xianxia. "Brad, it's you again." The Silver Shark swordsman recognized Xianxia with one glance. He drew his sword, and killing chi spread out from his body. He did not hold back at all as he pushed off the ground and charged at Xianxia. He leaped into the air, stepping on the Silver Shark. Layers of waves, one after another, surged behind him. When the cold light point arrived, the Silver Shark's body trembled. When the cold light arrived, there were already 999 layers of waves. With each layer, the might of this sword increased slightly. By the time the 99 layers were completed, the might of this sword had already increased by more than 5-fold. This was the Silver Shark swordsman's killing move, Wave Surging. When its aura was at its peak, the Silver Shark swordsman thrust his sword out. His entire movement was very smooth, perfect, drawing the sword flying horizontally, storing up power, stacking waves, and thrusting out. All these were completed in the time it took for a spark to fly. Those with weaker eyesight would not be able to see so many things. They could only see that when the Silver Shark swordsman thrust his sword, 99 layers of waves appeared. Good timing. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and put away the sun-shooting bow. Then he stretched out his hand. 100 true dragons roared ferociously in Xiaoqian's dantian. Those were the materialized heavenly sage laws. His law energy had reached a whole new level. In terms of might, they were comparable to heavenly laws. This was the first time Xianxia executed Flawless Bright Moon with his materialized heavenly sage laws. It was extremely resplendent. His entire index finger glowed like jade. It was simply the most perfect finger in the world. There were no adjectives that could describe the beauty of those fingers. Dang! Xiaoqian's finger pressed against the other party's sword tip. The two extremely strong forces clashed in the air, giving off a melodious and ear-splitting sound. The entire space trembled and flowed like water, forming an intense spatial storm. Chapter 1042. A horrifying energy surged over. However, Xiaoqian's body was like a mountain, not moving at all. With one finger, he forced back the incoming enemy. The cultivators in the distant side. In their opinion, the Silver Shark swordsman's sword strike was already terrifyingly strong. However, Xianxia calmly stretched out a finger and forced back the other party. The Silver Shark swordsman took 10 steps back in the air. He was somewhat shocked to discover that his law energy had increased fivefold. Compared to the other party, his law energy was still slightly inferior. This one Xiron's law energy should be so pure. In reality, aside from Xiao Qian's materialized law energy, the assistance of his great perfection saber soul was also the reason for such an effect. The Silver Shark Swordsman, who had just reached small perfection, was not strong enough before Xiao Qian. Otherwise, with Xiao Qian's current cultivation, he would not be able to injure the other party. To the cultivators of the Cloud Sea domain, these loose cultivators were extremely strong, far stronger than regular great grandmaster level martial swordsmen. However, along the way, Xiao Qian had killed many great grandmaster level martial swordsmen and seen all sorts of great grandmaster level martial swordsmen. He had even fought with the blue-robed emperor. Aside from the old man who had yet to make a move, which made Xiao Qian feel some fear, these people before him were only SOSO. This scene not only shocked the Silver Shark Swordsman, but also the other three loose cultivators. Heavy shock flashed in their eyes. Originally, they had been ferociously preparing to work together. However, now, they actually hesitated for a moment. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. They still dared to hesitate before a huge battle. No wonder they could only flaunt their might in this insignificant place, gaining some ferocious reputation. If you're not going to attack, I will. Xiao Qian's figure flashed. Facing these four loose cultivators, the old fish devil, the iron sword maniac, Madame Flower, and the silver shark swordsman. Instead of retreating, Xiao Qian turned into a saber light and charged at the weakest Madame Flower. Madame Flower revealed a startled expression. In a fluster, she opened her mouth and spat out a red poisonous fog. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and inhaled, directly swallowing this poisonous fog. After refining 100 drops of dragon marrow, his physical body had already reached the peak of rank 4 sage body. This level of corrosive poison mist could not cause any damage to his body at all. Madame Hua, who was in slight disbelief, was slightly taken aback. Her poisonous mist that could turn a person into red bones did not have any effect at all. While she was distracted, Xiao Qian's fist did not show any mercy. It landed on her body, causing her to vomit a mouthful of blood. She was severely injured. Let's go together. Ironsword Maniac was the first to react. The broadsword in his hand slashed out. The powerful explosive power behind it made this attack seem very frightening. Xiao Qian frowned slightly and did not clash head-on. His eyes lit up as he instantly found the weakness of this move. Then, he turned around and materialized his flawless saber, Dao, to its limits. Crisp saber images filled the air as he turned around and swung his saber. The sword body trembled, instantly dispelling the berserk power. The old fish devil charged over with his fishing rod. The silver shark swordsman gritted his teeth and charged over again. Madame Hua's figure was ethereal as she flew around, continuously attacking Xiao Qian. The four worked together to surround and attack Xiao Qian. However, they did not feel relaxed at all. Saber hums filled the air, ringing endlessly like the most beautiful zither music in the world. Xiao Qian, who was surrounded, used his body as a saber, dealing with every move, firmly suppressing the four. Xiao Qian could not be bothered to continue fighting. His gaze turned cold, and a bright moon soared into the sky behind him. The moon was like fire, burning endlessly. The joys and sorrows of partings, lofty aspirations, hot-bloodedness, all are in my palm. 1,000-year flame, inextinguishable, only I am undefeatable. Xiao Qian, who held the upper hand, suddenly unleashed his aura. A bright moon leaped out from behind him and hung high in the air, looking like a blazing flame. The bright moon in the sky was like a river of time. Many different Xiao Qians leaped out of the river. Some were sad, some were unruly, some were as calm as autumn water. Xiao Qian sent out the same palm strike as Xiao Qian under the moon. The four great loose cultivators felt an unparalleled force from the palm strike. Their internal organs instantly ruptured. They vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back 5 kilometers. Then, They fell into the water and fainted. What kind of palm strike was this? It spoke of joy and sorrow, of partings and reunions, of lofty aspirations, of hot-bloodedness. It was as satisfying as strong wine, as fiery as inextinguishable hot-bloodedness. With one palm strike, the four great loose cultivators of the cloud seed domain flew back 1 kilometer, their fates unknown. Who in the younger generation could have such elegance? Who exactly was Wenziren? With such startling strength, he should have been famous in the entire heavenly starry ocean long ago. Why had no one heard of this name before? This was a mysterious person, an unresolvable question. All the cultivators who saw this scene wondered who exactly he was. Some of the more knowledgeable cultivators had heard of the flawless saber, Dao, before. They guessed in their hearts, but that person was already a great grandmaster-level martial sage long ago. He could not be compared to Wenziren at all. Xianxia, who had already retreated far away, felt depressed. He revealed a bitter smile on his face. Some people really could not be used as opponents. Otherwise, it would be a shadow in one's heart for life. Of the 6 great loose cultivators, Xianxia had retreated, and the other 4 had fainted. Now, only Gao Yangyu, who had not made a move yet, remained. After seeing Xiao Qin's strong strength, if nothing unexpected happened, this divine bow would end up in Xiao Qin's hands. You are so strong at such a young age. You are ridiculously strong. If not for this treasure mountain and my fortuitous encounter, you might have had a chance today. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Gao Yangyu did not show any worry when facing the strong Xiao Qin. He seemed very confident and in control. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Gao Yangyu smiled faintly and no longer suppressed his strength. He took a gentle step forward in the air. With this step, the winds and clouds changed color. The winds blew, and the clouds moved in all directions. The winds and clouds swallowed up a great scene. When Gao Yangyu raised his foot, he stirred up the winds and clouds. This was the mark of the blue-robed emperor. Immediately, a horrifying aura spread out from Gao Yangyu's body, making it hard for others to breathe. Blue-robed emperor. Gao Yangyu broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. Wenziren is finished this time. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu found a 10,000-year-old spirit herb in the treasure mountain and broke through the bottleneck of great grandmaster-level martial sage, becoming a major character that can stir up the winds and clouds. No wonder he is so confident. He actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm. Even if he enters and exits the blue-robed emperor realm, he would be able to suppress Wenziren with such strength. The difference in cultivation is too great. If Wenziren were a great grandmaster-level martial sage, he might have a chance. Now, he has no chance at all. The situation suddenly changed. Gao Yangyu, who had not made a move yet, actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm. From now on, there would be another major character in the Cloud Sea domain. If Gao Yangyu obtained the divine bow, he might even be able to unify the Cloud Sea domain in a few years. How unfortunate! This fellow took advantage of this opening. The 8 city lords would not have expected the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow to really appear in the treasure mountain. On the surface of the sea, Imo Chun, who had been very confident in Xiao Chun, could not help but reveal a worried expression. Why can't I be stronger? If I were stronger, I would be able to help him. Xiao Chun now understood why Xianxia warned him to be careful of this person. Gao Yangyu was actually someone who had just entered the blue-robed emperor realm and could stir up the winds and clouds. Gao Yangyu could tell that Xiao Qin's origins were not simple. He said calmly, "You do not belong to the Cloud Sea domain. Hand over the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow, and I will not make things difficult for you." Xiao Chun was someone who had just entered the blue-robed emperor, yet he dared to speak such nonsense before him. This was simply too presumptuous. After this matter, Xiao Qin's identity would be completely exposed. He would no longer be able to remain in the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Qin glanced at Imo Chun in the distance and sighed to himself. "We will meet again if we are fated." When Xiao Chun turned his head back, his expression turned cold. He said in a cold voice, I really want to know how you're going to make things difficult for me. What right do you have to make things difficult for me? Just based on your half-baked blue-robed emperor cultivation? Xianxia shouted and waved his hand. The many peak spirit veins in his universe ring turned into roaming dragons and flew out. Crystalline spiritual rain fell from the sky. Splash, splash, splash. As the rainwater hit the water, it tinkled endlessly. These are peak spirit veins. Someone exclaimed softly, feeling it strange. How could Xianxia have so many peak spirit veins? Xianxia took out a total of 10 peak spirit veins. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed them all. The spiritual rain vanished, and a blazing sun-like light came from Xiaoqian's body. It was as dazzling and piercing as the sun. Light and heat came from his body, directly vaporizing the seawater below. Mist rose into the air, making it hard for people to see what was happening inside. They could only feel a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from within. Gao Yangyu's face sank, and his eyelids twitched for some reason. He had a bad feeling. Gao Yangyu felt anxious and wanted to make a move. However, he could not see anything in this mist, so he did not dare to act rashly. This situation did not last for long. With the continuous and undulating dragon roars, the mist dissipated with a loud bang. 10,000 dragons danced behind Xiaoqian, looking ferocious. The ferocious dragon roars caused the seawater to churn. Huge waves rose up and down endlessly. Among the dragons, Xiaoqian's attire changed. He now wore the azure Neptune headscarf on his forehead and the clear wind robes, which equaled a peak king-grade secret treasure, infused with the Blue Dragon King's insignia. At this moment, the Blue Dragon King returned to its peak, rising from the ashes and advancing further. 10,000 dragons soared. What kind of grand scene was this? The cultivators of the cloud sea domain gaped. They had never seen this scene before in their lives. Their minds paused for a moment. Shock that came from the bottom of their hearts reverberated in their minds for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dragon-shaped laws entered Xiaoqian's body. With each law that entered, Xiaoqian could feel his strength increase significantly. When all 10,000 laws entered his body, Xiaoqian experienced an unprecedented strength. With a wave of his hand, he could split mountains. The law energy surged endlessly. He could execute several killing moves that he could only execute once or twice in the past, as he pleased without having to worry about exhausting his law energy. A hazy scene appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. He saw a ravine that connected heaven and earth. After crossing the other shore, he could ascend to the great Tao and knock on the emperor's door. The chasm between heaven and earth, the chasm between great grandmaster-level martial sages and Emperor Wu that Elder Qin spoke of, he finally saw it with his own eyes. It turned out that the scene on the other shore was so glorious. Now that Xiaoqian had returned to his peak, the blue-robed emperor was within reach. He could start constructing the bridge to heaven at any time. Chapter 1043. Shock flashed in Gao Yangyu's eyes. When he saw Xiaoqian's current attire, he paled somewhat as he exclaimed, "You are not Xianxia. You are the Blue Dragon King Xiaoqian that the Thunder King personally appointed." At this moment, the mystery that troubled everyone, who exactly Xianxia was finally revealed. Long ago, when Xiaoqian used the flawless saber Dao, someone had already guessed that Xianxia was an alias and that his true identity was the Blue Dragon King. However, at that time, Xiaoqian was only an inferior grade martial sage. No one could connect him to the Blue Dragon King. At this moment, Xiaoqian's cultivation had returned to its peak. He had changed into the clear wind robes with the Blue Dragon King's insignia and the iconic Neptune headscarf. Who would not recognize him now? During the king conferral ceremony, Xiaoqian had defeated the outstanding talents everywhere, even the famous Fu Honyao of Zodiac Hall, causing him to flee while covering his face. Who in the world did not know the Blue Dragon King? Even the distant heavenly starry ocean, even if they had not seen his portrait, they would have heard of his name. The descendant of the Qing Emperor, the new generation Blue Dragon King, the peak of the Kunlun continent's younger generation, the white-robed Xiao-Chun. Imo-chan was somewhat stunned. Imo-chan was slightly stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. He had already guessed that Xiao-Chun had a great background. However, he had not expected it to be this great. It was so great that it completely surpassed his expectations, far surpassed his imagination. The 9 Calder Merchant Association's Mu Qinghan was dumbfounded. To think that he chased away such a legendary character like the Blue Dragon King. No wonder he dared to kill people in the City Lord's mansion. The Blue Dragon King even dared to cut the divine son Di-Wuk in half. Why would he care about a few descendants of the blue-robed emperor? Right now, Neptune's old subordinates are searching the world for him, wanting him to hand over Neptune's crown. They definitely would not expect Xiao-Chun to be in our insignificant Cloud Sea domain. There's going to be a good show to watch. Although Gao Yangyu is the blue-robed emperor, he has only just become a blue-robed emperor. Against a peerless genius like Xiao-Chun, the chances of him winning are now 50-50. There is still a chance. After all, it is the blue-robed emperor. It will be difficult for Xiao-Chun to defeat Gao Yangyu. Xiao-Chun had recovered his strength, and his identity was exposed. The surrounding cultivators all went into an uproar. No one had expected this. No one had expected the answer to be so shocking. When Xiren was the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-Chun, such a legendary character, Gao Yangyu's expression turned sullen. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao concerned whether he could unify the Cloud Sea domain or not. Even if the other party was the Blue Dragon King, he had to fight for it. There is a huge difference between a blue-robed emperor and a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Without stepping into the realm of the blue-robed emperor, you will never understand how strong the blue-robed emperor is. Xiao-Chun, hand over the divine Bao. I am willing to give you all my gains from this trip to the treasure mountain. Gao Yangyu's stance was unyielding, but his words implied that he was making a significant concession. Xiao-Chun said coldly, blue-robed emperors are also divided into different levels. You are just a blue-robed emperor who has just started building bridges and has not even reached small perfection. Do you think I care about you? How arrogant. Today, even if you're the Blue Dragon King, I will make you fall here. Meteor punch. Gao Yangyu snorted coldly and stopped speaking. He took a step forward and stirred up winds and clouds. Then, he punched with a boundless aura at Xiao-Chun. Gao Yangyu's fist contained the might of a meteor falling from the sky. His entire body turned into a blazing flame. When he took a step forward, it seemed like he could even pierce through the barrier of the sky. The explosive energy contained in the flames made even the cultivators 10 kilometers away feel fear. Is this the full power strike of the blue-robed emperor? How horrifying! I probably cannot even block half a punch. When several people saw Gao Yangyu's full power strike stirring up winds and clouds, wanting to pierce through the sky, they all felt fear in their hearts. Xiao-Chun's expression remained calm. The blue-robed emperor's strike was indeed horrifying. However, Xiao-Chun's law energy had already taken form. Every move of his could draw out vast energy. How could he feel fear? Your punch contains the will to pierce through the sky, wanting to pierce through the barrier of the sky. I have a punch as well. I hate the sky for being too low, not enough for me to spread my wings and soar. Xiao-Chun spread his arms and faced Gao Yangyu's punch with a startling aura. He did not hesitate to clash with it. A huge shadow shone down. The Kuan Peng spread its wings and soared for 5,000 kilometers, hating the sky for being too low. The two fists clashed, and startling energy surged out in all directions like the tide. The winds and clouds moved, and the sky changed color. Xiao-Chun, who was in the air, did not take a step back. Instead, he knocked Gao Yangyu back. Even the blue-robed emperor was knocked back by this punch. Xiao-Chun could not help but feel proud. He smiled and said, "Is this the difference between heaven and earth that you were talking about? You're only SOSO. Receive another punch from me." Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Eternal Myth. A golden light encased Xiao-Chun, and an indomitable deity appeared behind him. This deity looked exactly like Xiao-Chun, solemn and dignified, exuding a supreme might. Sagely songs resounded in the surroundings, praising Xianxia. Xiaoqian's legend resounded in the air. An epic scene appeared in all directions. Who was the legend? Not the distant deities, not the ancient sages. Instead, it was the nearby Xiaoqian, who carried 10,000 dragons and sword, eternal and inextinguishable. Bang! When the divine might gathered, the illusory deity behind, Xiaoqian, suddenly froze the instant he punched. It was like it was real as it punched together with Xiaoqian. When a deity made his move, a huge fist arrived in an instant. The great martial technique that Gao Yongyu had condensed and the momentum he gathered was scattered. With one punch, Gao Yongyu vomited blood and flew back. There was no trace of the blue-robed emperor's might, no trace of the demeanor that an expert like the blue-robed emperor should have. Gao Yongyu was beaten into a sorry state by a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Dusk of deities. Xiaoqian's expression remained calm. He did not feel complacent at all. He had to beat the blue-robed emperor to death in one go. Otherwise, when the blue-robed emperor caught his breath, he would not be able to avoid a fierce battle. The setting sun looked like blood, and dusk arrived. The legend came to an end, and a dirge resounded. Scarlet meteors tore through the sky, and it looked like a hazy rain of blood. The aura of the apocalypse spread in all directions. Everyone felt a sense of sorrow. It was like a civilization was withering before their eyes. Xiaoqian had studied this dusk of deities several times. Furthermore, he had personally seen the mysterious phenomenon of Emperor Forsaken's clone falling. He had already comprehended most of it. Using the scene of the apocalypse to bring out the state of the end was the essence of this punch. Punch after punch, the legend followed the apocalypse. Xiaoqian beat Gao Yongyu until he could not even respond. The momentum that he had just gathered scattered again. His complexion paled, and blood flowed out of his mouth continuously. Gao Yongyu moved his hands, and a horrifying aura flowed out. A surging flame appeared on his body. Trying to execute a profound martial technique to put your life on the line? It would be strange if I gave you the chance. Die. Xiaoqian pressed on, not giving his opponent any chance to turn the situation around. A strand of divine light entered his body as he executed the myriad heaven-divine fist, deities descending. Xiaoqian's punch increased his combat prowess tenfold. A mist of blood soared into the air. Xiaoqian's punch directly smashed Gao Yongyu's corpse into nothingness. 3 punches. With just 3 punches, Xiaoqian killed a person who had stepped into the blue-robed emperor realm. The entire place fell silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As they looked at the calm Xiaoqian in the air, fear flashed on their faces. There was no falsehood in his fame. The Blue Dragon King truly lived up to his reputation. When everyone looked around, no one else appeared. The 6 great loose cultivators were either dead, injured, or retreated. As long as the blue-robed emperor did not appear, no one could compete with Xiaoqian. Blue Dragon King, we, the 8 city lords of the Cloud Sea Domain, thank you for your generous gift. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. We, the 8 city lords, also have a gift. Keep it well. Just when everyone thought that no one could compete with Xiaoqian for the Emperor Shooting Sun Bao, 8 figures that should not appear suddenly leaped out of the crowd. 8 figures that should never have appeared suddenly leaped out from the crowd. The 8 quasi-emperors had actually appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, they did not say anything. Without hesitation, they each sent out a killing move at Xiaoqian, who was in the air. Resplendent light filled the sky. 8 attacks of different colors dyed the sky like a canvas, filling it with a pleasing beauty. However, this beautiful, mysterious phenomenon was accompanied by boundless killing intent. Everyone gaped. Was there still a way out of this? Was the Cloud Sea Domain really going to become the Blue Dragon King's burial ground? The 8 attacks contained the 8 different daos of the 8 great blue-robed emperors. When they attacked at the same time, tiny cracks appeared in the stable space of the Kunlun realm. Fortunately, Xiaoqian was used to seeing all sorts of life-or-death situations. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been frightened silly by such a formation. They would not even be able to retaliate before getting blasted into mush. At the critical moment, Xianxia reacted quickly. Two motes of light appeared in his eyes. Two flames, one yin and one yang, surged out and chased each other, forming a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Yin-yang, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared around the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. They materialized a scene of primal chaos, condensing space and forming a small world out of nowhere. When the 8 killing moves landed on the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, Xiaoqian's mind trembled. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took 8 steps back. With each step, space trembled 8 times, trembling endlessly. The calm seawater below became like a mirror, cracks appearing in it and shattering. Boom! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram lasted for a moment before shattering. However, it managed to block for a moment, significantly reducing the might of the 8 killing moves. Xiaoqian did not move from his original spot. His fists danced, and 10,000 dragons surged in his body. Every move could stir up the wind and clouds, dealing with the moves as they came. After 2 or 3 breaths, Xiaoqian dealt with these startling attacks with their overwhelming momentum. A cool breeze blew, and the seawater surged. Xiaoqian's long hair draped over his shoulders as he hovered in the air. Even when the 8 blue-robed emperors appeared at the same time, it was hard to find any fluctuations on his face. He blocked it. Far away, the people in the cloud sea domain, who had already hidden 10 kilometers away, revealed incredulous expressions when they saw Xiaoqian standing in the air. The 8 blue-robed emperors had ruled the cloud sea domain for many years. All of them were very strong. They were not like the half-baked Emperor Wu, like Gao Yangyu. All of them had reached small perfection of the blue-robed emperor. However, even with 8 small perfection Emperor Wu attacking together, their might overwhelming and space-shattering, Xiaoqian still managed to block them. Everyone's gifts are really big. Xiaoqian snorted coldly as he looked at the 8 city lords standing shoulder to shoulder in front, their faces filled with shock. The descendants of the 8 of us are not as big as your gifts. Wang Zhan's expression turned sullen. He had not expected that he would not be able to kill Xiaoqian. Suddenly, he looked around and saw Mo Chun standing in the distance. Chapter 1044. An uncontrollable murderous intent flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes as he said coldly, "Bitch, if not for you, my son would not have died." Wang Zhan's figure flashed, and the winds and clouds changed. He arrived before Mo Chun and threw a palm strike. Under the encirclement of his aura, Mo Chun could not even move. It looked like Mo Chun would be smashed to death. Bang! An azure figure descended from the sky and glided over, shielding Mo Chun. Then, he threw a punch and blocked the palm strike for Mo Chun. The son of the blue-robed emperor actually worked together to bully a girl. Your son only has himself to blame. His death is a worthy one. Wang Zhan could not kill Mo Chun with one palm strike. He could not help but feel enraged. No one in the Cloud Sea domain can stop me if I want to kill someone. Dang, dang, dang. After pulling Mo Chun behind him, Xiaoqian did not say a word. He did not move at all, just like an old tree. As his fists danced, he blocked all of Wang Zhan's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Wang Zhan was surprised to discover that Xiaoqian's strength was only slightly inferior to his, a small perfection blue-robed emperor's. Xiaoqian's physical body was even stronger than Wang Zhan's. He did not show any fear when clashing head-on with Wang Zhan. His strong physical body could make up for the difference in strength. Horrifying waves resounded in the surroundings, and space trembled endlessly. However, the area behind Xiaoqian remained calm and peaceful, no matter how strong the shock waves outside were. The place where Mo Chun stood was always peaceful and tranquil. Blood-killing technique, fist breaking the 9 heavens. After another 100 moves, Wang Zhan lost his patience and directly executed his profound martial technique. Instantly, the sky behind Wang Zhan turned scarlet. An aura of massacre spread everywhere. A dense blood mist nearly turned into liquid, forming an extremely horrifying scene. Blood-killing fist. Now, Xiao Chun can only protect himself. This is Wang Zhan's famous martial skill. Back then, he relied on this punch to defeat the old city lord of Shattered Cloud City with a single punch. That was how he became the new city lord. However, Xiao Chun is terrifying enough. He is still a fine line away from the blue-robed emperor. Facing the blue-robed emperor's Wang Zhan, not only can he protect himself, but he can also protect a person for such a long time. The terrifying phenomenon caused by Wang Zhan's punch immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Xiao Chun punched out, and a blood mist filled the air, pouring into his fist. Before the fist light arrived, it already pushed back space. Even the distance between him and Xiao Chun slowly widened. Xiao Chun was startled. When the blue-robed emperor executed a profound martial technique, its might was indeed too horrifying. At this moment, Xiao Chun could no longer hold back. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber. The bright moon, peach blossoms, summer, falling leaves, white snow, lightning, blue dragon, and many other mysterious phenomena flew out from his body the instant he grasped the saber hilt. The bright moon could be perfect and flawless. The peach blossoms could last for 50 kilometers. The blazing summer sun could burn the land for 500 kilometers. The merciless autumn wind could sweep the world. The boundless winter snow could freeze the land for thousands of kilometers. And the blue dragon could soar into the sky. All these mysterious phenomena were grand and glorious. One kind of glory could illuminate one's entire life. I have thousands of kinds of glory condensed into one saber. That instant is eternity. A saber light flashed, and the instant of glory appeared as Xiao Chun chopped out. They were both profound martial techniques. However, Xiao Chun's profound martial technique was the strongest killing move that he comprehended himself. Wang Zhan, on the other hand, was merely copying his ancestors, even though his cultivation was much higher. Naturally, there is no need to say who was stronger and who was weaker. When the strong clashed, Wang Zhan's famous martial technique lasted for only a moment before crumbling. The glory that belonged to Xiao Chun seemed eternal. A horrifying wound appeared on Wang Zhan's chest. Several of his ribs were broken. This saber strike knocked him back in a sorry state. The other city lords were greatly startled and quickly flew over to catch him. Bang! Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. The land behind him remained as peaceful as before. Ao Jiao, there are still 7 blue-robed emperors left. What are my chances of victory if I use Neptune's crown? After all, you did not comprehend Neptune's crown on your own. If the 7 blue-robed emperors make a move at the same time, they will be able to shatter the domain. It will not be of much use. That is to say, I have no chance of victory. More or less. However, if you want to leave now, no one can stop you. I understand. After a quick conversation with Ao Jiao, Xiao Chun looked at the various city lords in the air and felt that it was unfortunate. Originally, he had planned to deal with them one by one after he recovered his strength. Unexpectedly, they all came at him at the same time. That's fine. Since they all came, I'll just kill them all. If we do not eliminate this brat, we will definitely be the ones to die in the future. The 8 blue-robed emperors snorted coldly and attacked at the same time. This time, they did not just send out a simple killing move. Instead, they surrounded Xiao Chun, intending to kill him. The cultivators in the distance all revealed expressions of pity. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was a powerful, outstanding talent, a hero of his generation, and a startling talent. Yet, these older generation characters ignored their status and worked together to kill him. Even if Xiao Chun had many magic skills, he would still have to die today. No one expected such an outcome. Mo Chun, who was behind Xiao Chun, was so anxious that she started crying. She pushed Xiao Chun away and said, "Just go. Don't worry about me. I know you can leave." "You think you can leave? No one can save the two of you today. There is no way for you to survive. The 8 blue-robed emperors roared in unison, shaking the sky. Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? However, I have a saber that is even higher than an emperor's. It can break the sky and chop down the moon." An azure-colored medallion appeared on Xiao fingertip. This medallion contained a saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind 10,000 years ago. With a thought, Xiao instantly released the saber light in the blue dragon medallion. The world immediately turned black and white. A saber light flew out of the blue dragon medallion, crossing the river of time and space. 10,000 years ago, the unrivaled Qing Emperor swept through the world. His saber light reappeared in the world. Under this saber light, the 8 blue-robed emperors were chopped in half together with the space around them. This saber light split the sky. Sha! Sha! After a long time, the world regained its color. The bodies of the 8 blue-robed emperors seemed to fade away with the wind, vanishing into thin air. Dead. The 8 blue-robed emperors died, just like that, vanishing into thin air. There is nothing in the air that could prove the existence of the 8 blue-robed emperors, not even a speck of dust. If one had not seen it for themselves, no one would believe that the 8 blue-robed emperors had been here. What kind of saber light was that? The world was colorless, only black and white. It crossed time and space, a saber strike that lasted 10,000 years. The blue dragon medallion on Xiao finger recovered to its original state. The saber light was no longer there. In the future, he would not be able to use it to block Emperor Wu's aura. However, it did not matter. Xiao did not feel any pity or regret. Whether it was worth it or not, he felt that it was worth it. Given Xiao strength, if he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. He would not need the Qing Emperor's medallion at all. However, it was worth it to help Mo Chun clear the obstacles and not leave behind a mess. As long as he had a clear conscience, it would be worth it. There was no need to care about the gains and losses. In life, there are always some things that could not be measured in terms of gains and losses. I'm leaving. Let's meet again if fate wills it. If you have any difficulties in the future, Miss Mo Chun can go to Heavenly Star Island and look for some of my friends. Let's meet again. The hardest thing to say was parting. However, he still had to say it when he needed to. All good things must come to an end. Xiao was not a wishy-washy person. Mo Chun squeezed out a smile and said, "Let's meet again. Since you said you're leaving, then leave. Stop dilly-dallying." Right? Xiao pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Before everyone's eyes, he flew into the distance. Wait a moment. This is for you. While in the air, Xiao turned around. When Mo Chun called out to him, he waved his hand, and the grief pendant quickly flew towards her. The remnant flower was like blood, filled with grief. The scarlet remnant flower had many illusions, flowing with light and vibrant colors, looking beautiful and sorrowful. The two had met because of this item and parted because of it. The sorrow of parting seemed to reflect the meaning of grief. Xiao looked at the grief pendant in a somewhat distracted manner. In his rush to leave, he actually forgot about this most important item. Did he subconsciously choose to escape because he feared disappointment and loneliness? When the grief pendant arrived before Xiao, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly. Then, he turned his head back and happened to meet Mo Chun's gaze. "Don't forget our agreement. When I reach the blue-robed Emperor realm, I will definitely come and look for you." Xiao smiled. This time, he really smiled. This time, it was no longer a white lie. "I will wait for you. I will watch you knock on the Emperor's door and personally watch you take off your veil." Mo Chun heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Whether he was the Blue Dragon King or Wenziren, he was still the person who stretched out his cold hand to hold hers when everyone in the world abandoned her. Given this, nothing else mattered. When the thousands of cultivators in the Cloud Sea domain felt Xiao figure slowly vanish from their sight, they all felt that the one disappearing was not Xiao figure, but a living legend. In the 100,000 years of the martial epoch, there were countless people who could be called legends. Not to mention the ancient era sages. Even the Qing Emperor from the later ancient era was a glorious legend. However, there was only one living legend, which was the Thunder King from the same era as the Qing Emperor. Now, there was probably one more person, the Blue Dragon King Xiaochun. Perhaps he was truly worthy of the word legend. Xiaochun flew quickly. Along the way, he passed by an island. Then, he slowly floated down and landed firmly on the ground. The green robe on his body slowly changed, and once again returned to white. Due to the Blue Dragon King's insignia, the clear wind robes had already advanced from an unranked secret treasure to a Peak King grade secret treasure. However, it seemed like the azure energy in the medallion could not be used indefinitely. Earlier, when Xiaochun fought with Wang Zhan, the Shattered Cloud City Lord, the azure energy in the medallion could not be used indefinitely. When Xiaochun fought with Wang Zhan, the clear wind robes helped him withstand a lot of pressure, neutralizing a large portion of the other party's force. This time, the clear wind robes exhausted too much energy, so it entered a state of replenishment. Xiaochun checked the clear wind robes and did not care. The color of his robes did not affect him much. Xiaochun stopped to wait for a person, an old friend of his from the Sky Dome realm. Taking advantage of the free time, Xiaochun took out the Emperor Shooting Sun Bow, the greatest harvest of this trip. Then, he fiddled with it with a smile. The design of the bow was exceptionally magnificent. It was a fiery red, and the two ends of the bow were like wings. When Xiaochun gently plucked the bowstring, the wings flapped gently, and the entire bow seemed to come to life. Xiaochun sighed with some regret. Without the item spirit, even if this bow came to life, it still lacked the most crucial charm. Chapter 1045. It had eyes but no spirit. It needed the finishing touch to revive the item spirit. Only then could this divine bow regain its former glory. Oh, that's right. Ao Jiao, I keep hearing people talk about the divine weapon ranking. What kind of existence is the divine weapon ranking? Why is it that the divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking contain divine might and rival primordial emperor treasures? Xiaochun asked as he put away the sun shooting bow. Ao Jiao explained, I'm not clear on the exact reason. This ranking has existed since the birth of the martial epic. As long as the divine weapon in your hand reaches a certain level, it will push down another divine weapon and automatically enter the ranking. It is that miraculous? It really is that miraculous. I heard from Sang Mu that the ranking was carved on a divine stone. In the past, his greatest wish was for the Thunder King's mulberry sword to enter the ranking when it became a divine weapon. Unfortunately, Xiaochun smiled and said, It's fine. When the Lunar Shadow sword becomes a divine weapon, I will definitely let it enter the divine weapon ranking. I also look forward to that day. At that time, I will know the answer and answer your question. Ao Jiao paused for a while before saying, Your friend is here. Xiaochun looked up and saw Xianyuan Zhantian's figure slowly appearing in his vision. As he got closer, he landed on the island. It was rare for Xiaochun to meet Xianyuan Zhantian in the Cloud Sea domain. Naturally, he wanted to catch up with him. Before he left, he sent a voice projection to Xianyuan Zhantian. It has been 3 years since we last met. It looks like Brother Xianyuan has had a lot of fortuitous encounters. Xiaochun said calmly. Xianyuan Zhantian's current strength was much weaker than his. However, compared to the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent, Xianyuan Zhantian was probably no weaker. Xianyuan Zhantian's will of kingship still had many areas that he could dig out. His potential was even greater. Xianyuan Zhantian did not deny it. He smiled and said, Not bad. The sea is my true home. Here, I raised my state of kingship to a will. Then, I had a fortuitous encounter and practiced the cultivation technique for merging the will into the physical body, the Battle King art. I just reached small perfection. Defeating a regular great Grandmaster level martial sage is already easy. It is not difficult. Merging the will with the physical body. This was the first time Xiaochun had heard of this. How could one merge the will with the body? The next level of will was the domain. As long as the will of water was raised to the limit, it could evolve into water comprehension. The will of thunder, the will of ice, and the will of fire followed the same principle. The domain represented by the will of kingship was the king's domain. It was a very strong domain. Once Xianyuan Zhantian comprehended it, he would be able to surpass many of his opponents. Xianyuan Zhantian noticed Xiao Chen's doubts. He smiled and said, "The heavenly starry ocean is a very vast world. Before the last Neptune died, the inheritance of the martial Tao had never been broken or destroyed. Many of the things related to martial Tao are even more complete than in the Kunlun continent. From what I know, the will of thunder can also fuse with the body. Fire and ice can do the same. There are even two types of will that can fuse with the body. For example, lightning, fire, wind, and snow. This world has never lacked geniuses." Xianyuan Zhantian spoke of some of his experiences in the heavenly starry ocean, widening Xiao Chen's horizons. "Given your strength, there is no need for you to remain in the Cloud Sea domain, right?" Xiao Chen asked. Xianyuan Zhantian nodded and said, "Originally, I was prepared to leave the Cloud Sea domain after the trip to the Treasure Mountain to continue seeking fortuitous encounters. After that, I would display my skills at the Four Seas Hero Gathering." "What is the Four Seas Hero Gathering?" Xiao Chen looked at Xianyuan Zhantian interestedly, waiting for a detailed explanation. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled and said, "The Four Seas Hero Gathering is also known as the Four Seas Hero Gathering. It is held once every 20 years and is a major event that will shake the entire heavenly starry ocean. It is hosted by the Lunar Palace, an immortal holy land." Immortal holy land? This was the first time Xiao Chen heard of this term, so he asked out of curiosity. Xianyuan Zhantian explained, "This is a term that I gave myself. You should be familiar with holy lands. There are about 5 or 6 holy lands that still exist in the Kunlun continent. However, in my opinion, these are not immortal holy lands. They experienced the 100 Race War and the even more horrifying War of Emperors. All the holy lands of the Kunlun continent from the ancient era, like the Firely sect, suffered a destructive blow and lost their inheritance. Only after 10,000 years, 50,000 years, or 100,000 years can they be called immortal holy lands. Because the heavenly starry ocean has always been ruled by Neptune, Neptune's inheritance has been passed down from generation to generation. There have never been any large-scale war of emperors. Hence, the holy lands attached to the palace of Neptune never lost their inheritance. Of course, there are also holy lands that disappeared in the long river of history due to insufficient luck. Now, there are only 6 immortal holy lands in the heavenly starry ocean. They are the Zodiac Hall, the 5 Poison Sect, the Inyang Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Frost Moon Palace. In the past, there was an extremely strong holy land of the Buddhist sects, the Minor Lane Temple. Unfortunately, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor led the Dragon's Gate into the heavenly starry ocean. They targeted the Minor Lane Temple and completely destroyed it. An immortal holy land. So this is an immortal holy land. It looks like the factions of the heavenly starry ocean are much stronger than I imagined. Furthermore, there is actually a mysterious holy land of the Buddhist sects in the heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, the Qing Emperor destroyed it. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then he asked, "Is the Northern Sea Alliance not considered an immortal holy land?" Before Xiao Chen entered the heavenly starry ocean, he had heard of the Northern Sea Alliance's fame. Xianyuan Zhantian shook his head and said, "Naturally, it cannot be considered one. It is just an alliance formed by many factions. Of course, its strength is no weaker than that of a holy land. Some ancient noble clans are as strong as a holy land. However, they are too closed off. In my opinion, they cannot be considered holy lands." After that, Xianyuan Zhantian sighed. Right now, the heavenly starry ocean is very vast. There are millions of sects and billions of islands. The factions are intertwined with each other, competing for resources and fighting with each other. The holy lands are the first to bear the brunt. It is very chaotic. No one is willing to submit to anyone else. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It is indeed very chaotic. There are immortal holy lands, ancient noble clans, huge factions like the Northern Sea Alliance, and the various factions that rose up later on. Xianxia glanced at Xiao Chun and smiled. Speaking of chaos, this matter actually has something to do with you. When the Qing Emperor destroyed the Neptune Palace with the strength of a dragon's gate, it should have been able to suppress the various holy lands. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor mysteriously fell, and the dragon's gate was destroyed. The heavenly starry ocean fell into chaos. If you can really rebuild the dragon's gate and reach the height of the Qing Emperor, you might be able to restore peace to the heavenly starry ocean. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing. Xiao Qun was not willing to dwell on this topic, so he changed the topic. Let's talk about the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Why is the Lunar Palace holding such a grand event? Xianxia did not find this troublesome. He explained in detail, and Xiao Chun finally understood the ins and outs of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The Lunar Palace's position transcended the world. They did not have any ambitions, but they were extremely strong, respected by everyone. The Lunar Palace originally held the Four Seas Hero Gathering to choose the outstanding young talents of the entire heavenly starry ocean to compete with the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. The Lunar Palace used the battles of the younger generation to resolve the conflicts and disputes between the heavenly starry ocean and the Penglai Sea. However, now, the Penglai Sea pursued the idea of secluding itself from the world and rarely had any conflicts with the heavenly starry ocean. The original purpose of the Four Seas Hero Gathering no longer existed. As of now, the Four Seas Hero Gathering was just a stage for the outstanding young talents of the various holy lands to bare their fangs and fight for fame. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace would take out an extremely important prize every time the Four Seas Hero Gathering was held, making the scale of the Four Seas Hero Gathering larger and larger. The Four Seas Hero Gathering was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Xianxia said, "There's still one more year before the Four Seas Hero Gathering begins. At that time, you can go and join in the excitement." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I am not interested in these things. Heavenly Star Island still faces many dangers. I have to think of a way to raise my strength quickly." Xianxia knew that Xiao Chun was speaking the truth. After chatting for a long time, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. On this trip to the Treasure Mountain, the two of them had gained something. They definitely had to summarize their gains and could not chat for too long. Actually, you can go and take a look at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The Frost Moon Palace is full of female disciples. Ao Jiao teas from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Under Ao Jiao's care, the most precious spirit tree in the Immortal Spirit Ring, the Lunar Cassia tree, was growing healthily. It looked like it was about to bloom again. Of course, this was because Xiao Chun had infused a peak spirit vein into the Immortal Spirit Ring. We'll see. Right now, Xiao Chun was very busy. He had already taken out the 10 jade strips from the 10,000 treasure pavilion. He sent in his spiritual sense and checked anxiously, hoping to find a profound martial technique suitable for him. Profound spear technique, heaven-burning spear technique. Xiao Chun shook his head and placed a jade strip to the side. Clearly, he could not practice this. Sword technique, staff technique, spear technique. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun tossed out 5 or 6 jade strips. He could not use any of them. He could not help but reveal an expression of disappointment. Profound saber technique, 1,000 frost battle snow. Xiao Chun's face lit up in joy. There was finally a profound martial technique for the saber technique. He had thought that he would be really unlucky if there was no saber technique among the 10 jade strips. Furthermore, it was an ice-attributed martial technique. What Xiao Chun lacked right now was an ice-attributed martial technique. This 1,000 frost battle snow was perfect for him. Xiao Chun carefully put away this jade strip. Then, he checked the other 3 jade strips and discovered that they did not have much to do with him. However, that did not matter. It was already pretty good that he could find a profound martial technique that was so compatible with him. As for the remaining 9 jade strips, he could make copies of them and auction them off. Every single one of them would fetch a sky-high price. A profound martial technique could easily fetch a price of 1 million black astral coins, perhaps even higher. With a flip of his palm, a spatial ring appeared. This was the spatial ring of the loose cultivator Gao Yangyu. Xiaochen was already very familiar with killing people and snatching their treasures. The instant Xiao Chun killed Gao Yangyu, this spatial ring silently landed in his hand. After all, Xiao Chun had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Gao Yangyu's wealth would definitely bring him a great surprise. The only unfortunate thing was that Qing Emperor's saber strike was too horrifying. He had killed the 8 blue-robed emperors until not even a speck of dust remained. Naturally, there was no hope of obtaining a spatial ring. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun could obtain all the spatial rings of the 8 blue-robed emperors, his already rich wealth would soar once again. Chapter 1046. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun handed the spatial rings to Ao Jiao and got her sort them out. He also handed the spatial rings of the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples and the young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to Ao Jiao. The items in the spatial rings were all over the place, so organizing them took a lot of time. Since Ao Jiao could help, Xiao Chun was naturally happy to do so. Xiao Chun still had more important things to do. He needed to merge the Solar True Flame and the Purple Thunder True Fire and cultivate the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. After the heavenly laws took form, he still needed to stabilize them and make the final preparations for breaking through to the blue-robed emperor. When the time was right, he would immediately start forging the bridge to heaven. All these would require at least 2 months of closed-door cultivation. The blue-robed emperor was a bridge that connected to the other shore, a bridge to heaven that opened the emperor's door. The chasm between heaven and earth was extremely vivid. One step across, it was the difference between heaven and earth. From then on, Xiao Chun would be reborn, reaching the top of the world's pyramid in 1 step. Most cultivators in the world would not be able to reach this chasm and see the emperor's door on the other shore. From martial disciple to martial master, martial grandmaster, martial saint, martial king, martial monarch, and martial sage, Xiao Chun had spent 12 years cutting his way through all the obstacles. Now, he finally reached a level that countless people could not reach in their lifetimes, standing before the chasm between heaven and earth. Outsiders would not know how many life and death situations Xiao Chun had experienced and how much bitterness he had suffered. No one could imagine that Xiao Chun could not cultivate normally until he was 16. He was several years slower than regular cultivators and at least 10 years slower than those outstanding talents. However, Xiao Chun relied on his tenacious perseverance to endure unimaginable loneliness and solitude. Finally, he overtook most of the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent. He took the lead and stood before the chasm between heaven and earth. It was like what Xiao Chun had always believed in. A person's talent only determined how fast they could go. Only perseverance determined how far they could go. On a desolate island in the calm sea, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged. As long as he calmed down, he could enter a wondrous state. A natural barrier that seemed to have been cut off by someone appeared before him. At the end of the barrier was a clump of fog. Xiao Chun did not know how far away it was. He could vaguely make out a golden door in the fog. This was the emperor's door. When he finished building the bridge, the emperor's door would appear in reality. The path to heaven descended, and brightly colored heavenly flowers descended to receive him. Then, the Xiao Chun would send down the heavenly road and bring him up. Xiao Chun sank his consciousness into his dantian. The 10,000 dragon-shaped heavenly sage laws all gave off a crystalline light. His potential as a martial sage had already reached its limit. His potential as a martial sage had already reached its limit. He could no longer make any progress. Even if a Holy Spirit vein or a King's Spirit vein was placed before him, he would not be able to absorb it. Only by transforming the heavenly sage laws into the higher-level heavenly laws, becoming compatible with the world and returning to the natural state, could one continue to improve. In Chun had sovereign, Chun had spirit Wu Ao Qi Deling. On the other hand, he had spirit Wu Ao Qi to check if his potential had reached its limit. This was very important. If Xiao Chan had not reached its limit, he had to find out what potential he could dig out. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun started transforming his heavenly laws, he would suffer a great loss. At that time, as a blue-robed emperor, he would be much weaker than the other outstanding talents. For example, before Xiao Chen's heavenly laws took form, there were only 5,000 of them. If Xiao Chun had transformed his heavenly laws at that time, he would have lost half of his heavenly laws, becoming a blue-robed emperor and regretting it. Ao Jiao, who was helping Xiao Chun tidy up the many spatial rings, felt startled when she saw Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws. Back then, the Thunder King's heavenly laws had also taken form. However, he had reached his limit with only 7,000 heavenly laws. Now, Xiao Chun had reached this level and had 3,000 more heavenly sage laws than the Thunder King. With such a level, Ao Jiao guessed that even in the ancient era, when a martial epic was at its most glorious, Xiao Chun would have ranked at the top, surpassing most of the predecessors. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had a peak rank 4 sage body and cultivated both his physical body and his heavenly laws. It was hard to imagine how far Xiao Chun could go in the future. Sovereign Martial Emperor, Prime, or even higher, the martial god realm that only appeared in legends? Seeing that Xiao Chun had no intention of opening his eyes, Ao Jiao was startled. Could it be that Xiao Chun was planning to enter the blue-robed emperor realm now? However, after thinking about it, this was normal. Xiao Chen's cultivation had fallen for 3 months before recovering. Everything came naturally when the conditions were right. There would not be any unstable cultivation or unstable foundation. Since ancient times, there had never been a great grandmaster-level martial sage who severely injured themselves, causing their cultivation to fall and cultivating bitterly again when they were about to enter the blue-robed emperor realm. No one dared to take such a risk with their hard-earned cultivation. Xiao Chen managed to reach this step because of Neptune's crown and coincidentally. Now that Xiao Chun knew the benefits of breaking through to establishing himself, he dared to attempt to enter the blue-robed emperor realm at this moment. Otherwise, even if Xiao Chun was beaten to death, he would not have purposely severely injured himself, causing his cultivation to fall to martial monarch. Xiao Chun thought about his initial predicament on the Purple Cloud warship, where 10-odd martial monarchs held their weapons to his neck. He nearly died at the hands of a minor character like a martial monarch. If word got out that the Blue Dragon King fell because of this, he would become a laughingstock, mocked for thousands of years. Days passed. At some point in time, motes of electric light fell on Xiao Chen's body, increasing in number until they formed a large electric cocoon surrounding him. Ao Jiao did not find this strange. Many years ago, the Thunder King had reached this step as well. While joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face, there was also some worry. Normally, there would not be any danger in transforming heavenly sage laws into heavenly laws. However, if one rushed it, one might end up in a state of berserking chi deviation and die. Don't be too anxious because of the pressure of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Ao Jiao felt very frustrated. As she watched Xiao Chun charge to enter the blue-robed emperor realm, she felt even more anxious than the Thunder King back then. The Thunder King was alone with no worries. However, Xiao Chun carried the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant along the way, shouldering the heavy burden of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The pressure of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. After much difficulty, Ao Jiao managed to clear out most of the treasures. Then, she sent out a palm strike and scattered the treasures everywhere. As Xiao Chun looked at the electric cocoon, his eyes filled with worry. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If Xiao Chun knew about this, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. After a long time, a trace of calmness flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes as she turned around. Then, she tidied up the scattered treasures. She blew off the dust on them and sorted them out. He was meticulous and orderly, and there was no longer any trace of frustration on his face. He only buried his worry deep in his heart. Eastern Sea, Neptune's old subordinates, in a secret room of a palace in the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's territory. When Lung Xiaofan read the news he had just received, his expression turned gloomy. Neptune's daughter, Princess Qin, lay quietly among the flowers beside Lung Xiaofan, sleeping quietly. Xiao Chun had destroyed a blue-robed emperor with 3 punches, sent the small perfection blue-robed emperor flying with 1 saber strike, and finally used his trump card to kill 8 blue-robed emperors with 1 saber strike. Lung Xiaofan did not feel surprised at Xiao Qin's sudden increase in strength. He continued to calmly calculate and plan in his heart. Xiao Qin carefully read every single word of the news again. Then 2 crucial scenes appeared in his mind. After swallowing 10 peak spirit veins, Xiao Qin's strength suddenly soared, and he used the Qing Emperor's medallion to kill 8 blue-robed emperors. The former meant that Xiao Qin's strength soared in such a short time. He needed to cultivate quietly to stabilize his cultivation. Xiao Chun was definitely still in the Cloud Sea domain and could not have gone far. The latter meant that the talisman that the Thunder King gave Xiao Chun had already been used up. Adding the 2 together, the conclusion was that this was the best opportunity to kill Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun did not have a talisman and was cultivating. If he waited for Xiao Chun to stabilize his cultivation, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Aside from some exceptions, Lung Xiaofan's guess was close to the truth. This was a rather difficult person to deal with. After a while, Lung Xiaofan sent an order to his subordinates. Tell the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace that they only need to send out 3 blue-robed emperors to search for desolate islands within 250 kilometers of where the treasure mountain appeared. Then, they will be able to find the cultivating Xiao Chun. After killing the target, he does not want the Neptune crown or all the treasures on Xiao Chun. However, he must keep the Neptune crown for him. If there is any exchange, the other party can make any requests. There were many conflicts between the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. Everyone wanted to be the boss, to gather all the old subordinates of Neptune. As the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Kings descended, Lung Xiaofan held great authority in the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, he could not order the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace around. However, as long as Lung Xiaofan passed this news to the other party, the Neptune crown on Xiao Chun would automatically attract the other party to do as he said. The sparks of lightning on the desolate island were like rain, never stopping since the start. The purple lightning cocoon lost its initial bright color and turned a deep purple. The various treasures in the spatial ring were already organized. Ao Jiao propped up her chin, her gaze never leaving the lightning cocoon. It has been 2 months. Xiao Chun has already accumulated enough. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Logically speaking, the conversion of his heavenly sage laws should have reached consummation long ago, Ao Jiao muttered. Ao Jiao muttered softly. However, she also relaxed. 2 months was enough to show that Xiao Chun did not panic or rush things. Xiao Chun still sought speed with stability. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Chun was confident of advancing to the blue-robed emperor realm. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Chun should be able to break out of the cocoon soon. Just as Xiao Chun thought this, Ao Jiao suddenly frowned. She gently slapped the ground and stood up. Then, she looked into the distance. There were 3 powerful auras in front of them. They were rushing over quickly, and the strength of each of them was not weaker than any of the 8 city lords. 3 small perfection blue-robed emperor experts working together to charge over. They really know how to pick the right time to make their move. Ao Jiao's expression turned frosty as a murderous intent brewed in her eyes. She stretched out her hand, and the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground beside. Xiao Chun silently flew into her grasp. Chapter 10:47. Xiao Chun turned her head back to look at the lightning cocoon and sighed. I just knew that this fellow would not be peaceful after he becomes the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and Ao Jiao hugged the lunar shadow saber as she landed beside the lightning cocoon. Her figure slowly dimmed and finally vanished in a thin air, as though she was no longer there. Buzz! The 3 blue-robed emperors of the Southern Sea, Divine Dragon Palace, wore black dragon robes and withdrew their auras. They landed firmly on the desolate island, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at the lightning cocoon not far away. What a fellow! The information that Lung Xiaofan brought is indeed correct. This Xiao Chun is really on a desolate island within 250 kilometers. Furthermore, he actually chose this time to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. The youth on the right, the blue-robed emperor, laughed softly as he carried a saber on his back. The lightning cocoon was a sign of a lightning-attributed cultivator making his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. Combined with the information that Lung Xiaofan brought, there was no need to guess. It was definitely Xiao Chun inside. Being able to obtain Neptune's crown and offer it to the Dragon King is a great merit. The tall, skinny, black-haired youth on the left could not hide his joy. Only the white-haired old man in the middle showed a calm expression. He remained silent as he looked around cautiously. He raised his hand and pointed, and an ice sword chi shot out from his fingertip. The moment the sword chi appeared, frost immediately covered the ground. Clearly, his will of ice had reached an extremely high level. The crystalline sword chi looked solid. When the sunlight shone on it, it gave off a boundless glow. This made the sword chi that flashed by look like a beam of light flying out of his hand. Kung Chong. When the sword chi struck the lightning cocoon, it gave off a melodious clang. Electric light flickered, and the ice sword chi turned into mist and vanished. The huge lightning cocoon did not budge at all. Not a single crack appeared. The three were stunned at the same time, feeling incredulous. The blue-robed emperor, who carried a saber on his back, was flabbergasted. What a strong lightning cocoon! What kind of accumulation did this fellow have for him to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor? I'll go smash him. The tall and skinny blue-robed emperor had a fiery temper. He took a step forward and was ready to kill his way through. The white-haired old man said solemnly, "Ping Jun, be careful." Don't worry, old Chung. He's at a critical moment now. Even if he knows that we're here, he'll be helpless. He's dead for sure today. The blue-robed emperor, named Ping Jun, laughed madly, without a care in the world. Indeed, if Xiao Chan were to stop attacking the blue-robed emperor at this moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain, but he would definitely suffer serious internal injuries from the recoil of the loss. No matter how one looked at it, fighting against three lesser-tier blue-robed emperors with a weak body was a hopeless situation. However, if he did not give up, he would only become a dead target. Passively receiving attacks from others would also result in death. No matter how one looked at it, it was a dead end. There was no possibility of survival. From tens of thousands of kilometers away, Lung Xiaofan managed to push Xiao Chun into desperate straits with just a few words. This person's stratagem could be said to be unparalleled. Unfortunately, everything in the world had a chance of survival. Out of 50, 9 out of 40 would be used. Even if one was gone, there would always be a chance of survival. This chance of survival for Xiao Chun rested on Ao Jiao. Ping Jun's figure flickered, and a red light flickered on his body. The clouds in the sky churned, and strong winds blew. Horrifying energy flowed out of the heavenly law imprint in his body and gathered in his body. His body merged with the sky. As he flew over, he merged with the world. Then, he suddenly attacked and punched. The energy that Xiao Chan drove seemed to move the entire world. This was the strength of the blue-robed emperor. He returned to his natural state, merging with the world and forming heavenly laws. Every move of his could bring out the power of the world. It looked like the horrifying attack was about to strike the lightning cocoon. If the berserk energy struck it, the lightning tribulation would definitely shatter. Xiao Chun, who was in the middle of it, could not continue even if he wanted to. He could only allow the blue-robed emperor to stop attacking and suffer the backlash of the law energy. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a resplendent saber light lit up in the void. The saber light flickered for an instant. The instant the saber light flashed, a flash of divine lightning appeared in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, casting darkness for 5 kilometers around. Before Ping Jun could react, this saber light struck his body. He could not dodge or defend at all. Damn it! Xiao Chun roared ferociously. At the final moment before the saber light chopped him in half, he punched Ao Jiao. Kasie, the divine lightning, turned into a thunder rock. As the saber light chopped down, Ping Jun's body was chopped in half. Electric light burst out and shattered his body. When Ao Jiao suddenly attacked, the blue-robed emperor's small perfection Ping Jun was chopped into pieces, not even leaving a corpse behind. This sudden change caught the white-haired old man and the other black-haired youth off guard. They did not even have a chance to save Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao suffered a punch from Ping Jun before he died. She was significantly injured, and her body looked somewhat illusory. She was no longer as lifelike as before. However, she grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and looked coldly at the two in front. She stood guard beside the lightning cocoon, not moving at all. Item spirit. An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. When the two saw the situation clearly and saw the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand, their gazes turned fervent. An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. If such a subdivine weapon could reach divine weapon rank in the future, it would most likely rank in the divine weapon ranking. Even if it did not rank in the divine weapon ranking, it would still be an extremely precious divine weapon. Its value far surpassed that of other divine weapons. Haha, not bad. I want this saber. The black-haired youth smiled faintly and said, "The Blue Dragon King is really a human-shaped treasure trove. He has an extraordinary amount of good things on him. You want it? Are you qualified?" Just at this moment, cracks appeared in the deep purple lightning cocoon. A voice came from it. Kasie. Kasie. The lightning cocoon shattered into pieces, and thousands of electric lights surged out, forming a huge purple pillar of light soaring into the sky. Xiao Chun stood in the light, dressed in white. Winds blew in all directions, and clouds gathered. His body merged with the heavens. With a thought, he could stir up the winds and clouds. Xiao Chun's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the two in front. The aura of a king looking down on the world surged out as his gaze moved. The white-haired old man and the black-haired youth revealed horrified expressions. They could not help but take 2 steps back. Ao Jiao revealed joy on her face. Xiao Chun succeeded. After 12 years of life and death battles, he finally became an emperor. Attack together. When the white-haired old man and the black-haired youth saw that Xiao Chun had successfully broken through to the blue-robed emperor realm, they pressured them with their auras with just one look. The two steeled their hearts. They knew that if it did not work together, they had no chance of victory. They shouted coldly and charged over. Within the pillar of lightning, Xiao Chun watched the two flying over quietly. He was as unmoving as a mountain, standing like an old pine tree. He used his hands to face his enemies. The 3 blue-robed emperors merged with the heavens. Every move they made drove the power of the world. When they attacked, the world changed. The ground spun and the sky spun. The distant sea and the nearby mountain were like illusions. They appeared around the 3 like fleeting lights and passing shadows. The blue-robed emperor's combat style was already very different from that of ordinary cultivators. Just by raising his hand, he could stir up the wind and clouds. Every move he made could draw on the power of the world. Such a scene was not a mysterious phenomenon or an illusion. It was a natural phenomenon produced when the power of the world was frequently driven. Their figures flickered, and the 3 quickly exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chun countered every move. His hands moved like lightning, moving unpredictably. He blocked all the moves of the black-haired youth and the white-haired old man. Soon, 100 moves passed. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The desolate island under them could no longer endure the power of the world driven by the 3's heavenly laws. Boom! The vast sea vanished into thin air. A huge black whirlpool appeared in the seawater, swallowing up the surrounding seawater. The 3 fell into the whirlpool, and the seawater spun on both sides, rumbling endlessly. However, the expressions of the three did not change. They ignored the whirlpool and continued to attack at lightning speed. The shock waves from the exchange and the power of the world, driven by the heavenly laws, prevented the black hole from filling up. Instead, the whirlpool expanded. Soon, it reached 10 kilometers in diameter. How many heavenly sage laws did he accumulate before he tried to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm? The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man felt increasingly startled. They had already been in the blue-robed emperor realm for several decades. The power of the world that the heavenly laws could drive should far surpass that of Xianxia, who had just advanced to the blue-robed emperor realm. However, in reality, Xianxia could drive more power of the world than the two of them combined, even though he was fighting one against two. From the very beginning, Xianxia had been suppressing them. As the three fell, the end of the whirlpool extended downwards. Bang! It extended to the bottom of the sea, spreading out in all directions. Looking down from the sky, the flat surface of the sea looked like a bottomless pit that was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The seawater suddenly merged together. The instant it merged, an overwhelming pillar of water shot out, shattering the clouds. It looked like it pierced through the sky. Three figures leaped out of the water pillar. They were Xiaoqian's group of three, who had just stopped fighting. In a short time, the two had already exchanged thousands of moves, fighting from the ground to the bottom of the sea, and then from the bottom of the sea to the clouds. This was the true battle between the blue-robed emperor realms. The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man appeared to be in sorry states. The instant the seawater merged, the three had shown some openings. However, the one who grasped these openings was Xiaoqian. Despite moving later, he arrived first, punching the two in the chest, severely injuring them. Even now, they were in pain. Let's go. Once he becomes stronger, we will not be able to stop him, the white-haired old man said sullenly. Then, the two turned and left. In the earlier 1,000 moves, they had exhausted a lot of energy. Furthermore, they were injured. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to. Xiaoqian said calmly, "You can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing?" Ao Jiao saber. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and sheathed her saber. Then, she turned into a beam of light and entered the saber, chasing after Xiaoqian. Ao Jiao was the Lunar Shadow Saber's item spirit. However, most of the time, she was not willing to remain in the saber. The true might of the Lunar Shadow Saber, the sharpness of a subdivine weapon, was rarely revealed. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and drew the Lunar Shadow Saber the instant it brushed past him. An unparalleled sharpness spread out in the world. Metallic sounds reverberated in all directions. Boundless saber intent filled the air. Chapter 1048. Xiaoqian pushed off the air and his body suddenly spun around, executing instant of glory. Bright moon and autumn wind, a world of its own with each spin. As Xiaoqian spun around, mysterious phenomena appeared. The scene was grand and majestic. With that instant of saber light, it turned into eternal glory. The black-clad youth fleeing in the back showed a grave expression. He took out 3 ancient shields, trying to block this saber. However, now that the Lunar Shadow Saber had Ao Jiao in it, its might rivaled that of a regular divine weapon. How could a few Peak King grade shield block it? This moment of instant of glory was eternal. The black-clad youth's body was chopped in half along with the shields. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand, and the spatial ring that the black-clad youth left behind flew into his grasp. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man who was already far away and did not give chase. Now that Xiaoqian had reached the threshold of the blue-robed emperor, as long as the great perfection blue-robed emperor did not appear, the small perfection blue-robed emperor would find it hard to suppress him. Xiaoqian looked around and found another desolate island. His body seemed to vanish in a thin air as he landed on it. Some of the wondrous uses of heavenly laws could be infused into movement techniques by drawing on the power of the world. However, when one's speed reached its limit, they could increase it by 10%. This was something that Xiao Chun comprehended in the earlier battle. Ao Jiao came out of the saber, revealing a smile on her face. She opened her hand, revealing a blue-robed emperor's spatial ring. I heard their conversation. They're the people of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. That is, they're the old subordinates of Neptune, the faction of the Southern Sea Dragon King. Ao Jiao said softly. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. The other party should be here for Neptune's crown. From a moment Xiao Chun came into contact with the 7 heroes of the dragon, he felt that someone was hiding in the darkness like a venomous snake, targeting him. However, Xiao Chun did not know anything about this person. He did not know the other party's true purpose. Forget it. As long as the other party's plan didn't succeed, there would always be a chance to capture the other party. Before that, he could only continue to improve his strength. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and smiled slightly. He handed the space ring in his hand to Ao Jiao. Thanks for your help this time. If it wasn't for Ao Jiao, who had blocked a blow for him at the most crucial moment, he would have been in grave danger. Ao Jiao took the ring and curled her lips. Hee, this is the reward you gave me. You didn't even give me a chance to relax. Xiao Chun was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, What do you want? I'll help you find it. Ao Jiao was speechless. This guy was still as dumb as before. As long as he could live well, why would she want anything? He even took her jokes seriously. However, she really wanted something. She really wanted Xiao Chun to help her find it, but she was very hesitant. She shook her head silently in her heart. Then, she smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. These are the treasures I found from Gao Yangyu, Chun Wenjun, and the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples. I placed all the black astral coins on them in a space ring. There is not much, just 5 million black astral coins in total. 5 million black astral coins was a very large sum. After all, not everyone had the same fortuitous encounters as Xiao Chun. Gao Yangyu was just a loose cultivator in the Cloud Sea domain. If he had not killed the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples, his black astral coins would have decreased even further. Xiao Chun lowered his head and flipped through the treasures Ao Jiao found. There were secret manuals, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and several other categories. After a quick look, Xiao Chun shook his head slightly. Most of them did not catch his eye. After leaving the Cloud Sea domain, he would have to sell them off quickly. Hey, this fan is rather exquisite. Xiao Chun discovered a white fan. The frame of the fan was made of many divine materials. It was hard and sturdy, and it felt very heavy in his hand. When the fan opened up, there was a painting of a night scene on the front. There was a bright moon, a small bridge, and a flowing river. There were people admiring the moon. The scene had a gentle beauty to it. There was a poem on the back. Ao Jiao said, This fan is pretty good. However, this fan is a strange weapon. Very few people use it. Most of them only show off their elegance and will not sell for a good price. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then, he put away the fan and smiled. I will not sell this first. I have a use for it. You really like to keep people in suspense. Seeing that Xiao Chun only said half of it, Ao Jiao muttered. Then, she took out a secret manual that Xiao Chun ignored. She said, You should be able to use this. Back then, Gao Yangyu used this to hide his strength. Foundation Returning Art. Xiao Chun read out the words on the secret manual. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes lit up. This cultivation technique was not complicated. After reading it once, Xiao Chun roughly understood it. Its rank was not high, but it was very useful to Xiao Chun. As long as one learned this cultivation technique, one could hide one's true strength at any time. Unless it was someone much stronger than one, no one would discover it. Back then, Gao Yangyu used this cultivation technique to hide from everyone. Xiao Chun put away the Foundation Returning Art and placed all the other treasures into a spatial ring. After he left the Cloud Sea domain, he would sell it. Hey, it's empty. It's still empty. Ao Jiao's expression changed slightly. The space in the 2 blue-robed emperors' spatial rings was chaotic. She did not see anything. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but be startled. He had high hopes for the wealth of the 2 blue-robed emperors' spatial rings. Why was there nothing in the spatial rings? What's going on? Xiaoqian took a look for himself. Indeed, the spatial rings were empty. There was nothing in them. Ao Jiao lowered her head and thought. Clearly, the spatial rings of the blue-robed emperor would not be empty. This did not make sense. After a while, she came to a realization. I remember now. There should be some kind of secret treasure in the spatial rings. When a master dies, the imprint in the secret treasure vanishes. Then, it explodes and destroys the space in the spatial ring. There is such a secret treasure? Xiao Qian was very surprised. His mood was somewhat depressed. The large amount of treasures that he expected was gone. Anyone would feel upset and depressed. Ao Jiao smiled and said, secret treasures that can destroy space are extremely rare. However, they definitely exist. An ancient faction like the Divine Dragon Palace should have many of them. They should be able to prepare one for all the experts above the blue-robed emperor. This is really ruthless. Even if I die, I cannot let others benefit from it. Xiao Qian thought to himself, in the future, when I defeat the blue-robed emperor, I cannot kill him on the spot. I have to knock him unconscious first. Xiao Qian did not think about this for now. The trip to the treasure mountain had given him a bountiful harvest. 10 profound, meaning jade strips were enough for him. So be it if the wealth of the 2 blue-robed emperors is gone. Right now, there are still many things that I have to do. After taking out the grief pendant, Xiao Qian revealed a nostalgic expression. Then, he took out the cycle banner. Xiao Qian prepared to refine the 4th grief throne into the cycle banner. That's right. Ao Jiao, make a trip to Starry Cloud Island. Help me see how the Mo clan is doing. Now that the 8 city lords were dead, the Cloud Sea domain would be in chaos for a long time. Xiao Qian would have a great opportunity. This would give Mo Chen a great opportunity. Her talent had always been limited. Now that she grasped the Book of Heavenly Works and the Shattered Cloud City Lord, who had been suppressing her, was killed by Xiao Qian, her future would be much smoother. Ao Jiao nodded. Then, her figure flashed as she flew towards Starry Cloud Island. Given Ao Jiao's current strength, which rivaled the blue-robed emperor's, there was no one in the Cloud Sea domain that could threaten her. Xiao Qian was about to leave the Cloud Sea domain. With Ao Jiao going to take a look, he could rest assured. Xiao Qian took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and put away the Solar True Flame first. The surface of the Golden Crow Egg was already covered in cracks. In another 2 or 3 months, it would successfully hatch. At that time, it would be worth anticipating what kind of existence it would be. Xiao Qian took out the Golden Crow Egg and placed it aside. Then, he placed the Grief Pendant in. Then, Xiao Qian started to use the Lunar True Flame to melt it. After his previous experience of merging thrones, Xiao Qian was very familiar with the process. When the sky turned dark, he successfully merged the Grief Throne into the Cycle Banner. Massacre, death, ruin, and grief. Now, he had gathered 4 of the 7 thrones. Only 3 remained. He already had news of the Despair Throne. He did not know when he would find news of the Pain Throne and the Destruction Throne. Whoosh! Xiao Qian held the cycle banner and gently waved it. The banner fluttered, and starlight of 4 different colors intersected. The might of the cycle banner improved. When the words massacre, death, ruin, and grief were used together, even the blue-robed emperor would have to retreat. Unfortunately, as long as Xiao Qian could not gather all 7 thrones, the cycle banner would only be in name. In the end, the will of thunder was weaker than the will of primal chaos. Even with the familiarity of the immortal will, it would still be hard to deal with Chu Chaoyan. Xiao Qian wondered what the outstanding talents that went to the astral battlefield were like now. He also wondered what was so special about the experts of the deep abyss demon race of the same generation. Could Chu Chaoyan be in the astral battlefield as well? Xiao Qian did not think about this for now. Then, he put away the cycle banner and moved on to the next matter, to let the Solar True Flame swallow up the Purple Thunder True Flame and strengthen it further. The Solar True Flame that Mo Chen gave Xiao Qian was much weaker than his own Lunar True Flame. Only by swallowing up the Purple Thunder True Flame could it contend with the Lunar True Flame and form the true Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram. The Purple Thunder True Flame was the strongest Yang-attributed flame. However, it was not the strongest Yang-attributed flame. Its quality was slightly weaker than the lunar true flame. Xianxia opened his palm, and the solar true flame and purple thunder true flame's origin flame appeared in his palm at the same time. Xianxia gently pushed them up. The two clumps of light, one big and one small, quickly merged and swallowed each other up. The purple thunder true fire's origin flame was deeply rooted in the purple thunder divine incantation. It stubbornly resisted the solar true flame's swallowing and even suffered a backlash. At this moment, Xianxia needed to make a move to suppress the purple thunder true fire. The process of swallowing and merging was not smooth. It was even somewhat bumpy. After spending the entire night, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The solar true flame had finally swallowed up the purple thunder true fire. Contrary to what Xianxia expected, the purple thunder true fire's origin flame did not seem to have completely disappeared. When he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, he could still feel a connection with the solar true flame. Based on this, when the purple thunder divine incantation advanced to the 8th layer, the solar true flame would improve further because of the purple thunder true fire. Xianxia's initial worries were no longer necessary. Xianxia calmed himself down and dealt with the many matters on hand. On the desolate island, Xianxia started practicing the saber, practicing the profound saber technique, Thousand Frost Battle Snow. If Xianxia learned this move, he would have grasped 4 profound martial techniques: Instant of Glory, Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, and the 1,000-Year Flame. Every move was an earth-shattering killing move. When executed with the strength of a quasi-emperor, its might would be even more horrifying. Chapter 1049. The last 3 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist were not profound martial techniques. However, with Xianxia's modifications and improvements, their destructive power was no weaker than the profound martial techniques of other cultivators. 7 days passed in a flash. Xianxia had practiced most of the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. In the end, it was a profound martial technique left behind by someone else. He could not execute it as he pleased, nor did he comprehend it smoothly. Whoosh! A petite figure flew over from the distance. With a thought, Xianxia made the frost on the ground and the drifting snow in the sky vanish instantly. Jiao landed on the ground and patted her chest. She smiled and said, "That girl is much smarter than you." She moved the Mo clan to the Broken Cloud Sea and hid there temporarily, making it difficult for me to find her. When Xianxia heard this, he smiled. With this, he relaxed. Mo-chan was indeed a smart person. She knew that she had to endure when the time was right. I saw you practicing the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow earlier. How was it? With your comprehension ability, it should be about time, right? Jiao asked with a smile. Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes. Proud Snow bullying Frost. 1,000 Frost does not accept it. The name of this saber is Proud. Snow has pride, Frost has pride. When the saber is swung, it has to bring out the pride in its bones, unleashing it without restraint." Jiao entered deep thought as she sized up Xianxia. She said, "I suddenly discovered that the frost in this saber is very similar to you. White snow is born noble, descending from the sky. The moment it appears, it becomes the center of attention. Its pride soars to the clouds, revealing its cold light. On the other hand, frost is born from a lowly background. It is born from deep underground filled with ravines. From birth, it will be trampled on by others. However, no matter how lowly it is, no matter how ordinary it is, the pride in its bones will not die. Frost will eventually be able to defeat the white snow filling the sky." Jiao's words made Xianxia very spirited. Then, he looked into the distance. Frost Battle Snow. Now, this frost was going to leave this cloud sea domain. He wanted to see if the snow-covered, outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean were as incredible as Xinyuan Zhantian said. Purple Cloud Island, the largest island at the edge of the Southern Sea. After crossing this island, one would officially enter the Southern Sea. The largest city on the island was called Purple Cloud City. In somewhere in the city. Did you hear? Two of the Divine Dragon Palace's supreme elders died at the hands of the Blue Dragon King, Xianxia. Huh. How could I not know about the recent uproar in the Southern Sea region? I heard that even the old Dragon King, who was in closed-door training, was nearly alarmed. Speaking of which, this Blue Dragon King is really incredible. He used a secret treasure to instantly kill the 8 blue-robed emperors in the Cloud Sea domain. The Divine Dragon Palace thought that he had lost his trump card and wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the end, they suffered a double loss and lost face. Say, do you think that there's anyone in our Southern Sea region that can match up to Xianxia within the same generation? Inns and taverns were always the places where cultivators gathered the most. This was also the place where news spread the fastest. The death of 2 blue-robed Emperor Supreme Elders of the Divine Dragon Palace was a major matter that could not be kept a secret. In less than a month, the news spread throughout the Southern Sea. Who could match up to the Blue Dragon King Xianxia? When someone raised this question, the bustling and immediately fell silent. Even the older generation blue-robed emperor died at the hands of Xianxia. Who in the same generation could stop him? Perhaps the holy science of the immortal holy lands might be able to match him, right? Don't overestimate others. The outstanding talents of our heavenly starry ocean are not weak either. The 5 poison sects' strange poison techniques, the myriad fiend islands' ancient inheritance, and the Heavenly Province Academy's righteous chi are all at least 100,000 years old. I heard that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter is coming to our Purple Cloud City today to treat people for free. The Sun Palace's holy scions and the scions of the ancient noble clans are all coming after hearing the news. Is that true? The Lunar Palace's holy daughter rarely leaves Bright Moon City. Why is she here this time? Perhaps because the topic of matching up to Xianxia was too heavy. The topic of the inn quickly shifted to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The atmosphere turned lively once more. At a table by the window on the 2nd floor, a white-clad youth with an outstanding air and delicate features held a white fan in his hand. This person looked like he was only a Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, his aura was unfathomable, like the icy water in a cold pool, very misty. When a youth heard this news, the wine cup that he was holding to his lips paused slightly. He revealed an interested expression as he put down the wine cup and muttered, "Lunar Palace's holy daughter? The Lunar Palace. That holy land with a special status far away from the mundane world. Shall I go take a look?" Since the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will come after hearing the news, this is also an opportunity. I want to see how outstanding the cultivators of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean are. This person was none other than Xianxia, who had disguised himself and used the Foundation returning art to hide his cultivation. He was on his way to the largest trading center of the Southern Sea, the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. That place was a maritime market, a sea market specially prepared for cultivators. It was boundlessly bustling and bustling, be it illegal goods of unknown origins or treasures obtained through legitimate channels. One could quickly sell them there. Furthermore, there were many merchant associations, so one would not have to worry about suffering a loss. Xianxia had heard that the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market was about to hold the biennial 10,000 Treasure Festival. There would be all sorts of auctions. No matter what level one was, one would be able to find the most suitable item. Not only could one sell the goods on hand, but one could also search for treasures that one wanted at the auction. At the same time, one could also experience the grand occasion of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone was very suitable. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter was very famous. Since he met her by chance, there was no harm in going and taking a look. It would not take much time. Xianxia waved his hand and called the waiter over. The waiter walked over with a joyful smile on his face. This young master had been very extravagant in the morning. After asking around for some information, he rewarded the waiter with 100 astral coins, equivalent to several years of his salary. When the waiter saw Xianxia wave his hand again, he rushed over in a hurry, afraid of being slow. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is really coming to Purple Cloud Island. Do you know why? The waiter smiled and said, "Yes, she is coming. I heard that this holy daughter left Moon City half a year ago, searching everywhere for famous doctors. Everywhere she went, she would treat the injuries of others. This time, she is just passing through Purple Cloud Island and will be staying there for a few days. Her destination is the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. There are several Grandmaster alchemists hired by large merchant associations there, and they are quite famous. Xiaoqun sighed softly. Finding it strange, he said, since this lunar palace's holy daughter dares to treat illnesses, her medical skills should be relatively good as well. Why is she looking for famous doctors? The waiter smiled and said, I find it strange as well. The lunar palace's holy daughter has excellent medical skills and excellent alchemy skills. She once saved several people who were on the verge of death. However, such a person is like a fairy from heaven. How can a mere manservant like me guess the thoughts of fairy? This made sense. It would be strange if the waiter before him knew about such a difficult problem. Xiaoqun smiled and asked, Do you know when she will arrive? I'm not sure. Perhaps she will arrive today. Perhaps she will arrive the day after tomorrow. Perhaps she will not stop at Purple Cloud Island at all, heading directly to the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. All these are possible. There are so many possibilities. In that case, there's no need to wait here. Xiaoqun picked up his wine cup and drained it in one go. Then, he placed down an astral coin and prepared to depart for the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. Everyone, quickly go to the west of the city. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is here and has already opened her stall. Brothers, if you have any hidden injuries or internal injuries, go quickly. Otherwise, it will be a pity if you are late. Suddenly, a cultivator rushed into the inn's hall and shouted excitedly. The hall was silent for a while before it turned chaotic. The cultivators at the various tables tossed down their money and rushed to the door. Bang! In an instant, the spacious door was directly burst open, and the bustling inn was quickly emptied. Xiaoqun was flabbergasted. This was too exaggerated. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, it was not exaggerated at all. A cultivator's life would always be accompanied by pain. More or less, they would leave behind internal injuries and hidden injuries that they did not know about. Xiaoqun himself had been injured many times. However, his physical body was strong, reaching peak rank 4 Sage body. He was confident that he would not leave behind any hidden injuries. The same could not be said for other cultivators. If they did not get rid of their hidden injuries, when they flared up, they would become a stubborn disease. No matter how good the spirit pills and miraculous medicines were, they would not be able to treat them. Aside from internal injuries and hidden injuries, there were also people who suffered setbacks when cultivating. Their meridians were in chaos. Now, there was a person who could treat people's injuries for free. Furthermore, his medical skills had reached great heights. It would be strange if they did not fight to the death over him. Xiaoqun pushed off the ground and leaped out of the window. Then, he somersaulted beautifully in the air and landed on the roof of the inn's top floor. Western part of the city, Xiaoqun thought to himself. Then, he unfurled the freedom wings and looked towards the western part of the city. Many scenes flashed before Xiaoqun's eyes like a movie. The big streets and small alleys, the sky and the ground, were all filled with cultivators rushing towards the western part of the city. The scene stopped. In front of a pavilion by a lake in the western part of the city, many young girls in their prime stood in 2 rows, maintaining order. They all had graceful figures and pretty appearances. The young girls all had smiles on their faces, and their auras were ethereal. All of them had a gentle beauty like the moon, giving people a good impression of them. However, all of them were incredibly strong. When Xiaoqun saw this, he felt startled. Unexpectedly, all of these 10-odd young girls were martial sages. There were also several arrogant young men with outstanding auras standing in front of the pavilion, helping to maintain order. These should be the outstanding talents who had come to follow the Lunar Palace's holy daughter because of her fame. There are not many cultivators in front of the pavilion yet. However, after a while, the small path in front of the lake would be filled with cultivators who had heard the news. So close, yet worlds apart. Xiaoqun took a step forward and silently crossed 5 kilometers. Then, he drifted down from the sky. Then, He landed in front of most of the cultivators and quietly lined up at the back of the line, which was not very long. The order of the place was very good. There was no clamor or noise. Every time a person stepped forward, a red rope would descend from the elegant pavilion and tie it to the cultivator's wrist. After the red rope was withdrawn, the young girls standing on both sides would receive instructions to inform the cultivator of the diagnosis. If there were ready-made medicinal pills, they would give them. If there were none, they would leave behind the medicinal pill recipe. This was very efficient. However, Xianxia could not help feeling disappointed. Originally, he thought that by lining up for treatment, he would be able to personally see this famous holy daughter. However, when he arrived, he realized that this holy daughter did not show herself at all. Chapter 1050. Xianxia's interest waned. He had the intention to leave. He was very confident in his body. He did not have any internal injuries or hidden illnesses. Since he could not see this woman, there was no point in continuing to line up. "It's your turn. What are you waiting for?" A melodious voice rang out. Just as Xianxia was thinking this, he suddenly discovered that the line in front of him was already full. The various outstanding talents in front of the pavilion all revealed displeased expressions as they looked at Xianxia, who was distracted. They thought that he was here to cause trouble. A few of them even had a faint, baleful aura in their eyes. If Xianxia was really here to cause trouble, they would not mind teaching him a lesson. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He could only go up and go through the motions. Otherwise, there would be some small trouble. Xianxia stepped forward and stretched out his wrist. A red string carrying a medicinal fragrance flew over from the pavilion. Whoosh! It tied itself to his wrist and tied a knot. Xianxia looked at the red string. However, a screen blocked his view. Even his spiritual sense could only see a mist. He could not see the holy daughter's appearance behind the mist. Xianxia felt a cool and refreshing energy flow through his body. Then, the red string bounced back. The diagnosis was complete. However, unexpectedly, after a long time, no young girl came out from either side. No one came out to tell Xianxia the results of the diagnosis. There was also no medicinal pill or pill recipe for him. The others whispered to each other, not knowing what was going on. However, Xianxia was very clear. He did not have any hidden injuries or internal injuries. Why would they give him the medicinal pill or pill recipe? Sorry for the interruption. It looks like my body is fine. There are no hidden injuries or hidden injuries. After giving the pavilion a deep look, Xianxia performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to take his leave. He had only come here to join in on the excitement. There was nothing else to see, so naturally there was no need to stay. "Huh, you are really interesting. The Holy Daughter said that your illness is beyond cure. Even a divine doctor cannot save you. We were just hesitating on whether to tell you or not." A young girl laughed coquettishly, saying something that Xianxia would never have thought of. Beyond cure? How could that be? Xianxia's physical body had been tempered several times, going through many trials and suffering 1,000 kinds of pain. After consuming 100 drops of dragon marrow, he had attained a peak rank 4 sage body. How could he be so sick that even a divine doctor couldn't save him? "Young master, you still have 10 years to live. If you have any wishes, you should do them as soon as possible," said the pretty attendant softly. She also had a look of pity on her face. Xianxia found it a little funny. The more he said, the more ridiculous he became. He even said that he only had 10 more years to live. Perhaps the Lunar Palace's holy daughter was only SOSO. Just look at the so-called outstanding talents in front of the pavilion. They only had appearances and were not worth mentioning. Perhaps there were no experts in the entire heavenly starry ocean. At the very least, there were no eye-catching people in the same generation. How unfortunate! At such a young age, this white-robed person is already a grandmaster-level martial sage. Clearly, he is an outstanding talent of a noble clan. He can be considered a hero. Unexpectedly, he only has 10 more years to live. A hero? Perhaps he is overexerting himself and does not know the principle of progressing step by step. That's why he fell sick. Furthermore, he does not know that and came to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter to join in the fun. That's true. Based on his appearance, he does not look like he is here to treat his injuries. He probably thinks that his cultivation is pretty good and that he can gain the Holy Daughter's favor. Who knew? The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter would see through his hidden illness with one glance. Serves him right. The cultivators waiting in line all had expressions of schadenfreude in their tones. When they saw a cultivator who was far more outstanding than them only have 10 more years to live, they would definitely feel some joy. I wonder where this white-robed person came from. Based on his scholarly appearance, he might be from a Confucian noble clan near the Heavenly Province Academy. I have never heard of such a person in the Heavenly Province Academy. Even some of the more famous Confucian noble clans do not have such a person. He probably came from a small clan. That should be the case. He does not seem to have any righteous chi on him. His clan probably used him as a sacrificial pawn. He still does not realize it, thinking that he can become a dragon in one leap. There were all sorts of discussions. It seemed like they all agreed with the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter. The Holy Daughter said that Xianxia only had 10 more years to live, so he really would not live past that. The 4 youths in front of the pavilion all rejoiced in Xianxia's misfortune. With one glance, they could tell that Xianxia was not really here to seek treatment. They felt that Xianxia's true purpose was the same as theirs, just to get close to the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter. Xianxia gently closed the folding fan in his hand and smiled faintly. Then, he prepared to turn and leave. "Young master, please wait. The Holy Daughter still has something to say. If you are willing to cripple your cultivation and become an ordinary person, I can lend you the Lunar Palace's longevity art. I can lend young master the Lunar Palace's longevity art. I guarantee that young master will live to 100. Xianxia originally had a smile on his face. Now his expression sank completely. This was really never-ending. These people really could say anything. Now, they actually wanted him to cripple his cultivation. There should be a limit to the nonsense they spouted. All right? Xianxia stopped walking and turned around with the white folding fan in his hand. "Young master, have you made up your mind? If you are really willing to cripple your cultivation, I can let young master read 3 chapters of the Lunar Palace's longevity art." When the delicate girl who spoke saw Xianxia turn around, she thought that he had changed his mind. She repeated what she said earlier. Her tone was gentle, but her posture contained a kind of aloof arrogance. It was as if letting Xianxia read the first 3 chapters of the longevity art was already a great kindness and charity. Xianxia smiled and said, "Actually, I am also somewhat skilled in medicine. When the Holy Daughter took my pulse, she concluded that I have 10 more years to live. It is impolite not to reciprocate. I will also take the Holy Daughter's pulse and see if she is in a delirious state. You are so young, yet you're already speaking nonsense." The moment Xianxia said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter held an esteemed position and a high prestige. Unexpectedly, Xianxia dared to question the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter, speaking rudely. "She gave you kindness and saved your life. Not only did you not feel grateful, but you even slandered the Holy Daughter. How bold! Where did this wild brat come from? Why don't you look at where you are? How dare you behave atrociously here?" A dark-skinned youth in blue among the 4 outstanding talents in front of the pavilion drew his sword in anger. Then, he charged at Xianxia while emitting killing chi. The people on the left and right reacted too slowly. They could not help but curse this brat for being too shrewd. This was an opportunity to show off, yet this fellow snatched it away. Without hesitation, the 3 of them attacked together, charging at Xianxia. "Ha! The 4 strongest youths of our Purple Cloud Island are attacking together. This brat is dead for sure. It is good that he is dead. He even dares to speak rudely to the Holy Daughter. Serve him right. In any case, he will not live for more than 10 years. It is all the same if he dies earlier or later. A small clan is indeed a small clan. They have not seen much of the world and think that Grandmaster-level martial sages are incredible. They do not know that Grandmaster-level martial sages are divided into the strong and the weak. Our Southern Sea does not need too many young Grandmaster-level martial sages like him." The girl who tried to console Xianxia frowned slightly when she saw the four outstanding talents of Purple Cloud Island surging with killing chi. However, she did not say anything in the end. Xianxia's words were simply too overboard. It turned out that they were cultivators of Purple Cloud Island. No wonder they were Grandmaster-level martial sages. No wonder they were not even comparable to the elite disciples of the Sun Palace, in Xianxia's opinion. Grandmaster-level martial sages were indeed divided into the strong and the weak. However, these four people before Xianxia clearly belonged to the weakest category. Wherever they went, any Grandmaster-level martial sage would beat them into kneeling and begging for mercy. The phrase, "not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth," referred to these four people. Xianxia opened his folding fan. He did not use the strength of the blue-robed emperor, only that of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The instant he opened his folding fan, a layer of frost spread out from under Xianxia's feet. Crystalline white snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Proud of the snow, bullying the frost, the thousand frost will not submit. Xianxia waved his folding fan, and thousands of strands of cold saber chi soared up from the ground. These strands of saber chi carried a stubborn pride as they swept out. The four outstanding talents of Purple Cloud Island bore the brunt of the attack. The saber chi covered their bodies in wounds, and their auras scattered. They fell to the ground in sorry states. When their wounds came into contact with them, they immediately cried out miserably in pain. The young girls on both sides received a significant blow as well, getting knocked back and dealing with the strands of saber chi in a fluster. If Xianxia had not suppressed his strength, this thousand frost battle snow would have wiped out everyone before him. However, Xianxia did not have a huge grudge against Xianxia. It was just that he was angered by the other party's nonsense and the other party's expression of gratitude. Xianxia only wanted to vent his anger. He had not thought of killing anyone. Taking advantage of the flustered crowd, Xianxia closed his folding fan and switched it to his left hand. Then, he casually pulled out a strand of hair with his right hand. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a boundless saber chi appeared. The strand of hair gave off a crystalline light as it extended towards the screen in the pavilion with an unparalleled aura. Behind the screen was an elegant, fairy-like woman who was as ethereal as the moon. She wore snow-white clothes as she sat behind an elegant, red wooden table. The red string in her hand shot out unhurriedly, piercing through the screen. In a thousandth of a second, it clashed with Xianxia's strand of hair. Bang! The two clashed. To the white-clad woman's surprise, the strand of hair pierced through her red string, making it look like a piece of bamboo, exploding into pieces. A strong saber intent spread out in all directions. The flower vases, trees, and all the other exquisite decorations in the pavilion instantly shattered into dust. However, it was clear that Xianxia had held back. Otherwise, it would not just be these flower vases that shattered, but the entire pavilion. The shock on the white-clad woman's face had just passed when she discovered that the strand of hair had already wrapped around her wrist, gently knotting it. A middle-aged woman with an extremely strong aura hid in the shadows behind the white-clad woman. When she saw this, she wanted to make a move to break the strand of hair. After the white-clad woman recovered from her shock, she smiled faintly and waved her hand to stop the other party. After a while, a cold chi flowed through the strand of hair and traveled through the various acupoints of the white-clad woman's body, paying special attention to several acupoints in the brain. The woman felt startled in her heart. Based on the location of the cold chi traveling through the acupoints, it was clearly an extremely profound pulse-reading technique. Furthermore, it was very different from current medical techniques. Chapter 1051. Outside the pavilion, Xianxia tapped his hair with 4 fingers in a certain rhythm. Time slowly passed. Xianxia's expression turned increasingly grave, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Lunar Palace disciples in front had more or less dealt with the frost saber chi binding them. Xianxia showed a sullen expression. He could not even be bothered with the strand of hair in his hand. He tossed it aside and left, not willing to stay a moment longer, clearly preoccupied. Damn, this fellow really took the pulse of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. He profaned the holy daughter. We can't let him escape. No one had expected Xianxia to take the pulse of the fairy-like person in their hearts. All of them immediately flew into a rage, surrounding Xianxia as he turned to leave. The earlier anger vanished without a trace. Xianxia just wanted to leave. He threw out his folding fan and danced around him. The bright moon in the fan, the small bridge, and the flowing water seemed to appear in the real world. The gentle moon, the clear water, and the fluttering folding fan. Xianxia stood on a small bridge, gradually moving further away. No one could stop him for even a moment. Inside the pavilion, a strand of black hair wound around the index finger of the white-clad woman. She stood up and went to the window. As she watched Xianxia walk away on the moon and the bridge, her pretty eyes revealed a contemplative look. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and his white robes fluttered. Xianxia stepped on the moonlight and rode the bridge back. The road in front of the lake was in chaos. The people who blocked Xianxia all suffered significant injuries. Xianxia, who was in a rush to leave with a heavy heart, did not control his strength well, resulting in several severe injuries. The female Lunar Palace disciples moved about, checking on the injuries and treating them. Chaos reigned everywhere. The white-clad woman in front of the pavilion frowned slightly. The beautiful middle-aged woman with an outstanding aura behind her stepped forward and whispered, "Bingyun, this person is an expert. He might have hidden his cultivation." Yu Bingyun felt it was strange. She asked, "In Aunt Bai's eyes, he is an expert as well?" The beautiful, noble, and graceful Auntie Bai smiled and said, "It's just a feeling. This person is definitely someone with a story. Unfortunately, 10 years are about to pass, and the heavens are jealous of him." Yu Bingyun lowered her head and looked at the strand of fine black hair wrapped around her index finger. She said softly, "It is possible that he is the person we're looking for?" "Really?" The woman Yu Bingyun addressed as Aunt Bai paled somewhat. "Whether it is true or not, we still have to ask him in person. Even if he did not leave his name, I have never heard of this person in the heavenly starry ocean. Judging from his attire, I wonder if the Heavenly Province Academy's young master, Qingshu, knows him." Yu Bingyun looked at the strand of hair between her fingers, feeling that it was a pity. Suddenly, she looked up from the window and saw a figure rushing over in the distance at lightning speed. He was like a soaring, true dragon, stepping on the auspicious clouds and withdrawing the strong winds. His roar was like the roar of a true dragon, reverberating in all directions. The many injured cultivators below immediately recognized him. They could not help but reveal astonished expressions. "It's the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Hai Tian." Indeed, when the Lunar Palace's holy daughter arrived at Purple Cloud Island, the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will definitely come after hearing the news. The Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was a huge faction of the Southern Sea. When Neptune was still around, it was even stronger than the immortal Holy Land's Zodiac Hall. Naturally, the purpose of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master was self-evident. He was here for the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun. Suddenly, a flickering lightning-attributed flame lit up in the western sky. A lightning-attributed flame tore through the sky and headed for the pavilion as well. The young master of an ancient noble clan, the scion of the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Yin. A strong wind blew in the northern sky. A berserk aura spread out together with the strong wind. Everyone could feel a prideful aura that looked down on the world. "It's another ancient noble clan, the scion of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yin." Soundlessly, a person flew over from the east. He didn't seem to be making any big movements, but as he moved, the sky behind him moved forward bit by bit, giving off an oppressive feeling as if the might of the heavens were descending. The scion of the Xia clan is here as well. The many cultivators on the ground erupted with excitement. In such a short time, nearly all the factions of the Southern Sea that could rival the immortal Holy Lands had arrived. This was a true outstanding talent. The 4 people from Purple Cloud Island were far inferior compared to him. The reputation of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter filled the sky with boundless charm. Just as everyone thought that this was the end, something happened in the central sky. A dazzling golden sun slowly descended, overshadowing the radiance of the blazing sun. Beside him, there was a full moon. The sun and the moon descended together, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the surroundings. With such an obvious, mysterious phenomenon, no one in the Southern Sea would not know. This was the holy son of the Southern Sea's immortal holy land, the Zodiac Hall's holy daughter, Fu Hongyao. One was the top true inheritor of the Sun Palace, and the other was the top true inheritor of the Moon Palace. They were the most outstanding talents of the same generation in the Southern Sea. This was especially so for the holy son, Chu Yang. He had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years. His strength was unfathomable. Rumor had it that the location of his closed-door cultivation was the blazing sun. The palace master of the Zodiac Hall, the Prime Emperor Wu Jinshuani, personally guarded him. The moment the sun and moon appeared, the auras of the others immediately paled in comparison to the two, becoming slightly inferior. As the group approached the pavilion in front of the lake, they seemed to come to a tacit understanding and scattered their auras, withdrawing their sharpness. This was a show of respect for the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. They did not act presumptuously. They landed firmly and reported their identities, waiting quietly. The first to land was the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian. When he saw Gong Sun Yin, he smiled faintly and said, "It looks like Brother Gongsuan's Thunderflame war body made a breakthrough again. If you have time, let's exchange pointers." Gong Sun Yin smiled calmly and said, "It's so. However, if Brother Hai Tian wants to exchange pointers, I can accompany you at any time." The two's tone was calm. However, as they spoke, they clashed with each other, giving off a faint smell of gunpowder. Brother Hai Tian, I heard that the Blue Dragon King recently killed 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors. Is that true?" A strong wind blew, and the scion of the ancient Shangwan clan, Shangwan Yun, landed quietly. He smiled to Hai Tian. The scion of the Xia clan, Xia Hanfeng, who wanted to arrive with Heaven's Might, had just landed. When he heard this, he also looked at Hai Tian curiously. The news of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chan, killing 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors had spread like wildfire. These outstanding talents were all curious as to whether this was true or not. Hai Tian felt stifled, and anger appeared on his face. Just as he did not know how to answer, he saw the holy sons and holy daughters of Zodiac Hall land together. Hai Tian raised his eyebrows, and his lips curled up. He said, "Shangwan Yun, I think you should go and ask Chu Yang." The Blue Dragon King nearly disfigured Fu Hongyao with one punch during his king conferral ceremony. Is there such a thing? Shangwan Yun glared at Hai Tian. Only a fool would mention this matter to Chu Yang. When Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao landed in front of the pavilion, they acted like they had not heard what Shangwan Yun said and headed straight for the doors. "Friends, the holy daughter is startled today, and the pavilion is in a mess. Aside from Miss Red Yao, it is not convenient for the other young masters to meet." The Lunar Palace's female disciple, standing guard at the doors, said apologetically to the group. Fu Hongyao was acquainted with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter in the first place. Naturally, Yu Bingyun would not reject Fu Hongyao. Under the gazes of the others, Fu Hongyao entered the pavilion. The holy daughter is startled? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the pavilion of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter? When the group saw the chaotic scene of the Lunar Palace's disciples treating the injured in the crowd, their expressions sank. That might be the case. After asking around, the expressions of Hai Tian and the others changed drastically. How audacious! Where did this fellow come from? To think that he does not know the immensity of the heavens and earth, even daring to take the holy daughter's pulse. Hai Tian said angrily. The expressions of Shangwan Yun and the others were unsightly as well. Yu Bingyun being profaned in their Southern Sea was a slap to the faces of all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. In the future, during the Four Seas Hero Gathering, The many outstanding talents of the other sea domains would definitely mock them in Bright Moon City because of this. We have to find this person. Otherwise, we will lose a lot of face. Shang Guanyun, who was at odds with Hai Tian, said something that he rarely did. Naturally, the others did not mind. This was both a good and a bad thing. In this day and age, no one could truly profane the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. How could they miss out on such an opportunity to show off before the holy daughter? A few of them acted in concert with their words. However, they were all thinking about how to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves in this matter. Only Chu Yang of the Zodiac Hall remained silent. He simply could not think of anyone in the heavenly starry ocean who dared to profane Yu Bingyun. Could it be someone from the Black Sea? That's not right. There is no such person in the Black Sea. If there were, I would definitely know who it was. Perhaps this matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Thousands of meters away, at the top floor of an inn, 3 or 4 dissolute cultivators with evil auras sat at a table by the window. They all had smiles on their faces as they looked at the pavilion from afar. In the entire history of the Lunar Palace, even back to the time of Neptune, only one holy daughter has ever fallen in love with a mortal. These people are really delusional. Humph! What outstanding talent. They look bright and awe-inspiring. But in front of a woman, you've become so timid and polite. You don't deserve to be called a prodigy at all. That brother in white is still the best. He suits my taste. Since ancient times, he is the only one who dared to forcefully take the pulse of the holy daughter. Huh, well said. I wonder if second brother can catch up to this person. I really want to make friends with him. He definitely can. Second brother's movement technique is excellent. The same thing had a different result in the eyes of different people. At this moment, Xiaoqun clearly did not know what kind of ripples his impromptu actions had caused. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much about it, given how preoccupied he was. Xiaoqun flew all the way out of Purple Cloud Island. After traveling for an unknown distance, he stopped before a lone island. The folding fan fluttered as Xiaoqun stretched out his hand and grasped it. The bright moon, the bridge, and the flowing water were no longer there. His figure drifted over and landed on the tallest peak of the island. Standing at the summit, Xiaoqun looked at the boundless sea. He frowned heavily, thinking about something. Xiaoqun, what's wrong? Ao Jiao had long noticed that something was wrong with Xiaoqun's expression, so she could not help asking. Xiaoqun gently fanned himself and said, "That Lunar Palace's holy daughter did not speak nonsense. At the very least, there was no need for her to do so. The longevity art is indeed a holy manual for maintaining one's health. It is worthy of such a grand display." Chapter 1052. That is to say, you misunderstood her. Ao Jiao smiled. Then, she suddenly reacted and said, "That's impossible. How can you only have 10 years of lifespan? After you break through to the blue-robed emperor, your lifespan will increase to 1,000 years. Xiaoqun thought for a while before replying. Lifespan is divided into 2 types. One is natural lifespan, and the other is physiological lifespan. Natural lifespan is easy to understand. Ordinary people's natural lifespan is 70 or 80 years. As cultivators break through their cultivation realms, their natural lifespan will increase. Physiological lifespan is the lifespan of the body. Normally speaking, the two are the same. However, sometimes there are accidents that cause the physiological lifespan to exceed the natural lifespan by too much. She is 20 years old, but her body is that of a 70 or 80-year-old. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter should be referring to my physiological lifespan. Ao Jiao felt that this was incredible. She asked doubtfully, "What exactly did you see when you took the holy daughter's pulse for you to change so much?" When Xiaoqun recalled that scene, he was still deeply shocked. After a long time, he said, "Her physiological lifespan is like that of a baby. If there are no accidents, she will remain like that for the next 10 years. How can that be? She looks like she is at least 20 years old." Xiaoqun did not believe it, either. However, that aura could not be wrong. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation had some knowledge of medicine. The pulse-taking technique recorded there could not be wrong. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia started to take the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's words seriously, no longer treating them as nonsense. After Xianxia calmed down and thought about it, he realized that the other party did not know him, so there was no need for her to speak nonsense. It would not do her any good. After that, he used this pulse-taking technique to check his physiological lifespan. Although it looked strong, the physiological lifespan of a peak rank 4 sage body did indeed have less than 10 years left. Xianxia had never thought about this problem before. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation only had a brief introduction to this, so he had not paid much attention to it. Ao Jiao came to a realization and said, "I think I know what the problem is. There's a problem with your physical body cultivation. You endured all kinds of pain and tempered your body thousands of times. When your physical body improved by leaps and bounds, you didn't pay attention to the way to nourish your body." Xiao Qin's physical body cultivation was indeed somewhat horrifying. At such a young age, he had already attained a peak rank 4 sage body. Xiao Qin had started cultivating his physical body in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion from the Dragon and Tiger Body sculpting art. If he calculated the time, it had been less than 10 years. However, in the past 10 years, he had not done anything to nourish his body. Instead, he had used heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nourish his body. This was also because he had never met a true master on his path of cultivation. Ao Jiao had a lot of experience, but the Thunder King did not cultivate his corporeal body and knew very little about this aspect, so he could not help Xiao Qin. Back when Xiao Qin first advanced to Martial Monarch, he had to refine his quintessence twice for each minor realm, enduring boundless pain. That path established the purity of Xiao Qin's quintessence. Even after he converted it to heavenly sage laws, his quintessence was still much denser than that of cultivators of the same generation. However, the damage to his body would be immense. At that time, Xiao Qin felt that he would be fine once he endured it. Going further, when Xiao Qin was in the lower realm, he had rashly used the strength character formula. 33-fold combat prowess was heaven-defying. As an inferior grade martial monarch, he had forced back a martial sage. Perhaps at that time, the seeds of danger had already been planted. Now, looking at the myriad heaven-divine fist, deities descending, Xiao Qin had been using the 10-fold combat prowess wantonly. He had probably unknowingly drained his physiological lifespan. 10-fold combat prowess, 33-fold combat prowess, such heaven-defying existences should have a price. Suddenly, Xiao Qin recalled that in his previous life, there had also been a heaven-defying martial arts expert on Earth. At a young age, he had been unrivaled, famous throughout the world. However, he had died young and mysteriously. There was a rumor that he had cultivated excessively, undergoing too much cruel training. The two remained silent. After a while, Xiao Qin recovered his emotions. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It is not too late to understand now. At the very least, I know of 2 ways to salvage the situation." "Which 2? Naturally, the first is the Lunar Palace's longevity art. Unfortunately, that is the Lunar Palace's sacred canon. Outsiders can only read 3 chapters at most. It is impossible to read the entire book. Hence, there was no need to even think about the first method. How could the Lunar Palace lend its inherited sacred canon to outsiders? Snatching it was even more impossible. The Lunar Palace had many experts. It would be better to just marry a holy daughter. As for the second method, there is no need to beg others. It is my own blue dragon body nourishing art. Now that I think about it, I somewhat understand why this body tempering cultivation technique is called the body nourishing art and not the body tempering art. The foundation of the body tempering art is clearly to nourish the body." When Ao Jiao heard this, she smiled and said, "Really? So, you already thought of this solution long ago. You startled me." Xiao Qin smiled helplessly in his heart. Although that was what he said, he had exhausted too much of his physiological lifespan. It had already reached a point where it could not be reversed. Even if the blue dragon body nourishing art was useful, it might be too late to realize it now. Xiao Qin was not sure. However, he did not want Ao Jiao to worry too much, so he purposely said this. The most reliable solution was still the Lunar Palace's longevity art. Just at this moment, the sound of something tearing came from behind. Xiao Chan frowned slightly and turned around to look. Xiao Chan saw a stout, dark-skinned man giving off a ruffian aura quickly flying towards him. Xiao Chan did not see any killing chi from this person or any killing intent in his eyes. Instead, he had a strange expression. How should Xiao Chan put it? This expression was one of worship. Xiao Chan felt suspicious. However, he kept his guard up and let the stout man fly in front of him. "Ha, brother, your speed is extraordinarily fast. If we had not paused on this island for a while, I would have lost you." The dark-skinned man stopped and laughed heartily. Xiao Chan smiled to himself. This person is really straightforward. I wonder why he is following me all the way here. Brother, I think very highly of you. Come with me to kidnap the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The stout man said seriously, just as Xiao Chan thought this. Xiao Chan could not help but want to laugh. This person could no longer be described as straightforward. If not for this stout man being stronger than that Sun Palace elite disciple, Xiao Chan would have thought that he had run into a madman. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter could not be casually kidnapped. Not to mention the holy daughter, Xiao Chan also sensed a great perfection blue-robed emperor expert by her side. If Xiao Chan managed to kidnap her, given the Lunar Palace's reputation, there would be no place for him in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace disciples all had secret techniques to protect themselves. There would be no benefit in kidnapping such a person. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan still smiled and said, "Brother, thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, I do not have such ambitions. Furthermore, I still have important matters to attend to. You will have to find someone else for such a big matter." The dark-skinned man revealed an expression of extreme regret. He said, "How unfortunate. Many people of the righteous and righteous factions want to do something, but cannot. Brother, you managed to do it easily. It is too unfortunate that you do not join us." The stout man did not give up. He continued to try to persuade Xiao Chan to do great things with him. Finally, when he saw Xiao Chen's firm attitude, he smiled helplessly and said, "Brother has things to do, so I will not insist. However, with one look, I can tell that brother is a kindred spirit. Tell me your name, and if you have time in the future, come to the Black Sea. Batu, will definitely take good care of you." The Black Sea. Xiao Chan felt excited. That was the place with the richest resources in the entire oceanic world. It was precisely because of the Black Sea that the many major factions of the heavenly starry ocean did not care about the resources of the starry heavens. To them, the resources of the Black Sea were an inexhaustible treasure trove. There was no need for them to go to the starry heavens. However, the Black Sea was also a place for great bandits and peak loose cultivators. This Batu before Xiao Chan did not look like a loose cultivator. He did not have the baleful aura of a loose cultivator. He should be the descendant of a famous great bandit. Xiao Chan was willing to befriend such a person. He smiled and said, "I am Mo Yun. We will meet again in the future." For a very long time, Mo Yun would be Xiao Chen's alias when he traveled the heavenly starry ocean. Batu watched as Xiao Chan flew in the direction of the 10,000 treasure sea market. Only when Xiao Chen's figure disappeared did he turn his head back. He still had an expression of pity on his face. A sea market, a market on the sea, referred to a cultivator's market that existed only in the oceanic world. There were many sea markets of various sizes in the Southern Sea. However, the most famous one had to be the 10,000 treasure sea market. Xiao Chan followed the sea map and walked on the water. His white robes and folding fan made him look unremarkable in the vast sea. As Xiao Chan got closer to the 10,000 treasure sea market, the number of cultivators he met increased. These people were in groups of 2 or 3, discussing the upcoming 10,000 treasure festival. Not only were there auctions for the various levels, but there were also professional auctions, such as secret treasure auctions, medicinal pill auctions, spirit weapon auctions, and so on. Aside from these, there are also all sorts of appraisal sessions. If one had good judgment and a good character, one might be able to obtain some pleasant surprises. The biennial 10,000 Treasure Festival was considered a grand event in the Southern Sea. Many cultivators would rush over. Xianxia did not travel very fast. After half a month, he finally saw the landmark of the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. A gigantic statue stood on the surface of the vast sea. Its upper body was above the water, and it was tens of thousands of zhang tall. The statue was dressed like an immortal cultivator from the immortal epic. It wore Buddhist robes, and 4 carefree scarves floated above its head. The statue's left hand was stretched out in the air, and 2 fingers of its right hand formed a sword. The statue stared into the distance, piercing through space and the barrier of the sky as it looked at the distant starry heavens. The statue seemed to be forming some kind of hand seal, giving the impression that a living person had suddenly petrified after being magnified countless times. The statue froze in the river of time, trapped for a lifetime. This kind of scene could only be seen from a very far distance. However, when one got closer, one would not be able to see it clearly because it was too vast and tall. The entire 10,000 Treasure Sea Market was made up of thousands of islands of various sizes around the statue. The core island was the palm of the statue. That was a city, and the peak auctions were held there. Merchant ships stood in great numbers, and the flags of thousands of merchant associations fluttered in the wind. It was bustling, noisy, and vast. This was the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. Chapter 1053. Xianxia had a clear goal. He flew towards 10,000 Treasure City. The instant he flew into the air, he felt a formless pressure. This pressure came from the statue itself. Without the strength of a martial sage, one would not even be qualified to step into this 10,000 Treasure City. The higher Xianxia flew, the greater the pressure. If he wanted to reach the top of the statue, he would have to be at least as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Naturally, just flying to the top of the 10,000 Treasure City did not pose any pressure to Xianxia. The mysterious pressure was no different from air to him. In just an instant, Xianxia arrived above the palm. When he looked down, he could see the entire bustling and exquisite 10,000 Treasure City. There was a palace on each of the 5 fingers of the statue. The 5 city lords of 10,000 Treasure City resided in these palaces. The palace on the thumb was the most magnificent and vast. That was the residence of the top city lord, the Treasure Master. The Treasure Master's identity was mysterious and venerated. He traveled everywhere and rarely showed himself. Right now, his grandson was in charge of all major and minor matters. The one on the pinky finger was the 5th city lord. The one on the ring finger was the 4th city lord. The one on the index finger was the 3rd city lord, and the one on the middle finger was the 2nd city lord. He broke through the might of 10,000 Treasure City in one breath. At such a young age, he already has an overwhelming wealth chi. This is a very important guest. Ziying, go and entertain him personally. Do not delay him. Do your best to pull all his business into the merchant association we control. An old man in the palace on the pinky finger suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze penetrated 50 kilometers and clearly saw the white-clad Xianxia. This person seems to be only a grandmaster-level martial sage. Is there need to send your daughter out personally? The girl named Ziying felt somewhat suspicious. Several great grandmaster-level martial sages and even the blue-robed emperor had appeared, but her father had not even opened his eyes. Hurry up and go. If you wait any longer, when the other city lords react, you won't have this chance anymore. The old man smiled gently. His tone was gentle, but it contained a strong might. This was not an order, but it was irresistible. Ziying rejoiced in her heart. When her father said this, it would definitely be right. Aside from the mysterious treasure master, the other 4 city lords were all merchant associations from outside. An evaluation would be held every 10 years, and if the profits at the Chamber of Commerce brought to the Treasure City were too low, they would lose the right to be the city lord. This was the rules set by the treasure master. No matter how strong the merchant association's backing was, it still had to obediently follow the rules when it came to the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. The profits of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's branch in Treasure City had been declining for the past few years. It had fallen once every 10 years, and it had already fallen from the second-ranked city lord to the fifth-ranked. If it continued to drop like this, she would probably lose her right to be the fifth city lord. A large order could reduce the pressure on Ziying. Without any warning, just as Xiao Chen was about to land, a seven-colored bridge extended from the distance to Xiao Chen's feet. Rainbow light flickered. A gorgeous rainbow bridge stretched across the sky. It was beautiful to the extreme. 5-colored heavenly flowers floated down from the sky. Many pairs of eyes in the treasure city below immediately looked up into the sky. 5-colored heavenly flowers and a 7-colored rainbow bridge. It was unknown which esteemed guest had been intercepted by one of the 5 city lords and received with the highest form of etiquette. The cultivators in the city were all martial sages at the very least. When they infused their mental energy into their eyes, they could clearly see Xiao Chen, who was very far away. This person wore white robes and held a white fan. He looked delicate and pretty, no more than 30 years old. He was a grandmaster-level martial sage. When one looked carefully at this person's face, no one had heard of him before. Several people immediately felt suspicious. How could an unknown, outstanding talent receive such a grand reception from the Nine Cauldron Pavilion? The Nine Cauldron Pavilion probably misjudged him again. His business has been declining for the past few years. After this 10,000 Treasure Festival, he will probably lose his position as the City Lord. Such mockery rang out continuously in the Treasure City. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion had definitely misjudged him by receiving a Grandmaster-level martial sage with such a grand reception. They would become a laughing stock and become the joke of this 10,000 Treasure Festival. When Xiao Chen heard A.O. Jiao's explanation as he faced the 7-color bridge, he roughly understood what was going on. This was really strange. Despite being a Grandmaster-level martial sage and not being famous, he could cause such a huge commotion. This was fine as well. With someone to receive him, he could save himself some trouble. Xiao Chen was somewhat confident in the ability of the Foundation returning art to hide his cultivation. As long as he ran into some special secret treasures, it would be hard for him to be discovered. Even if he was discovered, it would not matter. With the Peak Thunder Dragon Steps and the Freedom Wings, he was confident of leaving easily, even if Emperor Wu came personally. A pretty girl arrived on the bridge. This was the manager of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion in the Treasure City, Ziying. This lady is Ziying, the manager of 10,000 Cities' Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Might I ask for young master's name? The girl named Ziying gave off the impression of a capable person with one glance. Her aura was very similar to Ying Qiong's. As Ziying spoke, her actions were very graceful and charming. While she was respectful, she did not give off an overly flattering feeling. Perhaps it was because Ziying's aura was very similar to Ying Qiong's, but Xiao Chun had a very good first impression of this girl. He performed a cupped fist salute as he held the folding fan in his hand and said, "I do not dare to claim my distinguished name. I am Mo Yun. You can just address me casually." The two stood on the 7-colored bridge like it was flat ground. Then, the 7-colored bridge slowly shrank. It carried the two further away, drifting down towards the palace on the pinky finger. After chatting for a while, Ziying felt that Mo Yun's way of speaking was extraordinary. Her father definitely did not misjudge him. It looks like young Master Mo came because of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. I wonder if you have any special requests this time? The Nine Cauldron Pavilion is one of the top 5 merchant associations in 10,000 Treasure City. As for the backer of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, it is considered a peak merchant association in the entire Heavenly Starry Ocean. After chatting for a while, Ziying moved to the main topic. After a pause, she continued, "If young master has any requests, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion will definitely be able to fulfill them." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and opened his folding fan. "I do indeed have some special requests. I need secret treasures containing dragon souls in large quantities." Ziying felt somewhat disappointed. Even for Peak King grade secret treasures containing dragon souls, barring special exceptions, they would only be worth tens of millions of astral coins. This was a large order. However, it was still far from the large order that she had anticipated. As for what Xianxia said about large quantities, she did not care too much about it. Secret treasures were meant to be used. Cultivators could only use 1 or 2 at most. How large could the quantity be? Even so, Ziying's expression did not change. With her good upbringing, she would not put on a vile expression over such a small matter. However, this time, Ziying had embarrassed herself greatly. The merchant associations of the other 4 city lords would definitely mock her for a long time. Ziying sighed in her heart. Then she smiled and said, "What kind of secret treasures containing dragon souls does young Master Mo need? I'll give you 10 million black astral coins first. Help me purchase them. If you do well, I still have a batch of goods worth tens of millions of black astral coins for you to deal with." Xiaoqin did not know what Ziying was thinking. His tone was calm as he continued speaking. When Ziying heard this, she was slightly stunned even though she was used to seeing big scenes. 10 million black astral coins meant 100 million astral coins. There was still another 100 million black astral coins to sell. Based on Xiaoqin's tone, it sounded like 100 million black astral coins were not enough. This was a huge business deal. After this transaction, the profits from the offerings might be enough for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to become the 2nd city lord. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiaoqin frowned. Dragons were hidden in the depths. The sea hid dragons. It should not be too difficult to collect secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean. Ziying smiled and said excitedly, "No, absolutely not. Come, let's go down and discuss in detail." Whoosh! Just at this moment, 3 7-colored bridges streaked across the sky at the same time. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky above 10,000 Treasure City, looking like snowflakes drifting in the air. The glazed lights of various colors illuminated the entire sky. Xiaoqin and Ziying, who were about to descend to the palace on the pinky finger, turned their heads to look. They saw a group of outstanding talents accompanying the Lunar Palace's holy daughter outside 10,000 Treasure City. Everyone there had a bright name. The faction behind them could cause clouds and rain in the southern sea, or even the entire heavenly starry ocean. Whoosh! An even more resplendent and dazzling 9-colored bridge flew through the air, looking very gorgeous. Unexpectedly, the palace on the pinky finger of the treasure master also sent out an invitation, something that was rarely seen. Instantly, the entire 10,000 Treasure City stirred. Everyone forgot about the 7-color bridge that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion sent out. Clearly, the treasure master's 9-colored bridge was directed at the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. On the Rainbow Bridge, 8 divine steeds covered in flames pulled ancient war chariots, slowly moving forward. When the people of the other 4 cities saw the people of the treasure master's residence personally coming out, they smiled faintly and tacitly took a step back. They landed at the back of the Golden War Chariot and went to welcome the Holy Daughters group. They glanced at Ziying, and a few of them smiled mockingly at her. They laughed at her for making an error in judgment. To think that Ziying treated a Grandmaster-level martial sage as a financial backer. What a joke. However, the main character had already changed. The various city lords wanted a rope in the Holy Daughters group, but they could not do so. They could only rope in 1 or 2 people. A cold-faced youth with an extraordinary aura rode on the Golden War Chariot. He crossed the 9-colored Rainbow Bridge and arrived before the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughters group. This cold-faced youth was the treasure master's grandson, Yiling. He was now the manager of 10,000 Treasure City. He was currently conversing with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Ziying smiled faintly. Now that she had a major client like Xiaoqin, she did not need to care about what others thought of her. All she needed to do was silently make a fortune. When Xiaoqin saw Fu Hongyao beside the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, he was mildly startled. If he guessed right, the man beside her should be the strongest person of the Sun Palace's younger generation. Young Master Mo, we should discuss the details of the secret treasures containing dragon souls. Ziying reminded him in a soft voice with a faint smile. Xiaoqin turned his head back and smiled. Let's go then. In the VIP room of the 5th City Lord's residence, Xianxia first asked around about the market for secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean to see if it was as rumored. The results gave Xianxia a pleasant surprise. There were hidden dragons in the depths, and the sea hid dragons. This saying was not wrong at all. The secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean were much easier to find than in the Kunlun continent. Hence, he had to focus on king-grade secret treasures. I wonder if there will be secret treasures containing true dragon souls in this 10,000 treasure festival. Chapter 1054. Xianxia asked with some anticipation. Ziying smiled apologetically and said, I don't think so. True dragons are hard to find and nearly extinct. Naturally, a true dragon soul is even harder to find. However, I will ask around. It's fine. Xianxia waved his hand. He was just asking casually. If there was, it would be a pleasant surprise. If there was none, there was no need to be upset. The two started to discuss the contract. Xianxia took out the contract that Ziying made and took a look. There were no loopholes in it, so he signed it and handed the 10 million black astral coins to the other party. Ziying rejoiced. With this deal of 10 million black astral coins, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion would not have to worry about business for half a year. Ziying put away the contract and the black astral coins and took the opportunity to ask, I heard from young Master Mo that you still have a batch of treasures to sell. How about we settle them together? Don't worry. As long as the Nine Cauldron Pavilion can help me settle this within one day, I will definitely hand the treasures I want to sell to your merchant association. Naturally, Xianxia was not stupid. He had to use something to pressure the other party. Otherwise, if the other party could not do it within one day, he would not be able to deal with it. Ziying smiled and took her leave. Before she left, she called over two pretty girls with voluptuous figures to serve Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand and got the two maidservants to wait outside, waiting for his instructions. Deep into the night, Xianxia drew his lunar shadow saber in a cultivation room in the courtyard for honored guests. He calmly executed the flawless saber technique, trying to infuse the will of ice into the four-season saber technique's winter saber. Logically speaking, Xianxia should not be so calm. On the way to the 10,000 treasure sea market, he had consumed and refined a longevity fruit in his hand. As he expected, the longevity fruit only increased his natural lifespan and not his physiological lifespan. It would not be of any help to his current situation. Right now, if the blue dragon body nourishing art was not effective, 10 years would not be laughable at all. Xianxia had not reached the peak yet, had not re-established the Dragon's Gate, had not seen everything in this world, and still had many regrets. How could 10 years be enough? It looks like it will work. In the vast underground cultivation room, Xianxia revealed a joyful smile as he watched the destructive power of the first fusion of the winter saber and the will of ice. He had always been like this. No matter how many regrets he had, he only had 10 years to live. He just had to face it calmly. Life still had to go on. There was no need to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. There was no need to be depressed and regretful. In these 12 years, he had walked many paths, met many people, and made countless choices. He had never regretted any of his choices. There was no other reason. As long as he knew what he wanted, there was no need to be so conflicted. Dressed in white, Xianxia was even colder than the snow. His saber was cold, he was cold, but his heart was not cold. He was sharp and hot-blooded. As Xianxia's mental state improved, the great perfection saber soul in the will of thunder in his sea of consciousness became increasingly dense. It seemed like it would make another breakthrough soon. Xianxia casually stabbed his saber into the ground. Then he started practicing his palm technique, thousand-year flame, amid the heavy snow. This move was Xianxia's original creation. When he sent out his palm strike, it showed sorrow and joy, parting and reunions, expressing lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He could spread out his comprehensions, his lifetime's lofty sentiments, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy with one palm strike. This palm technique could still evolve in many different ways. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, parting, and reunions. There should be many more ways. For example, At this moment, Xiao Chun thought of parting in the 10-year sorrow. As grief spread through his palm technique clearly deviated from the initial hot-bloodedness, tyranny, and berserk destruction of the 1,000-year flame. In its place was a boundless melancholy of parting. A faint grief lingered in Xiao Chen's heart, flowing into his every move. The fluttering of his clothes and hair seemed to speak of melancholy. The cycle banner, which was connected to Xiao Chen's mind, suddenly unfurled in the universe ring. The astral pearl refined by the grief throne shone brightly. The snowflakes were no longer there. Thousands upon thousands of blood-red remnant flowers drifted in the air. The remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. A scarlet moon rose up behind Xiao Chun, filling his eyes with a red light. Grief filled everything he saw. Time was like a river, gushing endlessly. There was a moon by the riverside, and a lone boat moved along the river, treading on the moon. Time flew by. 10,000 years passed. The people on the boat lived and died, changing again and again. Only the moon reigned supreme. Only the moon existed. Who saw the moon for the first time by the riverside? When did the moon at the riverside first shine on people? Generations passed by endlessly. The moon at the riverside remained the same every year. Under the illumination of the scarlet moonlight, Xiao Chen's white robes looked very eye-catching among the thousands of scarlet remnant flowers, showing a different kind of grief. 1,000-year death. I have a palm strike that speaks only of sorrow, not joy. With this palm strike, Xiao Chun scattered all his grief and melancholy. He felt carefree and carefree, sweeping away all the knots in his heart. The grief on Xiao Chen's body vanished. There seemed to be boundless hope in the faint flowing light, creating all life. Without a sound, even the dust that was tiny to the point it couldn't be seen with the naked eye within the underground cultivation room was transformed into nothingness by this palm strike. The scarlet moonlight vanished, and the withered remnant flowers disappeared. The underground cultivation room was silent and empty, and the air was unprecedentedly fresh. This move shall be called 1,000-year death. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and sheathed the saber he stabbed into the ground. Then he walked out of the cultivation room with a trace of calmness. No matter how much grief or melancholy one felt, they should not remain in one's heart for long. After the grief passed, there would still be a bright sunny day. Otherwise, one would fall into the demonic Tao, blaming heaven and others, walking to the extremes. The instant Xiao Chun turned around and left the cultivation room, he did not notice that thousands of flowers silently bloomed in the cultivation room. The remnant flowers lost their scarlet color and turned green, spreading everywhere. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and rested for a while. Then, Ziying appeared before Xiao Chun with a smile on her face. "Young Master Mo, I have already used up all 10 million black astral coins. I have collected a total of 100 King Grade Secret Treasures and 1,000 Sage Grade Secret Treasures for you. Furthermore, I heard that there will be an Emperor Grade Secret Treasure with a dragon soul being auctioned during the 10,000 Treasure Festival. Unfortunately, it is damaged." Xiao Chun received the spatial ring that Zi Ying handed over. Then he scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that the other party was right. He smiled faintly and said, "Damaged? That suits me. What's the price? I want to buy it at once." Ziying felt somewhat surprised. She did not know why Xiao Chun cared so much about a secret treasure with a dragon soul, not even letting go of a damaged one. 2 million black astral coins is simply too high. I have seen that Emperor Grade secret treasure. Aside from the dragon soul, it is already damaged beyond recognition. As long as the dragon soul was still there, it was fine. 2 million black astral coins was not a high price. An idea formed in Xiao Chen's mind. He smiled and said, "The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is indeed very efficient. They managed to settle everything in one night. It looks like I have to give my goods to Miss Ziying." Ziying felt anticipation in her heart. She had mobilized the entire 9 Cauldron Pavilion in 10,000 Treasure City just to see what goods Xiao Chun would take out. Bang! 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 Xiaoqian placed 9 jade strips on the table. Then, he smiled gently at Ziying and gestured for her to take a seat. Ziying picked up a jade strip doubtfully and sent in her mental energy. In merely a moment, her expression changed drastically. She quickly put down this jade strip and checked the other 8 jade strips. Ziying was completely stunned. The 9 jade strips actually all contained profound martial techniques. This completely surpassed her imagination. Aside from the 1,000 frost battle snow, which Xiaoqian cultivated, he took out all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. Profound martial techniques were existences that surpassed heaven-ranked martial techniques. Regular cultivators would not even have heard of them. They would only appear in the top auctions. The number of profound martial techniques was an important factor that attracted the peak geniuses. Of course, Xiaoqian had copied the profound martial techniques in these 9 jade strips. He had copies of them, which he could pass on to others on Heavenly Star Island. It looked like the buyer was at a disadvantage. However, if one did not buy them, many people would fight over them. This was a scarce strategic resource. No matter which sect it was, they would never complain about having more profound martial techniques. The moment they appeared in an auction, they would immediately fetch sky-high prices. There was always a demand, but no supply. Ziying's voice trembled somewhat as she asked uncertainly, "Young Master Mo, are you selling all 9 inferior-grade profound martial techniques together?" "Haha, if we are not selling them together, why should I take them out?" Xiaoqian smiled. "Isn't this nonsense?" Ziying's expression flickered as if she was making a decision. After a while, she said, "Young Master Mo, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. When there are many of them, they will not fetch a high price. If you auction all these inferior-grade profound martial techniques together, you will not be able to get the highest price. I have a suggestion. I wonder if young Master Mo will consider it." The other party was right. If 9 profound martial techniques appeared at the auction at once, the price would definitely be lower. If there was only one, it might fetch 4 or 5 times the market price, reaching 3 million black astral coins. Xiaoqian did not know what Ziying's suggestion was. His expression did not change as he gestured for her to continue. "I think my 9 Calder Merchant Association should buy these 9 jade strips at a fixed price and not sell them during this 10,000 treasure festival. There are even larger sea fairs and auctions in Bright Moon City that our 9 Calder Merchant Association can handle." Not going through an auction meant that he would not have to wait for a long time. He could immediately obtain black astral coins from the 9 Calder Merchant Association. This was not bad. What price is the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association willing to pay? The market price of an inferior-grade profound martial technique is 1 million black astral coins. However, everyone knows that it is impossible to buy at this price. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is willing to pay 3 times the market price to buy all of them. Ziying smiled faintly and offered a price that Xiaoqian could not resist. A single profound martial technique might fetch a sky-high price of 4 million black astral coins. However, if 9 appeared in a row, the price would definitely not be that high. Given this, Xiaoqian would not lose out at all. Furthermore, he would not have to wait to obtain black astral coins. "Deal." Ziying rejoiced in her heart. She said, "Good. Young Master Mo, please wait for one day. I will have to ask my father about such a large sum of black astral coins." "Of course, don't worry. There will definitely not be any problems. I will give that damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul to young Master Mo as a gift." As Xiaoqian watched Ziying disappear, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring, "This 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is rather bold. It is a loss to buy them at such a price in the 10,000 Treasure Festival. However, they will definitely make a huge profit in Bright Moon City." Xiaoqian smiled. The price of the 9 jade strips somewhat surpassed his expectations. Including the gift, they sold for a total of 30 million black astral coins.